This is Audible.
Time Warner Audiobooks presents Still Life with Crows, written by Douglas Preston and Lincoln Child, and read by Renee Auberjonois.
Medicine Creek, Kansas, early August, sunset. The great sea of yellow corn stretches from horizon to horizon under an angry sky. When the wind rises, the corn stirs and rustles as if alive, and when the wind dies down, the corn falls silent. The heat wave is now in its third week, and dead air hovers over the corn in shimmering curtains. One road cuts through the corn from north to south, another from east to west. Where the two roads cross lies the town. Sad gray buildings huddled together at the intersection, gradually thinning along both roads into separate houses, then scattered farms, and then nothing. A creek edged by scraggly trees wanders in from the northwest, loops lazily around the town, and disappears in the southeast. It is the only curved thing in this landscape of straight lines. To the northeast rises a cluster of mounds surrounded by trees. A giant slaughterhouse stands south of the town, lost in the corn, its metal sides scoured by years of dust storms. The faint odor of blood and disinfectant drifts in a plume southward from the plant, riding the fitful currents of air. The temperature is exactly 100 degrees. Heat lightning flickers silently along the distant northern horizon. The corn is 7 feet high, the fat cobs clustered on the stalks. Harvest is 2 weeks away. Twilight is falling over the landscape. The orange sky bleeds away into red. A handful of streetlights blink on in the town. A black and white police cruiser passes through the main street, heading east into the great nothingness of corn, its headlights stabbing into the rising darkness. Some 3 miles ahead of the cruiser, a column of slow-circling turkey vultures rides a thermal above the corn. They wheel down, then rise up again, circling endlessly, uneasily, rising and falling in a regular cadence. Sheriff Dent Hazen fiddled with the dashboard knobs and cursed at the tepid air that streamed from the vents. He cranked down the window and tossed out his cigarette butt. Furnace-like air boiled in. He could see the circling turkey buzzards rise and dip above the dying smear of sunset along the horizon. "Why the hell aren't any of them landing?" thought Hazen. Turning off the main road, he eased the cruiser onto one of the many rutted dirt lanes that cut their way through the 1,000 square miles of corn surrounding Medicine Creek. He moved forward, keeping a watch on the sky, until the birds were almost directly overhead. This was as close as he was going to get by car. From here, he'd have to walk. Grabbing his shotgun, he eased his frame out of the cruiser and stood for a moment facing the wall of corn. The rows went in the wrong direction, and it was going to be a bitch getting through them. Just the thought of shouldering through all those rows made him weary, and for a moment he thought about getting the hell back to town. But it was too late for that now. The neighbor's call had already been logged. Old Wilma Lowry had nothing better to do but look out her window and report the location of dead animals. But this was his last call of the day, and a few extra hours on Friday evening at least guaranteed him a long, lazy, boozy Sunday fishing at Hamilton Lake State Park. Hazen lit another cigarette, slipped his flashlight out of its scabbard, shouldered his shotgun, and pushed his way into the corn. Despite the lateness of the hour, the sultry air refused to lift. His nose filled with the smell of dry stalks, that peculiar, rusty smell so familiar it was part of his very being. His feet crunched dry clods of earth, kicking up dust. The stalks were as high as Hazen could ever remember, at least a foot or more over his head. Inside the corn rows, the air felt trapped, hot, fetid, itchy. He took a deep drag on the cigarette and continued forward, knocking the fat cobs aside with irritation. Like almost everyone else in Medicine Creek, Hazen came from a farming family that no longer farmed. They had all sold their land to big companies that turned the corn into cattle feed. The population of Medicine Creek had been dropping for more than half a century. But Hazen had stayed. Not that he liked Medicine Creek particularly. What he liked was wearing a uniform and being respected. He liked the town because he knew the town, every last person, every dark corner, every nasty secret. Truth was, he simply couldn't imagine himself anywhere else. He was as much a part of Medicine Creek as Medicine Creek was a part of him. Hazen stopped suddenly. He swept his beam through the stalks ahead. The air, full of dust, now carried another smell. The perfume of decay. He glanced up. The buzzards were directly over his head. Another 50 yards and he would be there. The air was still, the silence complete. He unshouldered his shotgun and moved forward more cautiously. The smell of decay drifted through the rows, sweeter by the moment. Now Hazen could make out a gap in the corn, a clearing directly ahead of him. The sky had flamed its red farewell and was now dark. The sheriff raised his gun, eased off the safety with his thumb, and broke through the last corn row into the clearing. For a moment he looked around in wild incomprehension, and then, rather suddenly, he realized what it was he was looking at. The gun went off when it hit the ground, and the load of double-aught buckshot blew by Hazen's ear. But the sheriff barely noticed. 2 hours later, Sheriff Dent Hazen stood in approximately the same spot. But now the cornfield had been transformed into a gigantic crime scene. The clearing was ringed with portable sodium vapor lights that bathed the scene in a harsh white glow, and a generator growled somewhere out in the corn. The Stadies had bulldozed an access road into the site, and now almost a dozen state cruisers, SOC trucks, ambulances, and other vehicles were parked in an instant parking lot carved out of the corn. 2 photographers were taking pictures, their flashes punctuating the night, while a lone evidence gatherer crouched nearby, picking at the ground with a pair of tweezers. Hazen stared at the victim, a sickness rising in his gut. This was the first homicide in Medicine Creek in his lifetime. The last killing had been during Prohibition, when Rocker Manning had been shot down by the creek while buying a load of moonshine. But that was nothing like this. This was something else entirely. This was fucking madness. Hazen turned from the corpse and stared at the makeshift road through the corn, cut to save the troopers a quarter-mile hike. There was a good possibility the road had destroyed evidence. He lit a fresh Camel off the stub of his last one and reminded himself that it wasn't really his case at all. He may have found the body, but it was outside the township and therefore outside his jurisdiction. This was a statey job, and thank the risen Lord for that. "Sheriff Hazen," the towering Kansas State Trooper captain came crunching over the corn stubble, his black boots shining, his mouth tensed in what was supposed to pass for a smile. "The ME's coming down from Garden City. Should be here in 10 minutes. Sheriff Hazen wished to hell he'd sent Tad out on this one. He would have gladly given up his weekend fishing to miss this. On the other hand, he thought perhaps this would have been too much for Tad. In so many ways, he was still only a kid. "We've got ourselves an artist here," said the trooper, shaking his head. "You think this'll make the Kansas City Star?" Hazen didn't reply. He filled his lungs with tobacco, then forced himself to look out over the scene yet again. It seemed important that he should see it one more time before it was all disassembled and put into bags and taken away. It had been set up almost like a scene in a play. A circular clearing had been made in the heart of the cornfield, the broken stalks carefully stacked to one side, leaving an area of dirt clods and stubble, perhaps 40 feet in diameter. At one end stood a miniature forest of sharpened sticks, 2 to 3 feet high, pushed into the earth, their cruel-looking ends pointing upward. At the precise middle of the clearing stood a circle of dead crows, spitted on stakes. Only they weren't stakes, but Indian arrows, each topped by a flaked point. There were at least a couple dozen of the birds, maybe more, their vacant eyes staring, yellow beaks pointing inward. and in the center of this circle of crows lay the corpse of a woman. At least Sheriff Hazen thought it was a woman. Her lips, nose, and ears were missing. The corpse lay on its back, its mouth wide open. It had bleached blonde hair, a clump of it ripped away and missing. The clothes had been shredded in countless, small, neat, parallel lines. The relationship between the head and shoulders looked wrong. Hazen thought her neck was probably broken, but there was no bruising on the neck, indicating strangulation. If it had been broken, the act had been done by a single hard twist. The killing, Hazen concluded, had taken place elsewhere. He could see marks in the earth going back not quite to the edge of the clearing, indicating the body had been dragged. Extrapolating the line, he saw a gap in the corn rows where a stalk had been broken off. The troopers hadn't seen it. He turned toward the captain to point this out, then he stopped himself. What was wrong with him? This was not his case, not his responsibility. When the shit hit, the fan would be blowing in someone else's direction. He dropped the butt, ground it beneath one foot. McHyde, the ME, was now on the scene. He spoke to the captain and then went over to the body. He stared at it for a moment from this angle and that, then knelt and carefully tied plastic bags around the hands and feet of the victim. Then he drew some kind of device out of his black bag. It was called an anal probe, Sheriff Hazen remembered abruptly. And now the ME was doing something intimate to the corpse, measuring its temperature. Jesus. Now there was a job for you. Sheriff Hazen glanced up into the dark sky, but the turkey vultures were long gone. They at least knew when to leave well enough alone. The ME and the paramedics began packing up the corpse for removal. Estati was pulling up the arrows with the crows, labeling them and packing them into refrigerated evidence lockers. And Sheriff Hazen realized he had to take a leak. He glanced around, made sure he was not being noticed, and slipped into the dark corn. He walked down a row and stopped just outside the circle of lights. He unzipped, grunted, and urinated loudly on the dry ground. When he was finished, he turned and pushed his way back to the clearing. The trooper came forward at once. "Sheriff Hazen, I was just looking for you," he said. He was carrying a handheld GPS unit in one hand and a USGS topographical map in the other, and his face was now wearing a very big smile. "Congratulations!" He pointed to the GPS device. "According to this reading, we're inside the boundary of the township of Medicine Creek. 12 feet inside the boundary, to be exact. Which means it's your case, Sheriff. We're here to help, of course, but it's your case." Sheriff Dent Hazen plucked a pack of cigarettes from his breast pocket, shook one out, pushed it between his lips, and lit it. He inhaled and then spoke, the smoke puffing out with his words. "For God's sake, Captain, do we really need all these people? This is a crime scene, not a Walmart parking lot. I want only the ME, the photographer, and the evidence gatherer on site. Tell the rest to back off. I want a pair of certified, trained AKC police bloodhounds here ASAP, and I want you to get the forensic evidence team down from Dodge." "Right. And one other thing." "What's that?" "I want your boys to pull over any arriving press, especially television trucks. Tie them up while we complete work here." "Pull them over for what?" "Give them all speeding tickets. That's what you boys are good at, right?" The captain's tight jaw grew even tighter. "And if they're not speeding?" Sheriff Hazen grinned. "Oh, they'll be speeding, all right. You can bet your ass on it." Deputy Sheriff Tad Franklin sat hunched over his desk, filling out reams of unfamiliar paperwork and trying to pretend that the unruly knot of television and newspaper reporters just outside the plate-glass window of the Medicine Creek Sheriff's Department didn't exist. The fiery light of yet another hot August sunrise had begun spilling down the street, stretching long shadows from the news trucks and gilding the unhappy faces of the reporters. Tad knew from the call letters on the vans that there were reporters here from Topeka, Kansas City, Tulsa, Amarillo, and Denver. They had been up all night, and things were beginning to look ugly. He tried to concentrate on the paperwork, but he found himself unable to ignore the tapping on the window, the questions, the occasional shouted vulgarity. This was getting intolerable. If they woke Sheriff Hazen, who was grabbing a few winks in the back cell, Things might get even uglier. Tad rose, tried to put on as stern a look as possible, and cracked open a window. "I'll ask you once again to step back from the glass," he said. This was greeted with a general undercurrent of irritation. Behind him, Tad heard a door thump, a cough. He turned to see Sheriff Hazen yawning and rubbing his stubbly chin, the hair on one side of his head sticking out horizontally. The sheriff smoothed it down, then fitted on his hat with both hands. Tad closed the window. "Sorry, Sheriff, but these people just won't go away." The sheriff yawned, waved his hand casually, and faced the group through the glass. "These folks need something for the 6 o'clock news, don't you think?" he said. "Time for a press conference." A press conference? Tad had never been to a press conference in his life, let alone been part of one. "How do you do that?" Sheriff Hazen barked a laugh. "We go outside and answer questions." He went to the old glass door, unlocked it, and stuck his head out. "How you folks all doing?" This was greeted by a surge and an incomprehensible welter of shouted questions. Sheriff Hazen held up an arm, palm toward the crowd. He was short, but short like a bulldog, and there was something about him that commanded respect. The crowd fell silent. The sheriff dropped his arm. "My deputy Tad Franklin and myself will give a statement and answer questions. Let's all behave like civilized people, what say?" The crowd shuffled in place. Lights went on, mics were boomed forward. Hazen adjusted his hat, then stepped out onto the sidewalk. He looked around, his shoulders squared to the crowd as the cameras rolled. He told in dry police language of finding the body. He described the clearing, the body, and the spitted birds. It was pretty vivid stuff, but the sheriff managed to handle it matter-of-factly, throwing in a folksy comment here and there in a way that neutralized most of the gruesome aspects. In the space of 2 minutes, he was finished. A flurry of shouted questions followed. "One at a time, raise your hands," the sheriff said. "You begin." And he pointed to a reporter who was enormously fat. "Are there any leads or suspects?" "We've got some very interesting things we're following up. I can't say any more than that." Tad looked at him with surprise. What things? So far they had nothing. "You," said Hazen, pointing to another. "Was the murder victim local?" "No, we're working on identification, but she wasn't a local. I know everyone around these parts. I can vouch for that myself." "Do you know how the woman was killed?" "The medical examiner will tell us that. When we get the autopsy results, you'll be the first to know." The early morning Greyhound northbound from Amarillo came rumbling up the main street, stopping in front of Maisie's diner right across from them. Tad was surprised. The bus almost never stopped. Whoever came or went from Medicine Creek, Kansas, anymore. "The lady, you there. Your question, ma'am?" A tough-looking redhead poked a shotgun mic at Hazen. "What law enforcement agencies are involved?" "The state police have been a big help, but since the body was found in Medicine Creek Township, it's our case." "FBI?" "The FBI doesn't get involved in local murder cases, and we don't expect them to take an interest in this one. We've put some pretty heavy-duty police resources on the case, including the Special Crime Lab and Homicide Squad up in Dodge City." There was a roar as the bus pulled away in a cloud of dust and diesel fumes. As the fumes cleared, they revealed a lone figure standing on the sidewalk, small leather valise sitting on the ground next to him. He was tall and thin, dressed in dead black, and in the early morning light he cast a shadow that stretched halfway across downtown Medicine Creek. Tad glanced at the sheriff and noticed that he'd seen the man, too. The man was staring across the street at them. Hazen roused himself. "Next question," he said briskly. "Smitty." He pointed to the well-lined face of Smith Ludwig, the owner-reporter of the County Courier, the local paper. "Any explanation for the strange tableau? You got any theory on the arrangement of the body and the various appurtenances?" "Appurtenances?" "Yeah, you know, the stuff around it." "Not yet." "Could this be some kind of satanic cult?" Tad glanced involuntarily across the street. The black-clad figure had lifted his bag, but was still standing there, motionless. "That's a possibility we'll be looking into for sure," said Hazen. "We're obviously dealing with a very sick individual." Now Tad noticed that the man in black was strolling nonchalantly toward them. Who could he be? He certainly didn't look like a reporter, policeman, or traveling salesman. In fact, what he most looked like to Tad Franklin was a murderer. Maybe the murderer. He noticed that the sheriff was also staring, and even some members of the press had turned around. Hazen resumed talking.
Whether it's a cult or a lunatic or whatever, I just want to emphasize that we're dealing with out-of-town, perhaps out-of-state elements.
Hazen's voice faltered as the figure in black stopped at the edge of the crowd. It was already well into the 90s, but the man was dressed in black worsted wool, with a starched white shirt and a silk tie knotted tightly at his neck. Yet he looked as cool and crisp as a cucumber. The gaze from his silvery eyes was directed piercingly at Hazen. A hush fell. The black-clad figure now spoke. The voice wasn't loud, but somehow it seemed to dominate the crowd. "An unwarranted assumption," the figure said. There was a silence. Tad stared at the man. He seemed so thin, his skin almost transparent, his blue-gray eyes so light they looked luminous. He could have been a reanimated corpse, a vampire fresh from the grave. If he wasn't the Walking Dead, he could just as easily have passed for an undertaker. Either way, there was definitely the look of death about the man. Tad felt uneasy. Hazen finally spoke.
"I don't recall asking your opinion, mister."
The man strolled into the crowd, which parted silently and halted 10 feet from the sheriff. The man spoke again in the mellifluous accent of the deepest South. "The killer works in the blackest night with no moon. He appears and disappears without a trace. Are you really so sure, Sheriff Hazen, that he is not from Medicine Creek?"
"And what makes you such an expert?"
"That is a question best answered in your office, Sheriff." The man held out his hand, indicating that the sheriff and Tad should precede him into the little headquarters.
"Who the hell are you inviting me into my own damn office?" Hazen said, beginning to lose his temper.
The man looked mildly at him and answered in the same low, honeyed voice. "May I suggest, Sheriff Hazen, that equally excellent question is also best answered in private?" Before Sheriff Hazen could respond, the man turned to the reporters. "I regret to inform you, this press conference is now over." To Tad's absolute amazement, they turned and began shuffling away. The sheriff took up position behind his battered formica desk. Tad sat down in his usual chair with a tingling sense of anticipation. The stranger in black placed his bag by the door, and the sheriff offered him the hard wooden visitor's chair that he claimed would break any suspect in 5 minutes. The man settled into it with one smooth, elegant motion, flung one leg over the other, leaned back, and looked at the sheriff. Hazen frowned and shifted his squat body.
"Okay, mister, this better be good."
Almost languidly the man removed a leather wallet from his jacket pocket, let it fall open. Hazen leaned forward, scrutinized it, sat back with a sigh.
"FBI. Shitfire. Might have known." He glanced over at Tad. "We're running with the big boys now."
"Yes, sir," said Tad.
"All right, Mr.
Special Agent Pendergast."
Pendergast. Yeah, I'm bad with names. You here on the Crows murder?"
"Yes."
"And is this official?"
"No."
"So it's just you?"
"So far."
"What office are you out of?"
"Technically, I'm with the New Orleans office, but I operate under, shall we say, a special arrangement." He smiled pleasantly. Hazen grunted.
"How long will you be staying?"
"For the duration." Tad wondered. For the duration of what? Pendergast turned his pale eyes on Tad and smiled. "Of my vacation." Tad was speechless. Did the guy read his mind?
"Your vacation?"
Hazen shifted again.
"Pendergast, this is irregular. I'm going to need some kind of official authorization from the local field office. We're not running a Club Med for Quantico here."
There was a silence. Then the man named Pendergast said, "Surely you don't want me here officially, Sheriff Hazen?" When this was greeted with silence, Pendergast continued pleasantly, "I will not interfere with your investigation. I will operate independently. I will consult with you regularly and share information with you when appropriate. Any, callers will be yours. I neither seek nor will I accept credit. All I ask are the usual law enforcement courtesies.
All right then, Pendergast, take your busman's holiday here. Just keep a low profile and don't talk to the press.
Naturally not.
Where are you staying?
I was hoping to receive the benefit of your advice. The sheriff barked a laugh.
There's only one place in town, and that's the Krause place. Krause's Caverns. You passed it on the way in. Big old house set out in the corn about a mile west of town. Old Winifred Krause rents out rooms on the top floor. Not that she has many takers these days. And she'll talk you into a tour of her cave. You'll probably be the first visitor she's had in a year.
Thank you, said Pendergast, rising and picking up his bag. Hazen's eyes followed the movement.
Got a car?
No. The sheriff's lip curled slightly.
I'll give you a lift.
I enjoy walking.
You sure? It's almost 100 degrees out there, and I wouldn't exactly call that suit of yours appropriate dress for these parts.
Hazen was grinning now. Is it indeed that hot? The FBI agent turned and reached for the door, but Hazen had one more question.
How did you learn about the murder so quick?
Pendergast paused. By arrangement, I have someone at the Bureau watching the cable and email traffic of local law enforcement agencies. Whenever a crime within a certain category occurs, I'm notified of it immediately. I'm intrigued by the rather, interesting nature of this particular case. Something in the way the man said, interesting, raised the hairs on the back of Tad's neck.
And just what certain category are we talking about here?
The sheriff asked. Serial homicide?
Funny. I've only seen one murder so far.
The figure gradually turned back. His cool gray eyes settled on Sheriff Hazen. In a very low voice he said, So far. Winifred Krause paused in her cross-stitch to gaze at the very strange sight out her parlor window. A tall man in black was walking down the middle of the road, carrying a leather valise. He was approaching with long, cool strides, his shadow eating up the road before him. Why would anyone be dressed in black at this time of year? Was he selling something? But then where was his car? Nobody walked on the Cry County Road. No one. At least not since she was a little girl, before the war, when the drifters used to come through in the early spring, heading for the fields of California. The man had paused at the spot where her rutted and dusty drive met the macadam of the road. He looked up at the house, right at the parlor, it seemed, and Winifred automatically laid aside her cross-stitch. Now he was stepping into her lane. He was coming to the house. There was the low rap of the door-knocker. Winifred's hand flew to her mouth. Should she answer it? Should she wait for him to go away? Would he go away? She waited. The knock came again, more insistent. Winifred frowned. She was being an old silly. Taking a deep breath, she rose from the chair, walked across the parlor into the foyer, unlocked the door, and opened it a crack. Miss Krause? Yes. The man actually bowed. You aren't, by chance, the Miss Winifred Krause who offers lodging to travelers? Why, yes. Winifred Krause opened the door a little wider. My name is Pendergast. He offered his hand, and after a moment Winifred took it. It was surprisingly cool and dry. You gave me quite a start walking up the road like that. Nobody walks any more. I came by bus. Abruptly remembering her manners, Winifred opened the door wider and stepped aside. I'm sorry, do come in. Would you like some iced tea? You must be dreadfully hot in that suit. Oh, forgive me. There hasn't been a death in your family? Iced tea would be lovely, thank you. Winifred, feeling a strangely pleasant confusion, bustled back into the pantry, poured a glass over ice, added a fresh sprig of mint from the planter in her window-sill, placed the glass on a silver tray, and returned. There you are, Mr. Pendergast. You are too kind. Won't you sit down? They sat in the parlor. The polite man crossed his legs and sipped his tea. Close up, Winifred could see he was younger than she'd first thought. What she had taken to be white hair was instead remarkably blonde. He was quite handsome and elegant, too, if one didn't mind such pale eyes and pale skin. "I rent 3 rooms upstairs," she explained. "You have to share the bath, I'm afraid, but there's nobody presently." "I'll take the entire floor. Would $500 a week be acceptable?" "Oh, my!" "I will pay extra, naturally, for my board. I'll only be requiring a light breakfast and the occasional afternoon tea and dinner." That's rather more money than I usually ask. I wouldn't feel right." The man smiled. "I don't want to shock you, Miss Krause, but I do need to tell you who I am and why I'm here. You asked me if there has been a death. In fact, as you probably know, there has. I am a special agent for the FBI investigating the murder in Medicine Creek." He flashed his badge as a courtesy. "A murder?" "You haven't heard? On the far side of town, discovered last night. You will no doubt read all about it in tomorrow morning's paper." "Oh, dear me." "I'm sorry. Does that change your mind about taking me in as a lodger? I'll understand if it does." "Oh, no, Mr. Pendergast, not at all. I'd feel much safer, really, having you here. A murder? How very dreadful. Who on earth—" "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you as a source of information on the case. And now may I examine my rooms? There's no need to show me upstairs." "Of course." Winifred Krause smiled a little breathlessly as she watched the man climb the stairs. Such a polite young gentleman, and so— Then she remembered the murder. She rose and went to the telephone. Perhaps Jenny Parker would know more. She picked up and dialed the number. After a swift inspection, Pendergast chose the smallest room, the one in the rear, and laid his valise on its princess bed. On the bureau stood a swivel mirror, in front of which was set a china wash-basin and pitcher. The walls were papered in a Victorian flowered print, much faded. The curtains were hand-embroidered lace. Pendergast walked across the creaking floorboards to the old rippled window and looked out. To his right and down, set back from the house, Pendergast could see the shabby low metal roof of the gift shop. A peeling sign read, "Krause's Caverns, the biggest cave in Cry County, Kansas. Make a wish in the infinity pool. Play the crystal chimes. See the bottomless pit. Tours at 10 and 2 daily. Tour groups, buses, welcome." He tried the window, found it opened with surprising ease. A muggy flow of air came into the room, carrying with it the smell of dust and crops. Outside, the great sea of yellow corn stretched to the horizon, broken only by distant lines of trees along the bottomlands of Medicine Creek. A flock of crows rose out of the endless corn and fell back in, feasting on the ripe ears. The silence was as unending as the landscape. In the hallway at the bottom of the stairs, Winifred Krause replaced the telephone in its cradle. Jenny Parker wasn't in. Perhaps she was in town getting news. She'd try calling again after lunch. She wondered if she should bring the nice man, Mr. Pendergast, a second glass of tea. She started toward the kitchen, then stopped. A voice had sounded from upstairs. Pendergast had said something. Was he speaking to her? Winifred cocked her head, listening. For a moment the house was still. Then Pendergast spoke again, and this time she made out what he was saying. "Excellent," came the dulcet voice. "Most excellent." Special Agent Pendergast walked down the shimmering road flanked by 2 unmoving walls of corn, his polished black Oxfords leaving a row of faint impressions in the sticky asphalt. Ahead he could see where heavy vehicles had come in and out of the cornfield. Turning onto this crude access road, he made his way to the murder site. The original clearing where the body had been found was empty now. Nothing but dirt, crushed corn stubble, and thousands of footprints. For several minutes Pendergast remained motionless beneath the merciless sun. Then he reached into his suit jacket and removed a photograph of the body in situ from close up. Another photograph showed the overall site, the spitted birds, and the forest of sticks. Pendergast rapidly reconstructed the original scene in his mind and held it there, examining it. He remained motionless for a quarter of an hour. Then at last he returned the photographs to his jacket and took a step forward, examining the stub of a cornstalk that lay at his feet. It had been broken, not cut. Moving forward, he picked up a second stub, then a third and a fourth, all broken. Pendergast returned to the edge of the clearing, selected a cornstalk that still stood. He knelt down and grasped it at the bottom, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break it. He ventured farther into the clearing itself, moving slowly, crouching now and then to examine something in the riot of corn and dust. At last he reached the far end of the clearing and moved into the dense corn rows themselves. He paused to slip a tube of glossy paper from his pocket and unroll it. It was a photograph taken at some unidentified point before the crime, showing the field from the air. The corn rows did not go in straight lines, as it seemed at ground level, but rather curved to follow the topography of the landscape, creating elliptical, maze-like paths. He located the row in which he stood and carefully traced its curve. Then, with difficulty, he forced his way into the next corn row, then the next. Once again he examined the aerial photograph, tracing the path of the current row. It went for a long distance across flat ground, and then dropped down toward the bottomland near Medicine Creek, at a point where the creek looped back toward the town. It was, in fact, the only row that actually opened onto the creek. Pendergast walked down the row, heading away from the murder site. As the land gradually declined toward the creek, a monotonous landscape of corn revealed itself, stretching to an ever more remote horizon, oppressive in its landlocked vastness. At long last, the corn row opened onto the bottomland along the creek. Where the cornstalks and field dirt gave way to sandy embankments, Pendergast stopped and glanced downward. There were footprints here in the firm sand. They were bare and deeply impressed. Pendergast knelt, touched one print. It was from a size 11 foot. The killer had been carrying a heavy body. Pendergast rose and followed the tracks to where they entered the creek. There were no corresponding tracks exiting on the far side. The killer had walked for a long distance in the creek bed itself. Pendergast returned to the corn row and began making his way back to the clearing. The town of Medicine Creek was like an island in a sea. It would be difficult to come or go without being seen. Everyone knew everybody, and 100 pairs of eyes, staring from porches and windows, watched the comings and goings of cars. The only way an outsider could arrive at the town unseen was through this sea of corn, 20 miles from the next town. The strong likelihood was that the killer was among them, here in Medicine Creek. Sheriff Hazen, wearing a surgical smock that was 2 sizes too big and a paper hat that made him feel ridiculous, stood and looked down at the body on the gurney. They had learned that the murder victim was Mrs. Sheila Swegg of Bromide, Oklahoma, twice divorced, no children, 32 years of age. There she was, lying on the steel table, butterflied like a pork chop, organs neatly stacked beside her. The top of her head was off, and her brain sat in a nearby pan. The smell of putrefaction was overwhelming. She'd been lying in that hot cornfield for a good 24 hours before he'd gotten there. McKide, the M.E., was bent over her, cheerfully slicing and dicing away and talking up a storm of medical jargon into an overhanging mic. Said the M.E. "Will you look at that?"
"What?"
Hazen asked.
"As I suspected, broken hyoid bone. Make that shattered hyoid bone." "Strangled?" "Not exactly. Neck grasped and broken with a single twist. She died of a severed spinal column. The force was tremendous. I've never seen anything like it. Look at this. The cervical vertebrae are broken in, 5 places." Hazen became aware of a presence behind him. He turned. There was Pendergast, materialized out of nowhere. The doctor looked up, surprised. Sir, excuse me, we're, "He's okay," said Hazen. "He's FBI, working on the case under me. Special Agent Pendergast."
Special Agent Pendergast," the M.E. said, with a new edge to his voice, "would you mind identifying yourself for the video recorder, and throw on some scrubs and a mask, if you don't mind? You can find them over there." "Of course." Hazen wondered how the hell Pendergast had managed it, without a car and all, but he wasn't sorry to see him. It occurred to Sheriff Hazen, not for the first time, that having Pendergast on the case could be useful, as long as the man kept with the program. Pendergast returned a moment later, having expertly slid into the scrubs. The doctor was now working on the victim's face, peeling it away in thick, rubbery flaps and clamping them back. It had been bad enough before, when just the nose, lips, and ears had been missing. Hazen stared at the bands of muscle, the white of the ligaments, the slender yellow lines of fat. God, it was gruesome. "May I?" Pendergast asked. The doctor stepped back, and Pendergast leaned over not 3 inches from the stinking, swollen, featureless face. "The amputations appear to have been performed with a crude implement," he said. "Any sign of the lips, ears, and nose?" "The police couldn't find them," said the M.E. as he resumed cutting away at the earthly remains of Sheila Swegg. Pendergast began to circle the table, looking first at one organ and then at another, hands behind his back, like he was looking at sculpture in a museum. He got to the toe tag. "I see you have an ID?"
"Yeah," said Hazen with a cough. "Some cracker from the Oklahoma Panhandle. We found her car, one of those Korean rice burners, hidden in the corn 5 miles the other side of Medicine Creek."
"Any idea what she was doing there?"
"We found a bunch of shovels and picks in the trunk. A relic hunter. They're always sneaking around the mounds, digging for old Indian artifacts."
"This is a common occurrence, then?"
"Well, not around here so much, but yeah, some people make a living at it, driving from state to state, looting old sites for stuff to sell at flea markets. Every mound, battleground, and boot hill from Dodge City to California has been hit by them. They got no shame."
"Does she have a record?"
Petty shit, credit card fraud, selling phony crap on eBay, nickel and dime insurance scams."
"You've made excellent progress, Sheriff." Hazen nodded curtly.
"Well," said the doctor, "we're just about done here. Do either of you have any questions or special requests?"
"Yes," said Pendergast. "The birds and the arrows?"
"In the fridge. You want to see them?"
"If you please."
The doctor disappeared and came back a moment later, wheeling another gurney, on which the crows had been neatly laid out in rows, each with its own toe tag. Or claw tag, maybe, Hazen thought. Next to them was a pile of arrows on which the birds had been skewered. Pendergast bent over them, reached out, paused.
"May I?"
"Be my guest."
He picked up an arrow in a latex-gloved hand, turning it around slowly.
"You can pick those replicas up at almost any gas station between here and Denver," said McKide.
Pendergast continued turning it in the light. Then he said, "This is no replica, Doctor. This is a genuine Southern Cheyenne cane arrow, feathered with a bald eagle primary and tipped with a Type 2 plain Cimarron point in Alabate's chert. I'd date it between 1850 and 1870.
Hazen stared at Pendergast as he placed the arrow back down. "All of them?" he said.
"All of them. It was evidently a matched set. A collection of original arrows like this in this superb condition would fetch at least $10,000 at Sotheby's." In the ensuing silence, Pendergast picked up a bird and turned it gently around, palpating it. "Completely crushed, it seems."
"That right?" The doctor's voice had grown wary, irritated.
"Yes, every bone broken. It's a sack of mush." He glanced up. "You are planning to autopsy the birds, are you not, Doctor?"
The doctor gave a snort. "All 24 of them? We'll do 1 or 2.
"I would strongly recommend doing them all."
The doctor stepped back from the gurney. "Agent Pendergast, I fail to see what purpose that would serve except to waste my time and the taxpayers' money. As I said, we'll do 1 or 2.
Pendergast laid the bird back on the tray and picked up another, palpated it, and then another, before finally selecting one. Then, before the doctor could object, Pendergast plucked a scalpel from the surgical tray and made a long, deliberate stroke across the bird's underside. The doctor found his voice. "Just a minute. You're not authorized." Hazen watched as Pendergast exposed the crow's stomach. The agent paused briefly, scalpel poised. "Put that bird down this instant," said the doctor angrily. With one swift stroke, Pendergast opened the bird's stomach. There, pushing out from among rotting kernels of corn, was a misshapen, pinkish thing that Hazen abruptly realized was a human nose. His stomach lurched. Pendergast laid the crow back down on the tray. "I will leave the finding of the lips and ears in your capable hands, Doctor," he said, pulling off the gloves, mask, and scrubs. "Please send a copy of your final report to me, care of Sheriff Hazen." And he walked out of the room without a backward glance. Smith Ludwig sat at the counter of Maisie's diner, plate of cold meatloaf sitting barely touched in front of him, stirring his cup of coffee. It was 6 o'clock, and he had a story due, and he wasn't getting anywhere with it. Maybe, he thought, the story was too big. Maybe he wasn't up to it. Maybe in all the years of writing about 4-H fairs and the occasional car accident, he'd lost the edge. Maybe he never had the edge to begin with. He stirred and stirred. Across the street through the plate-glass front of Maisie's, Ludwig could see the closed door of the sheriff's office. God, how that pugnacious, butt-ignorant sheriff got under his skin. Ludwig hadn't been able to pry any information from him, and the state police had told him nothing either. He couldn't even get the M.E. on the phone. Here was the biggest story of his career, and he had nothing for tomorrow's paper. Of course, he could always recycle what he had reported yesterday, work a new angle, hint about leads, play up the no comments, and produce passable copy. But the savagery and strangeness of the crime had aroused sleepy Medicine Creek, and people wanted more. Out of the corner of his eye, Ludwig saw a black form hovering outside Maisie's. It was that FBI agent examining the menu taped to the glass. Then the figure moved to the door and pushed it open. Smith Ludwig rotated slightly on his stool. Maybe all was not lost. Maybe he could get something out of the agent. The FBI man, what was his name, slid into one of the banquettes, and Maisie shoved off to get his order. There was no problem hearing Maisie. Her voice carried into every corner of the diner, but he had to strain to hear the agent's soft replies. "The blue plate special today," Maisie boomed out, "is meatloaf." "Of course," the FBI man said. "Meatloaf." "Yep, meatloaf and white gravy, mashed garlic potatoes, homemade, not out of the box, and green beans on the side. Green beans have iron, and you could certainly use some iron." Ludwig had to suppress a smile. "I see you have pork and beans," the man said. "What type of legumes precisely do you employ?" "Legumes? No legumes in our pork and beans, only fresh ingredients. I start with the best red beans, toss in some fatback, molasses, spices, then I cook 'em overnight with the heat on as low as a whisper. The beans just melt in your mouth. One of our most popular dishes. Pork and beans, then?" The man looked from the menu to Maisie and back again. Then he spoke. "You must have access to high-quality Angus beef in these parts." "We certainly do. I can cook a steak 10 ways from Sunday. You tell me how you want it, and if I can't do it, it don't exist." "Would you happen to have a sirloin cut?" "You bet." There was a long silence. "You say you're willing to prepare steak in any fashion?" "That's right. Tell me how you like it, and I'll be glad to oblige." "I wonder if you would be so kind as to bring me out a well-trimmed top sirloin of about 6 ounces for my inspection." Maisie didn't bat an eye at this request. Ludwig watched her go in the back and return with a nice fillet. She angled the plate under the man's nose. "There you are, and you won't find its equal until you get to Denver, I promise you that." The man looked at the steak, then picked up his knife and fork and trimmed off the fat along one side. Then he handed the plate back to her. "I'd be grateful if you would run it through a meat grinder set on medium." "And how would you like your hamburger cooked?" "Raw, if you please. Please bring it back to me with an uncooked egg in the shell, along with some finely chopped garlic and parsley." Maisie nodded, turned, and then, with a single backward glance, took the plate and disappeared into the kitchen. Ludwig watched her depart, waited a beat, and then picked up his coffee and strolled over to the FBI agent. Ludwig stuck out his hand. "Smith Ludwig, editor of the Tri-County Courier." "Mr. Ludwig," said the man, shaking the proffered hand. "My name is Pendergast. Do sit down. You were at the press conference early this morning. I must say you asked some rather insightful questions." Ludwig eased his creaky and not exactly youthful frame into the banquette opposite. Maisie soon reappeared. In one hand she carried a plate mounded with freshly ground sirloin, in the other a second plate with the rest of the ingredients, and an egg in an egg cup. She set both plates before Pendergast. "Anything else?" she asked. "That will be all, thank you very much." Maisie attempted a smile. "We aim to please." Ludwig and the entire diner watched as Pendergast sprinkled the garlic over the raw meat, added salt and pepper, cracked the raw egg on top, and carefully folded the ingredients together. Then he molded it with his fork into a pleasing mound, sprinkled parsley on top, and sat back to contemplate his work. Suddenly Ludwig understood. "Steak tartare?" he asked, nodding toward the plate. "Yes, it is." Pendergast delicately lifted a portion to his mouth, chewed with half-closed eyes. "All that is lacking is a 97 Léovie Poiferé," he said. Ludwig paused, wondering how to steer the conversation onto a more pertinent topic. Around him the low murmur of conversation had picked up once again. "This killing's really shaken us up," he said. "Nothing like this has ever happened in sleepy little Medicine Creek before." "The case has its atypical aspects." It appeared Pendergast wasn't biting. Ludwig decided to try the direct approach. He removed a steno notebook from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Got time for a few questions?" Pendergast paused, a forkful of raw meat halfway to his mouth. "Sheriff Hazen would prefer that I not speak to the press." Ludwig lowered his voice. "I need something for tomorrow's paper. The townspeople are hurting. They're frightened. They've got a right to know. Please." He stopped, surprising even himself at the depth of feeling in his comments. The FBI agent's eyes held his own in a gaze that seemed to last for minutes. At last Pendergast lowered his fork and spoke. "In my opinion, the killer is local." "What do you mean, local? From southwestern Kansas?" "No, from Medicine Creek." Ludwig felt the blood drain out of his face. It was impossible. He knew everyone in town. The FBI agent was dead wrong. "What makes you say that?" he asked weakly. Pendergast regarded him with his pale eyes. "Medicine Creek is as isolated as an island in the wide Pacific. Nobody can come or go on the roads without being noticed, and it's a 20-mile hike through the cornfields from Deeper, the nearest town with a motel." He paused, smiled faintly, then glanced at the steno book. "I see you're not taking notes." Ludwig laughed nervously. "Give me something I can print. There's one unshakable article of faith in this town. The killer and the victim are both from away. We have our share of troublemakers, but believe me, no killers." Pendergast smiled and leaned forward, speaking so softly Ludwig could barely hear him. "The victim has been identified as Sheila Swegg of Bromide, Oklahoma, a petty criminal and con artist. They found her car hidden in the corn 4 miles out on the Cry Road. It seems she'd been digging up at some Indian mounds in the area." Smith Ludwig looked at Pendergast. "Thank you," he said. "And another thing," Pendergast added. "Arranged with the body, they found a number of antique Southern Cheyenne arrows in almost perfect condition." "That's extraordinary," Ludwig replied. "Yes." They were interrupted by a sudden commotion outside, punctuated by a voice raised in shrill protest. Ludwig glanced across the street and saw Sheriff Hazen marching a pale, skinny teenage girl down the sidewalk toward his office. The girl wore a black leather miniskirt and was protesting gamely, digging in her heels, lunging against her handcuffs, her black fingernails cutting the air. She had day-glow purple hair, a spiked collar, and a glint of body piercings. The sheriff manhandled her through the door of the office and slammed it behind him. Ludwig shook his head in amused disbelief. "Who is she?" Pendergast asked. "Corey Swanson, our resident troublemaker. I believe she's what kids call a goth, or something like that. She and Sheriff Hazen have a tiff going. Looks like he's finally got something on her, judging from the cuffs." Pendergast laid a large bill on the table and rose, nodding to Maisie. I trust we shall see each other again, Mr. Ludwig?
Sure thing, and thanks for the tips.
The door jingled shut. Ludwig watched the dark form of Special Agent Pendergast as he passed by outside the window and moved down the dusky street until he merged with the falling darkness. Winifred Krause bustled about the old-fashioned kitchen, making toast, setting out a pitcher of orange juice, boiling her guest's egg, and making his pot of green tea. Her busyness was an effort to keep her mind off the horrible news she had read that morning in the County Courier. Who could have done such a terrible thing? And the arrows they'd found with the body, surely that couldn't mean that... She shook the thoughts from her head with a little shiver. Despite the strange hours Special Agent Pendergast kept, she was very glad to have him under her roof. The man was quite particular about his food and his tea, and Winifred had taken pains to make sure everything was perfect. As she moved about the kitchen, Winifred felt her dread over the murder slowly supplanted by a sense of anticipation. Pendergast had asked to take the morning tour of the caverns. The last visitors to the caverns had been over a month ago. Precisely at 8 she heard a light tread on the stair, and Mr. Pendergast came gliding into view, dressed in the usual black suit. "Good morning, Miss Krause," he said. As Winifred ushered him into the dining room and began serving breakfast, she felt quite breathless. Even as a girl she'd loved the family business, the different people from all over the country, the parking lot full of big cars, the murmurs of awe and amazement during the tours. Helping out in the cave doing tours had been one way she'd tried to earn the approval of her father, and although things had changed completely with the building of the interstate up north, she'd never lost that feeling of excitement before a tour, even if it was a tour of one. Breakfast finished, she left Pendergast with that morning's County Courier and went on ahead to the caverns. She visited the caverns at least once a day, even when there were no visitors, just to sweep up leaves and replace bulbs. She now did a swift check and found that all was in tip-top order. Then she went behind the counter of the gift shop and waited. At a few minutes to 10, Pendergast appeared. He purchased a ticket, $2, and she led him along the cement walkway, down into the cut in the earth, to the padlocked iron door. She unlocked and removed the padlock, then turned and launched into her opening speech, which hadn't varied since her pa had taught it to her with a switch and a ruler half a century before. "Krause's Caverns," she began, "was discovered by my grandfather, Hiram Krause, who came to Kansas from upstate New York in 1888 looking to start a new life. He was one of the original pioneers of County and homesteaded 160 acres right here along Medicine Creek. On June 5, 1901, while searching for a lost heifer, he came across the opening to a cave, almost completely hidden by scrub and brush. He came back with a lantern and axe, cut his way down the slope into the cave, and began exploring. Right about this time, the motor car was making its debut on the American scene. The Cry Road started to see some motor car traffic, mostly families on their way to California. It took Hiram Krause a year to build the wooden walkways, the same ones we will walk on, and then he opened the cave to the public. It was an immediate success. The gift shop soon followed, where visitors can buy rocks, minerals, and fossils, as well as handcrafts and needlepoint. And now, if you will kindly step this way, we will enter the cave." She pulled the iron door wide and motioned Pendergast to follow her. They descended a set of broad, worn stairs that had been built over a declivity leading into the bowels of the earth. Walls of limestone rose on both sides, arching over into a tunnel. Bare bulbs hung from the rocky ceiling. After a descent of about 200 feet, the steps gave onto a wooden walkway which angled around a sharp turn and entered the cavern proper. Here, deep beneath the earth, the air smelled of water and wet stone. It was a smell that Winifred loved. Ahead, the boardwalk snaked its way through a forest of stalagmites. More bulbs placed between the stalagmites threw grotesque shadows against the cavern walls. She proceeded to the center of the cavern, paused, and turned with her hands unfolded, just as her pa had taught her. We are now in the Crystal Cathedral, the first of the 3 great caverns in the cave system. These stalagmites are 20 feet high on average. The ceiling is almost 90 feet above our heads, and the cavern measures 120 feet from side to side. "Magnificent," said Pendergast. Winifred beamed and went on to talk about the geology of the chalk beds of southwestern Kansas and how the cave had formed from the slow percolation of water over millions of years. She ended with a recitation of the names Grandfather Hiram had given to the various stalagmites. The 7 dwarves, White Unicorn, Santa's Beard, Needle and Thread. Then she paused for questions. "Has everyone in town been here?" Pendergast asked. "Why, yes, I believe so." When no more questions were forthcoming, she turned and led Pendergast down a low, narrow passageway to the second cavern. She strode to the center and turned with a sweep of her dress. "We are now in the Giant's Library. My grandfather named it that because if you look to your right, you will see how layers of travertine have built up over millions of years to form what looks like stacked books. And over on that side, the vertical pillars of limestone on the walls appear to be shelved books. And now," she stepped forward again. They were about to come to her favorite part, the crystal chimes. And then, suddenly, she realized she had forgotten her little rubber hammer. She felt mortified. 50 years of giving tours, and she had never once forgotten her little rubber hammer. Pendergast was observing her intently. "Are you all right, Miss Krause?" "I forgot my rubber hammer to play the crystal chimes." She almost felt like crying. "You can play Beethoven's Ode to Joy on these stalactites. It's the highlight of the tour." "How very intriguing. I shall have to return, then." Winifred searched her mind for the continuation of the talk, but could find nothing. She began to feel a rising panic. "There must be a great deal of history in this town," Pendergast said. Winifred felt a glow of gratitude for this little rescue. "Oh, yes, there is." "And you must know most of it." I suppose I do know most everything," she said. Pendergast bent to examine a cluster of crystals. "There was a curious incident at Maisie's diner last evening. The sheriff arrested a girl named Corey Swanson." "Oh, yes, she's a troublemaker from way back. Her father ran off, and the mother is the cocktail waitress at the Candlepin Castle." She leaned forward and spoke in a whisper. "I think she drinks and sees men." "Ah," said Pendergast. Winifred was encouraged. "Yes, they say Corey takes drugs. She'll leave Medicine Creek like so many others, and good riddance. That's how it is nowadays, Mr. Pendergast. They grow up and leave, never to come back. Though there are some I could name that stick around who ought to leave. That Brushy Jim, for instance." "The sheriff seemed to be rather enthusiastic in making Miss Swanson's arrest," Pendergast said. "Well, I shouldn't wonder. And yet that sheriff's a bully. That's what I think. And I'll say it to anyone. Just about the only person he's nice to is Tad Franklin, his deputy." "I see. And this Brushy Jim you mentioned?" Winifred shook her head. "The most disreputable fellow you ever saw," she clucked disapprovingly. "Lives in a junkyard out on the Deeper Road. Claims to be descended from the lone survivor of the Medicine Creek Massacre. He was in Vietnam, you know, and it did something to the man, turned his brain. You just won't see a lower specimen of humanity, Mr. Pendergast. Uses the Lord's name in vain, drinks, never sets foot in church." "I saw a large banner erected on the front lawn of the church last evening." "That's for the fellow from Kansas State University." Pendergast looked at her. "I'm sorry?" "He wants to plant a new cornfield here, some kind of experiment. They've narrowed it down to 2 towns, us and Deeper. The decision's to be announced next Monday. The man from Kansas State's due to arrive today, and the town is laying out the red carpet for him. Not that everybody is happy about it, of course." "And why is that?" "Oh, something about the corn they want to test. It's been fiddled with somehow. I don't really understand it, to tell you the truth." "Well, well," Pendergast said, and then held out his hand. "But here I am interrupting the tour with questions." Winifred remembered the thread. She bustled forward happily, leading Pendergast to the edge of a wide, dark hole. "And here is the bottomless pit. When grandfather first arrived, he tossed a stone down, and he did not hear it land." They passed on to the infinity pool, where Winifred was disappointed that he did not make a wish. The collecting of tossed coins had once been a profitable sideline. From the pool, the walkway looped back to the Crystal Cathedral where they had begun. She finished her lecture, shook Pendergast's hand, and was pleased to find herself generously tipped. Then, slowly, she led the way back up the wooden stairs to the surface world. Corey Swanson lay on the little folding bunk in the lone holding cell of the Medicine Creek jail, staring at the graffiti that covered the peeling walls. She could hear the television set blaring in the sheriff's office up front, and she could hear the sheriff moving noisily around, restlessly, like a ferret in a cage, rustling paper and making phone calls. 4 more hours and her mom would be sober enough to come down and get her. So here she was being taught a lesson, her mother's words, listening to the comings and goings of the world's most rat-like human being. Some lesson. Well, it wasn't any worse than sitting at home, listening to her mother's nagging or drunken snoring. And the folding bunk was at least as comfortable as the broken-down mattress in her own bedroom. 1 more year and she was out of this loser town, this butt-crack capital of Kansas. 1 more year, then it was goodbye Medicine Shit Creek. The door to the outer office tinkled. Someone had come in. A conversation began in the outer office. Was it Tad, the deputy, or her mother, sober for once? But no, the new arrival, whoever it was, spoke so softly that Corey couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. The sheriff's voice, on the other hand, took on a hard edge, but Corey couldn't make out the words over the blaring of the television set. Eventually, she heard footsteps enter the back room. "Swanson!" It was the sheriff. There was a rattle of keys, a click as her cell was unlocked. The rusty iron door creaked as it opened. "You're out of here." She didn't move. Hazen's voice sounded particularly thick. Something had made him mad. "Someone just made your bail." Still she didn't move. And the other voice spoke. It was low and soft, with an unfamiliar accent. "Miss Swanson, you are free to leave." "Who are you?" she asked without turning around. "Did Mom send you?" "No. I am Special Agent Pendergast of the FBI." God, it was that creepy-looking man in the undertaker's get-up she'd seen walking around town. After a moment she asked, "What's the catch?" "We'll speak about it outside," said Pendergast. "So there is a catch. I can just imagine what it is, you pervert." Sheriff Hazen issued a burst of laughter that degenerated into a smoker's hack. "Pendergast, what'd I tell you?" Corey remained curled on the folding bed. She wondered why this Pendergast was offering to bail her out. It was clear that Hazen didn't particularly like Pendergast. She remembered a phrase, "The enemy of your enemy is your friend." She sat up and looked around. There he was, the undertaker, arms folded, looking at her pensively. "So I can just get up and walk out of here?" she asked. "If that's what you want," Pendergast replied. She got up, brushed past the FBI agent, past the sheriff, and headed toward the door. "Don't forget your car keys," called Hazen. She paused in the door, turned, held out her hand. The sheriff was standing there, dangling them in his hand. He made no move to give them to her. She took a step forward and snatched them. "Your car's out back in the lot," he said. "You can settle up the $75 towing fee later." Corey opened the door and went outside. Blinking against the glare, she made her way around the corner and down the alley to the little parking lot behind the sheriff's office. There was her gremlin, and there, leaning against it, was the pervert in the black suit. As she approached, he stepped forward and opened the door for her. She got in and slammed the door behind her. Slipping the key into the ignition, she cranked the engine, and after turning over a few times, it coughed into life, laying down a huge cloud of oily smoke. The man in black stepped away. She waited a moment, then leaned out the window. "Thanks," she said grudgingly. It was my pleasure. All right, Mr. Special Agent, what's the catch? I'll tell you while you give me a lift back to Winifred Krause's place. That's where I'm staying. Corey Swanson hesitated, then opened the door. Get in. I hope you're not going to do something stupid. The FBI agent smiled and slid in beside her as smoothly as a cat. You can trust me, Miss Swanson. Can I trust you? She looked at him. No. She popped the clutch and peeled out of the parking lot, leaving behind a pall of oil smoke and a nice 10-inch pair of tire marks on the sheriff's asphalt. She glanced over at the FBI man. So what's with the black suit? Somebody die? Like you, I'm rather partial to the color. She snorted. What's this catch you were talking about? I need a car and driver. Corey had to laugh. What, me and my stretch AMC gremlin? I came by bus, and I'm finding it rather inconvenient to be on foot. I propose compensation of $100 a day for the car and driver, plus a standard rate of 31 cents per mile for fuel and depreciation. $100 was more money than Corey had ever seen at one time. This couldn't be happening. It had to be some kind of bullshit. If you're a hotshot FBI special agent, where's your own car and driver? Since I'm technically on vacation, I haven't been issued a car. Yeah, but why me? Quite simple. I need someone who knows Medicine Creek, who has a car and has nothing better to do. You fit the bill. You're no longer a minor, correct? Just turned 18, but I've got another year of high school, and then I'm out of this Kansas shithole. I hope to have concluded my work here long before school begins next month. She laughed. Have you thought about what the sheriff's going to think about this arrangement? I expect he'll be glad you found gainful employment. Corey shook her head. You don't know much, do you? That lack of knowledge is what I hope to rectify. Leave me to deal with the sheriff. Now, do we have a deal, Miss Swanson? $100 a day? Of course we have a deal. And please, do I look like a Miss Swanson to you? Call me Corey. I shall call you Miss Swanson, and you shall call me Special Agent Pendergast. She rolled her eyes and swept her purple hair out of her face. Okay, Special Agent Pendergast. Thank you, Miss Swanson. The man slid a wallet out of his suit coat and removed $500 bills. She could hardly take her eyes off the money as he casually unwired her broken glove compartment, placed the bills inside, and wired it back up. Keep a written record of your mileage. The $500 is your first week's pay in advance. He pulled something else out of his suit coat. And here is your cell phone. Keep it turned on at all times, even when charging at night. Do not make or receive personal calls. Who am I going to call in Shit Creek? I haven't the faintest idea. And now, if you'd be so kind as to turn the car around and give me a tour of the town. Pendergast settled back. The passenger seat was broken, and he reclined into a semi-supine position, his head just barely at the level of the window. Tour, she said. You must be on drugs. The only sights around here are fat people, ugly buildings, and corn. Tell me about them. Corey grinned. Okay, sure. She glanced in her rear-view mirror to make sure the coast was clear. Then she swung the wheel around and ended up pointing back in the direction of town. We are now approaching the lovely hamlet of Medicine Creek, Kansas, population 325 and dropping like a stone. Why is that? Are you kidding? Only a dipshit would stay in a town like this. Miss Swanson? What? I can see that an insufficient, or perhaps even defective, socialization process has led you to believe that four-letter words add power to language. It took Corey a moment to parse what Pendergast had said. Dipshit isn't a four-letter word. That depends on whether you hyphenate it or not. Corey looked at the man reclining in the seat beside her, his eyes half closed. He was seriously weird. Now, may we continue with the tour? He asked. Corey glanced around. The cornfields were reappearing on both sides of the road. Tour's over. We've already passed through town. I could always show you the mounds. The mounds? The Indian mounds down by the creek. They're the only thing of interest in the whole county. Somebody must have told you about them, the curse of the 45s and all that bullshit." Pendergast seemed to think about this for a moment. "Perhaps later we will see the mounds. For the present, please turn around and pass through town once again, as slowly as possible. I wouldn't want to miss a thing."
"I don't think I better do that."
"Why not?"
"Well, the sheriff won't like it. He doesn't like cruising."
"Didn't I say I would concern myself with the sheriff?"
"Okay, you're the boss."
She pulled to the side of the road, made a nice 3-point turn, and headed back through town at a crawl.
"On your left," she said, "is the Wagon Wheel Tavern, run by Swede Cahill. He's a decent guy, not too smart. It's mostly a drinking establishment, not much food to speak of. Oh, see that lady walking down the sidewalk with the Bride of Frankenstein hairdo? That's Click Rasmussen, wife of Melton Rasmussen, who owns our local dry goods store. She's coming back from lunch at the Castle Club. She won't eat at Maisie's on account of Maisie being her husband's girlfriend before they got married, about 300 years ago. If only she knew what Melton gets up to with the gym teacher's wife." She laughed derisively. "Medicine Creek is an all-American town, and everybody's got a secret or a skeleton in his closet, or her closet. Even that dippy old lady whose house you're staying in, Winifred Krause. She may act pious, but it's all a crock. Her father was a rum runner and a moonshiner. Bible thumper, too, on top of that. But that isn't all. I heard that when old Winifred was a teenager, she was known as the town vamp."
Pendergast blinked. Corey snickered, rolled her eyes.
"Yeah, there's a lot of that going on in Medicine Creek. Like Vera Estrom, who's doing the wild thing with the butcher from Deeper. If her husband ever finds out, there's going to be blood."
"Indeed."
"We've got our share of nutcases, too. Like that tinker who comes through here once a year and camps out in the corn somewhere. Or Brushy Jim, who did one tour too many in Vietnam. They say he fragged his lieutenant. Everybody's just waiting for him to go postal one of these days." She sighed. "Anyway, there's the Rexall Drug. There's Calvary Lutheran Church. It's Missouri Synod, a bunch of tight asses if you ask me. We are now passing Ernie's Exxon. That's Ernie himself at the pump. His son's the biggest pothead in Cry County, and old Ernie doesn't have a clue. There's the sheriff's office on the left, but I hardly need to point that place out. And there's Maisie's on the right. Her desserts would give a hyena the runs." "Uh-oh. I knew it. Here he comes."
Corey watched in the rear-view mirror as the sheriff's cruiser pulled out of the alleyway, lights flashing. He came right up behind her and gave his siren a crank.
"Please pull off to the side of the road,"
his voice rasped through the loudspeaker atop the car.
"Remain inside your vehicle."
It was the same thing that had happened to her at least 10 times before, only this time Corey had Pendergast in the car. She realized the sheriff probably hadn't seen him. He was sunk so low in the seat. The door of the cruiser flung open, and the sheriff came sauntering up, billy club flapping at his side. He placed his meaty palms on the open passenger window and leaned in. When he saw Pendergast, he jerked back abruptly.
"Jesus," he said.
"Problem, Sheriff?" Pendergast asked. Corey enjoyed the look that came over the sheriff's face. His entire face flamed red.
"Well, Agent Pendergast," Hazen said. "It's just that we don't allow cruising back and forth through town. This is the 3rd time she's been through."
"Since you've taken an interest in our movements," said Pendergast in his lazy drawl, "I should inform you that we'll be driving through town again, and perhaps even a 5th time, while Miss Swanson shows me the sights. After all, I am on vacation." As Corey looked at the darkening expression on Sheriff Hazen's face, she wondered if this so-called Special Agent Pendergast really knew what he was doing. It was no joke making an enemy like Hazen in a town like Medicine Creek. She'd been stupid enough to do it herself. Pendergast turned to her. "Shall we go, Miss Swanson?" She hesitated a moment, looking at Sheriff Hazen. Then she shrugged. What the hell, she thought, as she accelerated from the curb with a little screech and a fresh cloud of black smoke. That evening, after dining at Maisie's, Pendergast strolled east, away from the dying glow of the horizon. Within 5 minutes he had left the town of Medicine Creek behind. The road stretched ahead like a dark fault line in the corn. He quickened his pace. His errand was a vague one, an intuition more than a certainty. Intuition, Pendergast knew, was the end result of the most sophisticated kind of reasoning. 2 miles out of town, Pendergast stopped. A dirt track ran away from the road here, angling off to the left between walls of corn. Pendergast followed it, moving with long, silent strides. The track began to rise more sharply, heading for a dark cluster of trees on the horizon, surrounding 3 dark, low outlines framed against the dusky sky. The mounds. Leaving the corn behind, the track turned into a trail. Ahead were the trees, giant cottonwoods with massive trunks. Broken limbs lay scattered on the ground, claw-like branches upturned. As he entered the shadowy confines of the grove, Pendergast paused to look back. The land fell away in a long, gentle declivity toward the town. The distant streetlights formed a glowing cross in the sea of dark corn. The Grobane plant, a turkey slaughterhouse, lay south of town, a low cluster of lights all by itself. The creek lay between them. Pendergast turned and walked deeper into the darkness of the grove, becoming virtually invisible in his black suit. He followed a trail that wandered uncertainly through rabbit brush and oak scrub. After another quarter-mile, Pendergast stopped again. The mounds were just ahead. There were 3 of them, low and broad, arranged in a triangle rising 20 feet above the surrounding land. The flanks of 2 of the mounds had worn away, exposing limestone ledges and heavy boulders underneath. The cottonwood trees were thicker here, and the shadows were very deep. Pendergast remained motionless. The night sky was now blossoming with stars. He listened to the sounds of the August night. A chorus of insects trilling furiously, the rustlings and scratchings of small animals, the flutterings of birds. Down by the creek, a coyote howled, and at the very edge of hearing, from the direction of town, a dog barked a reply. At last Pendergast moved forward until he reached the base of the first mound. Here he knelt silently, brushed aside the dead leaves, and dug his hand into the soil. He removed a fistful, rolled it between his hands, and inhaled. Different soils had distinctive smells. This, he confirmed, was the same soil as that found on the tools in the back of Sweg's car. The sheriff had been right. She had been digging for relics in the mounds. He pinched some earth into a small glass test tube, stoppered it, and slid it into the pocket of his suit jacket. Pendergast rose again. The moon had disappeared below the horizon. A profound darkness slowly enveloped the mounds. Suddenly, the crickets fell silent. Pendergast could feel a presence in the dark to his right, a presence of great stealth. It was moving very silently, too silently even for his highly sensitive ears. But the crickets could feel vibrations in the ground that humans could not. The crickets knew. He waited, tensed, until the presence was no more than 5 feet away. It had stopped. It, too, was waiting. One by one, the crickets resumed their chirruping. But Pendergast wasn't fooled. The presence was still there, waiting. And now the presence moved again. Ever so slowly, it was coming closer. 1 step, 2 steps, until it was close enough to touch. In a single movement, Pendergast dropped to one side while pulling his flashlight and gun and aiming both toward the figure. The beam of light illuminated a wild-looking man crouching in the dirt, a double-barreled shotgun pointing to the spot where Pendergast had been standing a moment before. The gun went off with a great roar, and the man staggered back, shrieking unintelligibly, and in that instant, Pendergast was on top of him. Another moment, and the shotgun was on the ground, and the man was doubled over, held in a hammerlock, Pendergast's gun pressed against his temple. He struggled a moment, then went limp. Pendergast loosened his grip, and the man fell to the ground. He lay there, an extraordinary figure dressed in buckskin rags, a string of bloody squirrels slung around his shoulder. A giant handmade knife was tucked into his belt. His feet were bare, the soles broad and dirty. 2 very small eyes were pushed like raisins into a face so wrinkled it seemed to belong to a man beyond time itself. And yet his physique, His glossy and extraordinarily long black hair and beard told of a robust individual no more than 50 years of age. "It is inadvisable to fire a gun in haste," said Pendergast, standing over the man. "You could have hurt someone."
"Who the hell are you?"
the man shrilled from the ground. "The very question I was going to ask you." The man swallowed, recovering slightly, and sat up.
"Who the deuce do you think you are, scaring decent people half to death?"
He rose to his feet, brushing the leaves and twigs out of his beard and hair. He wiped his mouth with a filthy hand, front and back, and spat. Pendergast removed his shield and passed it before the man's face. The man's eyes widened, then narrowed again. He laughed.
"Ha ha! FBI! Never would have guessed it."
"Special Agent Pendergast." He closed the leather case with a snap, and it disappeared into his jacket. The man removed a twisted chaw from his pocket, screwed a piece off, and packed it into his cheek. "May I ask your name?" Pendergast asked.
"Hell,"
the man said after a long pause.
"I guess having a name's no crime, is it? Gasparilla, Lonnie Gasparilla. Can I have my gun back now?"
"We shall see." Pendergast bobbed the beam of his light toward the bloody squirrels. "Is that what you were doing up here? Hunting?"
"I ain't hanging around the mounds for the view."
"Do you have a residence nearby, Mr. Gasparilla?"
"Ha! That's a funny one."
He jerked his head to one side.
"I'm camped over yonder."
Pendergast picked up the shotgun, broke it open, ejected the spent shells, and handed it empty to Gasparilla. "Show me, if you please." 10 minutes of walking brought them to a cottonwood grove that lined the banks of Medicine Creek. Ahead was the reddish glow of a campfire built against a clay bank. A big iron pot sat atop the fire, bubbling, smelling of onions, potatoes, and peppers. There was a greasy-looking tent, a log for a seat, an abandoned wooden door set on more logs to make a table. Gasparilla plucked the bundle of squirrels off his shoulder and dropped them on the makeshift table. Then he took out his knife and went to work, slicing one open, pulling out the guts and tossing them aside, and then, with one sharp tug, he tore off the skin. A series of swift chops took off the head, paws, and tail. A few more hacks quartered the animal, and it went into the simmering pot. The process for each squirrel took less than 20 seconds. "What are you doing here?" Pendergast asked.
"On tour," said the man.
"Tour?"
"Tool sharpening. Make 2 rounds of my territory in the warm months. Go south to Brownsville for the winter. You got it, I sharpen it. From chainsaws to combine rotors."
"How do you get around?"
"Pick up."
"Where's it parked?" Gasparilla jerked his head toward the road.
"Over there, if you want to check it out."
"I plan to."
"They know me in town. I ain't never been on the wrong side of the law. You can ask the sheriff. I work for a living, same as you."
"If, as you say, they know you in town, why do you camp out here?"
"I like a little elbow room."
"And the bare feet?"
"Huh?"
Pendergast shone his light at the man's filthy toes.
"Well, shoes are expensive."
He rummaged in a pocket, pulled out the chaw of tobacco, screwed off another piece, and shoved it in his cheek.
"What's an FBI man doing out here?"
he asked. "I imagine you could guess the answer to that question, Mr. Gasparilla." The man gave him a sidelong glance, but did not reply. "She was digging up in the mounds, wasn't she?" Pendergast asked at last. Gasparilla spat.
"Yeah."
"How long?"
"Don't know."
"Did she find anything?" He shrugged.
"It ain't the first time there's been digging in the mounds. I don't pay much attention to it. When I'm here, I only go up there to hunt. I don't mess around with the dead."
"Are there burials in the mounds?"
"So they say. There was also a massacre up there once. That's all I know and all I want to know. Place gives me the creeps. I wouldn't go up there, except that's where all the squirrels are."
"I've heard talk of some legend associated with the place. The curse of the 45s, I believe." Gasparilla said nothing, and for a long time the camp was quiet. "The murder occurred 3 nights ago, during the new moon. Did you see or hear anything?"
"Nothing."
"What were your movements that evening, Mr. Gasparilla?" Gasparilla stirred the pot with a stick.
If you're hinting that I killed that woman, then I just about figure this conversation's over, mister.
I'd say it's just begun.
Now, don't get snippy with me. I never killed nobody in my life.
Then you should have no objection to detailing your movements that day.
Well, that was my second day here at Medicine Creek. I hunted up at the mounds late that afternoon. She was there digging. I came back here at sunset, spent the night in camp.
Where was she digging, exactly?
All over. I gave her a wide berth. I know trouble when I see it.
Gasparilla gave the stew pot a last brisk stir, brought out an enameled tin bowl and a battered spoon, ladled some stew into it.
And now, mister, if you got what you're looking for, I hope you'll be about your business. I like a quiet evening.
Mr. Gasparilla, I will leave you in peace. But first, if there's anything you'd care to add, I would advise you to tell it to me now, rather than waiting for me to discover it myself. Gasparilla spat a brown rope of saliva in the direction of the creek.
I don't particularly care to get involved.
You're already involved. Either you are the murderer, or your continued presence here puts you in grave danger, one or the other. Gasparilla grunted, then asked,
Do you believe in the devil?
Why do you ask, Mr. Gasparilla?
Because I don't. As far as I'm concerned, the devil's a lot of preacher bullshit. But there is evil on this earth, Mr. FBI agent. You asked about the curse of the 45s. Well, you might as well get on home right now, because you ain't never going to get to the bottom of that. The evil I'm talking about, most of the time it's got an explanation. But some of the time, it just don't.
Smith Ludwig pulled into the parking lot of Calvary Lutheran, which was wall-to-wall with hot cars glittering in the August sun. A big placard was affixed to the front of the neat red brick church. It announced 33rd Annual Baked Turkey Supper Sociable. Another even bigger placard beside it burbled, Medicine Creek welcomes Professor Stanton Chauncey. Ludwig parked his car at the far end of the lot, got out, and walked inside. The fellowship hall of the church was jammed. Practically the entire town was there. Some were already seated, eating, while others had formed long lines to load up on mashed potatoes, gravy, and green beans. Some were even eating the turkey, although Smitty noticed, as usual, that the Grobane plant workers were nowhere to be seen in the turkey lines. In all 33 years of the Sociable's history, this was the first year that the guest of honor had not been selected from among the town's own. That in itself demonstrated the importance that Medicine Creek placed in impressing Dr. Stanton Chauncey of Kansas State University. It was Chauncey who'd decide by next Monday whether or not Medicine Creek would become the test site for several acres of genetically modified corn, or a high, shrill voice intruded on his thoughts.
Smith Ludwig, how dare you?
He turned to find Click Rasmussen at his elbow, her beehive hairdo bobbing at about the level of his shoulder.
How could it be one of us?
He turned to face her.
Now, Click, I didn't say I believe.
If you didn't believe it, then why did you print it?
Because it's my duty to report all the theories.
But Click wouldn't let him finish.
If you want to write trash, why don't you write about that FBI agent wandering about town, asking questions, poking his nose where it doesn't belong, filling your head with darn fool ideas? Let's see how he likes it.
Ludwig noticed that a hush was falling over the hall. All eyes had swiveled in the direction of the door. Instinctively, Ludwig followed suit. There, framed against the golden sky of evening, was Pendergast. The FBI agent's eyes roved the crowd before locking on Ludwig. Then he strode coolly up to him. "I'm relieved to see you, Mr. Ludwig," he said. "I know no one here but you and the sheriff, and I can't very well expect the busy sheriff to take time for introductions." A profound sinking feeling settled on Ludwig as he turned to Click Rasmussen, who was staring at Pendergast, her features pinched with displeasure.
"I'd like to introduce Mrs. Melton Rasmussen," began Ludwig.
Pendergast bowed, took her hand, and lifted it to within an inch of his lips. "A great pleasure, Mrs. Rasmussen. My name is Pendergast."
"My,"
said Click. Her hand went limp within his. Pendergast bowed again, still holding her hand. "I'm delighted to make your acquaintance." Click blushed. Melton Rasmussen, having seen the exchange from afar, abruptly arrived.
"Well, well,"
he said heartily, sticking out his hand.
"Welcome to Medicine Creek. I'm Melton Rasmussen. I realize the circumstances could be a little happier, but I think you'll find the Kansas hospitality of Medicine Creek to be just as warm as it always was."
"I have already found it so, Mr. Rasmussen," said Pendergast, shaking his hand.
"So," said Rasmussen, moving a little closer, "what's the news? Any more leads?"
"Justice never sleeps, Mr. Rasmussen."
"Well, I've got a theory of my own. Would you like to hear it?"
"I'd be delighted."
"It's that fellow camped down by the creek, Gasparilla. He's worth looking into. He's a strange one, always has been."
"Now, Mel," scolded Click, "you know he's been coming around for years, and he's never been in any kind of trouble."
"You never know when someone's going to go queer on you. Why does he camp way out there on the creek? Isn't the town good enough for him?"
The question hung in the air, unanswered. Click was staring past her husband, her mouth forming a small, perfect O. Ludwig heard a hushed murmur ripple through the assembly. There was a brief clapping of hands. He turned to see Art Ritter, the general manager of Grobane, and the sheriff escorting a man through the crowd. The man was small and thin, with a closely trimmed beard, and he wore a light blue seersucker suit.
"Ladies and gentlemen, friends and neighbors of Medicine Creek,"
Art Ritter boomed to the assembly,
"it is my great privilege to introduce this year's guest of honor, Dr. Stanton Chauncey of Kansas State University."
This was followed by thunderous applause and a few piercing whistles. Chauncey stood, nodded once at the crowd, then turned and began to converse with Ritter. "Mr. Ludwig," Pendergast said, "there's a group of gentlemen in the far corner." Ludwig looked in the indicated direction. 4 or 5 men in bib overalls were talking amongst themselves in low voices. Rather than joining in the applause, they were looking in the direction of Chauncey with narrow eyes.
"Oh, that's Dale Estrom and the rest of the Farmers' Cooperative,"
Ludwig replied.
"The last of the die-hard holdouts. They're the only ones who haven't sold out to the big farming conglomerates. Still own their own farms around Medicine Creek."
"And why don't they share in the town's good feeling?"
"The Farmers' Co-op holds no truck with genetically modified corn. They fear it'll cross-pollinate and ruin their own crops."
All around the fellowship hall, people put down their forks and turned their attention to the little man in the seersucker suit who was now speaking.
"Thank you," the man said. "My name is Dr. Stanton Chauncey. I represent the agricultural extension of Kansas State University, but of course you know that. The genetic enhancement of corn is a complicated subject and not one that I can readily elucidate in a venue such as this. It requires knowledge of certain disciplines, such as organic chemistry and plant biology, that one could not expect a lay audience to possess. However, I will attempt to impart the most rudimentary of overviews to you this afternoon."
As if of one mind, those who had gathered in the fellowship hall appeared to slump as Chauncey launched into an explanation of corn varietals so detailed that the eyes of even the most enthusiastic corn farmer glazed over. Smith Ludwig tuned out the droning voice and glanced at his watch. He had a deadline to make, and the time had come for him to go home and write up a story about this year's sociable. He said goodbye to Pendergast and made his way to the open doors of the hall. Late afternoon light illuminated the broad green lawn of the church. The heat was unbroken. He fetched a deep, slow breath, and then suddenly he froze. One by one the people around him began to do the same, staring out from the wooden doorway. There was a gasp, a low murmur. Like an electric current, the murmur began to jump from person to person, running back within the hall itself, growing in volume, until Chauncey's exegesis of variegated corn kernels came to a halt.
"What is it?" Chauncey said, stopping in mid-sentence. "What's going on?"
Nobody answered. All eyes were fixed on the horizon beyond the open doors of the hall. where against the yellow sky a lazy column of vultures wheeled in ever-tightening circles above the endless corn. When Corey Swanson pulled up to the church, about 50 people were standing on the front lawn, huddled together in groups, murmuring anxiously. Pendergast opened the passenger door and slid in as sleekly as a cat. "So where to, Special Agent?" she said, as casually as she could. Pendergast nodded toward the cornfields. "Do you see those birds? That's where we're going." A few minutes later, Corey pulled up behind the sheriff's cruiser, and Pendergast got out. "I may be a while." "I'm not coming with you?" "I'm afraid not." "No problem. I brought a book." Feeling vaguely annoyed, she watched Pendergast push his way into the corn and disappear. Somehow the idea of sitting in the car reading all alone didn't seem very appealing. There might be something out there in the corn a whole lot more interesting than anything she'd find in her book. Pendergast wasn't going to keep her away like that. She had as much right as anyone to see what was going on. She flung open the car door and headed off. It was very hot and claustrophobic in the corn. The husks rose high over her head, and as she passed by they rattled, showering her with dust and pollen. She began to wonder if this was such a good idea after all. The dust filled her nose and stung her eyes, and the moldy, papery smell made her sick. And then, quite suddenly, she broke through into a small, trampled clearing. There were the sheriff and Tad, holding flashlights and bending over something. Pendergast stood to one side, and as she entered the clearing, he turned toward her. Corey's heart gave an ugly lurch. There was something dead in the middle. But when she forced herself to look, she realized it was only a dead dog. It was brown, and so bloated with the gases of rot that its hair stood on end, making it look like a four-legged blowfish. An awful, sweetish smell hung in the still air, and there was a steady roar of flies. The sheriff turned.
"Well, Pendergast," he said in a genial voice, "looks like we got all riled up for nothing."
Then his eyes flickered over Pendergast's shoulder and landed on her. He stared at her for a few uncomfortable seconds before looking back at Pendergast. Pendergast had slipped a small light out of his own pocket and was playing its bright beam over the bloated corpse. Corey felt sick. She recognized the dog. It was a chocolate lab mutt belonging to Swede Cahill's son, a nice freckled kid of 12.
"Okay, Tad," said the sheriff, slapping his hand on the gangly deputy's shoulder. "We've seen all there is to see. Let's call it a day."
Pendergast was kneeling now, examining the dog more closely. The sheriff walked past Corey without acknowledging her, then turned at the edge of the clearing.
"Pendergast, you coming?"
"I haven't completed my examination."
"You finding anything interesting?"
There was a silence, and then Pendergast said, "This is another killing."
"Another killing? It's a dead dog in a cornfield, and we're 2 miles from the site of the Sweg homicide."
"This dog's neck has been violently broken," said Pendergast.
"Hit by a car," Hazen said. "Dragged himself out here to die. Happens all the time."
"A car wouldn't have done that to the tail."
"What tail?"
"Exactly my point." Both the sheriff and Tad directed their lights to the dog's rump. Where the tail had been, there was nothing but a ragged pink stump with a white bone at the center. "And over there," Pendergast shone his light into the corn, "I imagine you will find the footprints of the killer. Bare footprints, size 11, heading back down toward the creek, same as the footprints found at the site of the first homicide." There was a silence, and then the sheriff spoke.
"Well, Pendergast, all I can say is it's kind of a relief. Here you thought we were dealing with a serial killer. Now we know he's just some sicko, murdering a dog and cutting off the tail. Jesus Christ!"
"But you will note the difference here, Sheriff. There was no ceremony to this killing, no feeling that the corpse had been arranged en tableau."
"So?"
"It doesn't fit the pattern. But of course that simply means we're dealing with a new pattern. In fact, a new type altogether."
"A new type of what?"
"Of serial killer." Hazen rolled his eyes theatrically.
"As far as I'm concerned, we're still dealing with a single murder. A dog doesn't count."
He turned to Tad.
Call the ME and let's scoop this dog up to Garden City for an autopsy. Get the SOC boys out here to work over the site and especially take a look at any prints they find, and get the Stadies to post a guard. I want this site sealed. No unauthorized personnel. Got it?
Yes, Sheriff.
Good. And now, Pendergast, I'm hoping you will escort all unauthorized personnel from the site immediately.
Corey jumped as he abruptly shined his light on her. Sheriff, you're not referring to my assistant, are you?
Assistant? Are you referring to that juvenile delinquent standing next to you?
I am. The sheriff nodded, and when he spoke again, his voice was unnaturally mild.
I'm a patient man, Mr. Pendergast. I will say this to you, and this only. There is a limit.
In the ensuing silence, Pendergast said, Miss Swanson, would you kindly hold the flashlight while I examine the posterior of this dog? Holding her nose against the rising stench, Corey took the flashlight and aimed it at the desired spot, aware of Sheriff Hazen standing behind her, staring so hard at the back of her neck that she could feel the hairs curling. Pendergast rose and turned to the sheriff. It may seem that I have come here expressly to annoy you, but I assure you there are good reasons behind everything I do. I do hope you will continue to exercise the patience you've so admirably demonstrated already, and bear with me and my unorthodox methods, and my unorthodox assistant, a little longer. The sheriff stared hard at him.
All right. I'll leave you to Fido here. Come on, Tad. Let's go make those calls.
They turned away and disappeared into the wall of corn. As the sound of them leaving diminished, a silence descended on the site. Corey took several steps back from the stench of decay. Pendergast took the light from her and shone it back on the dog. Miss Swanson, do you know whose dog this is? Her eyes flickered unwillingly back to the bloated corpse. It's Jeff. He belonged to Andy, Swede Cahill's son. Did Jeff wear a collar? Yes. Did he normally run free? Most of the dogs in town run free, despite the leash laws. Pendergast nodded. Corey felt a sudden stab of pity. Andy Cahill was going to be heartbroken. Somebody had to tell him, and it looked like that somebody would have to be her. She certainly couldn't leave it to the sheriff or his assistant, who could be counted on to say the wrong thing. Nor did she think Pendergast was the right person to break the news to the kid. She looked up, and to her surprise found Pendergast looking at her. Yes, he said, I think it would be an act of kindness for you to break the news to Andy Cahill. How did... At the same time, Miss Swanson, you might find out in an offhand way when Andy last saw Jiff and where the dog might have been heading. You want me to play detective, in other words? Pendergast nodded. You are, after all, my assistant. Deputy Sheriff Tad Franklin rapped on the door of the big old Victorian house. It opened so quickly that he jumped. Special Agent Pendergast. Deputy Sheriff Franklin, please come in. Tad took off his hat and came into the parlor, feeling uncomfortable. The sheriff had wanted him to quietly check up on what Pendergast was up to, what the FBI agent had come up with since the dog killing the day before. But now that he was here, he felt embarrassed. He couldn't imagine any way to broach the subject without making the reason for his visit painfully obvious. You're just in time for lunch, said the agent, closing the door behind him. Not far from the front door sat two oversized suitcases, overnight express labels still affixed to the expensive-looking leather exteriors. It seemed that Pendergast was settling in for a longer stay. A light salad with antipasti, pecorino cheese, with truffled honey, baccelli, tomatoes, and rucola. Something light for a hot day. No, thanks. Tad followed Pendergast into the kitchen. In one corner, a stack of Federal Express and DHL boxes had been neatly piled halfway to the ceiling. The counter was littered with at least a dozen food packages sporting foreign-sounding names. Pendergast busied himself, quickly arranging odd-looking foods onto his plate, his movements deft and economical. Tad watched, shifting his hat from one hand to the other. "So, Deputy, I imagine you are here for a briefing?" Somehow having it stated so baldly made everything much less awkward. "Well, yes, right." The dog was named Jiff, and he belonged to Andy Cahill. My assistant will be providing me soon with the results of an interview. It appears the dog was killed that previous night. I have the results of the autopsy right here, which I just received. The C2, 3, and 4 vertebrae were actually crushed. There was no indication that any kind of machine or instrument was used, which is problematic, since if only one's hands were employed, such crushing would require considerable force. The tail appears to have been hacked off with a crude implement and removed from the scene, along with the collar and tags. I followed the bare footprints leading to and from the scene. The same corn row was used in both cases, leading away from and then back to Medicine Creek. Once in the creek, it was no longer possible to follow the tracks, so I spent the morning with Mrs. Thielander, the town administrator, acquainting myself with the local residents. I fear that this task will take much longer than I'd originally— A tremulous voice came from the rear of the house. Mr. Pendergast?" Pendergast held his finger to his lips. "Miss Krause is feeling poorly," he explained. "It wouldn't do for her to hear us talking this way." He turned and said in a louder tone, "Yes, Miss Krause." Tad saw the figure of the old woman appear in the doorway. Despite the heat, she was wearing a heavy robe over her nightgown. "Why, hello, Tad," said the old lady. "Hello, ma'am." She sat down heavily in a chair at the table. "Mr. Pendergast, would you mind pouring me a cup of that green tea of yours? I find it settles my nerves." "Delighted." Pendergast moved toward the stove. "It's just terrible, isn't it, Tad?" she said. "This killing, who could have done it? Does anyone know?" "We've got some leads we're following up," Tad replied. It was the line the sheriff always used. Miss Krause drew the robe more tightly around her throat. "I feel dreadful knowing someone like that's on the loose, and maybe even one of our own if the papers are to be believed." "Yes, ma'am." Pendergast served tea, and the room fell silent. Through the gauze curtains, Tad could see the great fields of corn stretching out toward the horizon, a monochromatic rusty yellow. "I fear for our little town," Winifred Krause was saying. "With this murderer out there, I fear for it, truly." Brushy Jim's place was an eighth section of land, fenced in with barbed wire. The plank-board two-room house stood well back from the highway, a lone cottonwood in front, offering a semblance of privacy. The house was surrounded by a sea of junked cars, abandoned refrigerators and washing machines, and other things too sunken into decrepitude to be recognizable. Like most people in Medicine Creek, Corey went out of her way to avoid meeting Brushy Jim. Yet he looked just the same as she remembered, a mass of pale red hair and beard that sprouted from his entire face, leaving nothing visible but two beady black eyes, a pair of lips, and a patch of forehead. He was well over 50, but with all the hair managed to look a decade younger. He gripped the post on his front porch and peered at them suspiciously. Pendergast strode toward him.
"Just hold it right there,"
Brushy Jim called out.
"and state your business now."
Pendergast halted. "I understand you are Mr. James Draper, great-grandson of Isaiah Draper?" At this, Brushy Jim straightened slightly.
"And?"
"My name is Pendergast. I'm interested in learning more about the Medicine Creek Massacre of August 14th, 1865, of which your great-grandfather was the lone survivor." The mention of the massacre wrought a dramatic change in Brushy Jim's countenance. The suspicious glare in his eyes softened somewhat. He stood there a moment, looking at the two of them. Then he nodded his head.
"Well, you might as well come in."
They followed Brushy Jim into the stuffy confines of his house. There were few windows, and it was dark. A house crammed full of shadowy objects. It smelled of taxidermy gone bad.
"Sit down and have a Coke."
The refrigerator threw out a rectangle of welcome light as Brushy Jim opened it. Corey perched on a folding chair, while Pendergast took a seat on the only portion of a cowhide sofa not stacked with mouldering old books. Corey looked around uneasily. The walls were covered with old rifles, buckskins, arrowheads, and Civil War memorabilia. An entire stuffed horse, An Appaloosa, worn and moth-eaten, stood guard in one corner. Brushy Jim handed Corey and Pendergast cans of Coke.
Now, Mr. Pendergast, just what do you want to know about the massacre?
Everything. I'm a special agent for the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm here looking into the recent murder of a relic hunter named Sheila Sweg. She'd been digging in the mounds. Brushy Jim's look of suspicion returned.
What's that got to do with me?
I understand that the history of the mounds and the Medicine Creek Massacre are intertwined, along with something I've heard referred to locally as the Curse of the 45s. And as you may have heard, a large number of Southern Cheyenne arrows were found arranged with Sheila Sweg's body. They date to around the time of the massacre. Brushy Jim fell into silence, his brow furrowed with thought. Mr. Draper? Pendergast prompted at last. For another moment Brushy Jim was still. Then, with a slow shake of his head, he began his story.
Before the Civil War, southwestern Kansas was completely unsettled. Just Cheyenne and Arapaho, Pawnee and Sioux. The only white folks were those passing through on the Santa Fe Trail. But settlement was rolling this way from the frontier, which at that time was eastern Kansas. When the Civil War broke out, all the soldiers went off, leaving the territory defenseless. The settlers had been brutalizing the Indians, and now it was payback time. There was a whole string of Indian attacks along the frontier. Then, when the Civil War ended, a lot of soldiers came back, armed and bitter. They'd seen war, Mr. Pendergast. That kind of violence can do something to a man. It can damage the mind.
Brushy Jim paused, cleared his throat.
So they came back here and began forming vigilante groups to push the Indians west so they could take the land. There was a group formed over in Dodge called the 45s. 45 men it was, some of the worst dregs of humanity. Murderers and crooks pushed out of settled towns farther east. My great-grandfather was just a boy of 16, barely in long pants, and he got sucked into it.
Brushy Jim took a noisy sip of his Coke.
Anyway, in June of 65, the 45s went on a rampage, heading down the creeks south of the Canadian and Cimarron and into the Oklahoma Panhandle. They were hardened men, tough, survivors of the very worst sort, but they were also cowards. They waited until the warriors had gone off on the hunt and then attacked Indian settlements at night, killing mostly women and children. They showed no mercy, Mr. Pendergast. My great-grandfather was sickened by what he saw. Raping and killing women and cutting up babies wasn't his idea of becoming a man. He wanted to leave the group, but with the Indians all riled up, it would have been certain death to peel off and try to get home alone. So he had to go along. One night they got drunk and beat hell out of him 'cause he wouldn't join in the fun. Busted a few ribs. That's what saved his life in the end, those broken ribs. Toward the middle of August they'd rampaged through a half-dozen Cheyenne camps and driven the rest of them north and west, out of Kansas. Or so they thought, anyways. They were returning to Dodge when they came through here, Medicine Creek. It was the night of August 14th they camped up at the mounds. It's the highest point of land here. You could see for miles around. They posted pickets, like always. 4 sentries at the compass points, a quarter-mile from camp. Sun was setting, and the wind had kicked up. A front was coming in, and the dust was a-blowing. My great-grandfather had those broken ribs, and they'd laid him down in a little holler right there behind the mounds, maybe 100 yards away. With the broken ribs he couldn't set up, see, and the dust at ground level was just about driving him crazy. So they put him in this little brush shelter out of the wind. I guess they felt sorry for what they'd done to him. Just as the sun was setting and the men were getting ready to eat dinner, it happened. There was a sound of beaten hooves right on top of them. 30 warriors on white horses came out of the dust. The Indians were all duded up with masks and feathers and rattles, and they came howling, arrows flying. right out of nowhere, surprised the hell out of the 45s. Made a couple of passes and killed them all, every last man. The sentries saw nothing. They hadn't seen any sign of riders approaching, hadn't heard a sound. The sentries, Mr. Pendergast, were the last to be killed. Now, that's just the opposite of what usually happens if you know your Western military history. It weren't no cakewalk for the Cheyennes, though. The 45s were tough men and fought back hard and killed at least a third of the attackers and a bunch of their horses. My great-grandfather saw the whole thing from where he was lying. After killing their last man, the Indians rode back into the huge clouds of dust. Disappeared, Mr. Pendergast. And when the dust cleared, there were no Indians, no horses, just 44 white men, dead and scalped. Even the Indians' dead warriors and horses had vanished. A patrol of the 4th Cavalry picked up my great-grandfather 2 days later near the Santa Fe Trail. He took 'em back to the site of the massacre. They found the blood and piles of rotting guts from the Indian horses, but no bodies or fresh graves. There were hoof prints all around the hilltop, but nowhere else. No tracks went beyond where the sentries had been killed. There were some Arapaho scouts with the 4th, and they were so terrified at the lack of tracks coming and going that they began wailing that these were ghost warriors and refused to follow the trail. There was a big uproar, and several more Cheyenne villages were burned by the cavalry for good measure, but most folks were glad the 45s were gone. They were a bad bunch.
He took another sip and dramatically clunked down his can.
And in all the time since, no one has ever solved the mystery of the ghost warriors and the Medicine Creek Massacre.
Pendergast nodded. And your great-grandfather, Mr. Draper, how was it that he managed to see everything in the middle of a dust storm?
Well, when you get a dust storm in these parts, sometimes it blows on and off like.
I see. And lying in a hollow, covered with brush, at least 100 yards downhill from the camp, in a dust storm, he was able to see all that you just described in such vivid detail? The ghost warriors appearing and disappearing as if by magic? Brushy Jim's eyes flashed dangerously.
I ain't selling you anything, Mr. Pendergast. I'm just telling you the story as it came down to me.
Then you have a theory, Mr. Draper? A personal opinion, perhaps? Or do you really think it was ghosts? There was an electric moment in which nobody moved. Then Brushy Jim softened.
Mr. Pendergast, it appears you've smoked me out. No, I don't think those Indians were ghosts. If you go out to the mounds, it's hard to see now with all the trees, but there's a long, gentle fold of land that comes up from the creek. A group of 30 Cheyenne could come up that fold, hidden from the sentries if they walked their horses. The setting sun would have put them in the shadow of the mounds. They could have waited below for the dust to come up, mounted real quick, and rode in. That would explain the sudden hoofbeats, and they could have left the same way, packing out their dead and erasing their tracks.
What about the dead Cheyenne horses? How did they vanish, in your opinion?
I thought about that, too. When I was young, I saw an 80-year-old Lakota chief butcher a buffalo in less than 10 minutes. A buffalo's a damn sight bigger than a horse. Indians ate horse meat. They could have butchered the horses and packed the meat and bones out with their dead or hauled them out by travoy. They left the guts behind, you see, to lighten the loads. And maybe there weren't more than 2 or 3 dead Cheyenne horses anyway. Maybe great-granddaddy Isaiah exaggerated just a little when he said a dozen of their horses had been killed.
Perhaps, Pendergast said, and I thank you for a most informative story. But what does the story of the massacre have to do with the curse of the 45s that you mentioned? Brushy Jim licked his lips. Then he leaned forward.
All right, then. You know how I said that the sentries were among the last to be killed?
Pendergast nodded again.
The very last to be killed was a fellow named Harry Beaumont. He was the leader of the 45s, and a real hard case, too. The Indians were furious at what had been done to their women and children, and they punished Beaumont for it. They didn't just scalp him. They rounded him.
I'm not familiar with that term.
Well, let's just say that they did something to Harry Beaumont that would make sure none of his family recognized him in the afterlife. And after they were done, they cut off his boots and skinned off the soles of his feet so his spirit couldn't follow them. Then they buried the boots on either side of the mounds as a backup, like, to trap his evil spirit there forever.
I see. And the curse?
Different people will tell you different things. Some say Beaumont's ghost still haunts the mounds, looking for his missing boots. Some say still worse things that I'd just as soon not repeat in front of a lady, if it's all the same to you. But the one thing I can tell you for sure is that right before he died, Beaumont cursed the very ground around him, cursed it for all eternity. My great-granddaddy was still hidden in the hollow, and he heard him with his own ears. He was the only living witness.
I see. Pendergast rose. Thank you, Mr. Draper, for a most interesting history lesson. Brushy Jim stood.
Not a problem.
They said their goodbyes. As Corey drove back to town, Pendergast fell into silence, eyes closed, deep in thought. Willie Stott moved across the slick concrete floor, sweeping the hot mixture of bleach and water back and forth, propelling stray gizzards, heads, crests, guts, and all the other poultry effluvia, collectively known as jibs by the line workers, toward the huge stainless steel sink in the floor below the evisceration area. With the expertise of years, Stott flicked his hose hand left and right, teasing everything into a long, bloody rope before giving it one final signature blast that propelled it down the drain with a wet swallow. Work complete, he switched off and racked the nozzle. It was 10:15, and the last of the second shift had left hours before. He felt the comforting pressure in his back pocket from the pint bottle of old Grandad. As a reward for finishing, he slipped out the flask, unscrewed the cap, and emptied it. But the wagon wheel would be open for another 30 minutes if he hit the road. He racked up the last of the cleaning equipment, said goodbye to the night watchman, then walked into the deserted employee parking lot where his dusty car sat beneath a light all alone. He got in and started his car, an old AMC Hornet. The engine turned over, coughed, died. He swore, waited, turned the key again. This time the engine caught. He gave the accelerator a few revs and then put the thing into drive. With its habitual clank of protesting metal, the car moved forward. Wagon wheel, here we come. A warm feeling invaded him as he thought of another pint, another pull, just something to see him back to Elmwood Acres, the sad little mini-development where he lived on the far end of town. The lights of the Grobane plant flashed past, and then Stott was humming along in the darkness, two walls of corn blurring past on either side. Suddenly the engine clanked again, more ominously than before, and then, with a wheeze and cough, it went dead. "Shit!" Willie Stott muttered. The old Hornet glided to a stop along the road. Stott put it in park and turned the key, but there was nothing. The car was dead. "Shit!" he cried again, slamming the wheel. Silence and darkness surrounded him. Whatever had happened in his car just now sounded pretty fucking final, and he didn't even have a flashlight to look under the hood. He checked his watch. 20 minutes until the wagon wheel closed. It was about a mile. He could still make it on foot if he walked fast. Then, hand on the door handle, he paused, thinking about the recent murder. Yeah, right. 5 billion acres of corn and some nutcase is lying in wait, right between here and the wagon wheel. Muggy night air flowed in as he opened the door. Christ, 20 minutes to 11, and it was still hot as bejesus. He walked fast, lanky legs eating up the road. The warm glow of yellow light in the wagon wheel, The long wooden bar, the bottles and glasses glistening on their shelves before the mirror, the images propelled his legs. Suddenly he stopped. He thought he'd heard a rustling in the corn to his right. Some animal, coon, probably. Or maybe his imagination. He waited a moment, listening, but all was silent again. He resumed walking, this time moving to the center of the road. And then he heard the sound again, closer now, close enough to be recognized. It was the rustle of someone brushing through the dry corn. He peered to his right, trying to see, but he could only see the tops of the corn against the faint sky. The rest was a wall of darkness. Then, as he stared, he saw a single cornstalk tremble against the sky. What was it? Deer? Coyote? "Ha!" he cried, shooing his hands in the direction of the sound. His blood froze at the reply. It was a grunt, human, yet not human. "Ma!" came the sound.
Who the hell is that?
No sound now.
Fuck you!
Said Stott, quickening his pace and veering to the other side of the road.
I don't know who the hell you are, but fuck you!
There was a rustling sound of someone moving through the corn, faster now, keeping pace with him.
Ma!
Stott began to jog along the far side of the road. The rustling in the corn kept pace. The voice, the strange gasping voice, rose in volume and insistence.
Ma! Ma!
Now Stott broke into a run. There was a corresponding crashing in the corn to his right. He could see against the faintest sky the tops of the corn alongside the road thrashing and snapping. And then he saw what he thought was a dark shape coming out of the corn, very fast, first moving parallel to him, then angling closer. In a second, some atavistic instinct drove Willie Stott to jump the ditch on the left side of the road and crash headlong into the corn. As the tall ears swallowed him up, he glanced back for only a second. As he did so, he saw a large, dark shape scuttling across the road behind him at a terrible speed. Stott crashed through the next row and the next, forcing himself as deeply as possible into the dark, suffocating corn, gasping out loud. But always he heard the crash of dry ears being trampled behind him. He took a 90-degree angle and ran down a row, thinking of nothing except planting one foot before the other. Behind him now, he could hear the loud slapping of feet against the earth, and with each step, a rhythmic grunt. Christ, it was getting closer. He swerved desperately, crashing through another row, still running. He heard an echoing crash behind him as the pursuer broke through the row, following him, closing in.
Leave me the fuck alone!
He screamed. He swerved, crashed through yet another row, swerved, veered back. Then he felt something grab his hair, something horribly strong. He tried to jerk his head away, the sudden pain awful, but the grip held fast. The thing was now almost on top of him. He could feel his scalp begin to separate from his skull. And then he felt a sudden vice-like grip on the back of his neck, a brutal twist and snap, and suddenly it seemed as if he had left the ground and was flying up into the dark sky, while a triumphant voice screamed. Smith Ludwig had a pretty good idea what Art Ritter and the sheriff wanted to talk to him about. Well, tough. He'd already written the story about the dog, and it was going to run that very afternoon. He pushed through the double doors of Candlepin Castle into a blast of icy air, and was greeted by silence. At this time of the morning, the alleys were dark, the racking machines mute. At the far end of the alley, he could see the lights of the Castle Club, where every morning Art Ritter held court with his paper and his breakfast. Ludwig approached the corner table, where Ritter and Sheriff Hazen were seated. Ritter caught sight of Ludwig, rose with a big smile, held out his hand, and guided the reporter into a chair.
"Smitty, good of you to come."
"Sure, Art." The sheriff had not risen, and now he simply nodded through a wash of cigarette smoke.
"Today's an important day," Ritter said. "Dr. Stanton Chauncey will be joining us in 15 minutes. I'm going to show him the town."
There was a short pause.
"We don't have much time, Smitty, so I'll be direct. Here's the deal. You know this guy Chauncey is looking for a place to put in an experimental cornfield for Kansas State? It's either us or Deeper. Deeper's got a motel. Deeper's got 2 gas stations.
Deeper's 20 miles closer to the interstate. Okay? So you might ask, where's the contest? Why us? You following me?
Ludwig nodded.
We've got something Deeper doesn't. We've got isolation.
He paused dramatically.
No hotel, no big mall, closest radio and television station 100 miles away. In short, this is the world's lousiest place to organize a protest. Of course, Dale, Estrom, and the Farmers' Co-op aren't too pleased about it, but they're just a few, and I can handle them. You following me?
Ludwig nodded.
But now we've got a small problem. We've got a son-of-a-bitch wacko running around. He's killed a person, killed a dog, and God knows what the hell else he's up to. Right when Stanton Chauncey is in town to see if Medicine Creek is the right place to site these fields. And we want to show him it is a good place. A calm, law-and-order town. Sure, he's heard about the murder, but he figures it's just some random, one-time thing. He's not concerned. And I want him to stay that way. So I need your help.
Ludwig waited.
Take a break from these goddamn articles about the killing. Okay, it happened. Now take a breather, and whatever you do, for Christ's sake, don't do a story on the dead dog.
That story qualifies as news,
Ludwig said, but his voice cracked when he said it. Ritter smiled, laid a big hand on Ludwig's shoulder.
I'm asking you, Smitty, as a favor, to just take a few days off from the story. Just while Chauncey is here. He's announcing his decision on Monday. Just save it up and publish it when the guy leaves. Tuesday morning. You following me?
Just then the sheriff's radio crackled to life. Hazen pulled it off his belt and pressed the receive button. Ludwig could hear Tad's voice.
Willie Stott's wife says he didn't come home last night.
The sheriff rolled his eyes.
Checked with Swede at the wagon wheel. He's probably sleeping it off in the back room again.
Yes, sir. The sheriff left, and then, as if on cue, Dr. Stanton Chauncey materialized at the far end of the bowling alley. Ritter rose and hurried off to greet him. Ludwig smiled. Screw Ritter, he thought. I have a paper to publish. The dog story would stay. Corey Swanson raised the big iron knocker and let it drop once, twice. The soft creak of footsteps, then Pendergast appeared at the door. "Miss Swanson," he said. "Punctual, very punctual. We, on the other hand, are running late. I must admit to a certain difficulty adjusting to the early dinner hour of this town." Corey followed him into the dining room, where the remains of what looked like an elaborate dinner could be seen beneath the glow of candles. Winifred Krauss sat at the head of the table, wiping her mouth primly with a lace napkin. "Please sit down," said Pendergast. "Coffee or tea?" "No, thanks." Pendergast disappeared into the kitchen, coming back with a funny-looking metal teapot. He filled 2 cups with a green liquid, handing one to Winifred and keeping the other himself. He settled into his chair, his hands clasped together. "Now, Miss Swanson, I understand you've completed your interview with Andy Cahill?" Corey shifted uncomfortably in her chair. She felt a little awkward giving her report in front of Winifred Krauss. Well," she began haltingly, "I went to Andy's house yesterday evening. He'd been out of town, a 4-H trip to the state fair. I told him his dog had died, but I didn't say how. I kind of let him assume it was hit by a car. He was pretty upset. He loved that dog, Jif. He said that 2 days ago Jif, took a dump on the living room rug, and Mrs. Cahill, who's kind of a bitch, got pissed off and kicked Jif out of the house and made Andy clean up the mess. Andy had wanted to take Jif to the vet, but his mom didn't want to pay for it. Anyway, that was the last he ever saw his dog." She glanced over at Winifred and noticed her face was all pinched up. "What time was this?" Pendergast asked. 7 o'clock in the evening?" Pendergast nodded, tenting his fingers. "Where do the Cahills live?" "About a mile north of town." Pendergast nodded. "And Jif was wearing his collar when he was ejected from the house?" "Yes." "Excellent work," Pendergast said. "Any news on the missing William Stott?" "No," said Corey. "They've got a search going. I heard they were bringing a plane down from Dodge City." Pendergast rose from the table, strolled to the window, folded his hands behind his back, and looked out over the endless corn. "Do you think he was murdered?" asked Corey. Pendergast continued looking out over the corn. "I've been keeping an eye on the avian fauna of Medicine Creek," he said. "For example, do you see that vulture?" Corey drew up to his side. She could see nothing. There. Then she saw it, a lone bird silhouetted against the orange sky. "Those turkey vultures are always flying around," she said. "Yes, but a minute ago it was riding a thermal, as it had been doing for the past hour. Now it's flying upwind." "So? It takes a great deal of energy for a vulture to fly upwind. They only do it under one circumstance." He waited, staring intently out the window. "Now observe. It's made its turn. It sees what it wants." Pendergast turned toward her quickly. "Come," he murmured. "We don't have any time to lose. We must get to the site, just in case, you understand, before the state trooper legions descend and ruin everything." He turned toward Winifred and said in a louder voice, "Excuse us, Miss Krause, for the suddenness of our departure." The old lady rose, her face white. "Oh, not another—" "It could be anything." She sat down again, wringing her hands. "Oh, dear." 5 minutes later, Corey was nosing the gremlin down the narrow, rutted track that was known locally as the Power Line Road. Ahead, the vulture had been joined by a couple of others, and they were now circling slowly, lazily. "Here," said Pendergast. Corey stopped and they got out. The vultures rose in the sky, apprehensive at their presence. Pendergast began to stride swiftly into the corn, and Corey moved into step behind him. Abruptly he stopped. "Miss Swanson, we may well find something in the corn rather more disturbing than a dead dog." Corey nodded. "If you wanted to wait in the car—" Corey fought to keep her voice sounding calm. "I'm your assistant, remember?" Pendergast nodded. "Very well. Touch nothing. Walk where I walk. Follow my instructions precisely." "Understood." He turned and began slipping through the rows of corn, silently and swiftly. Corey followed behind, struggling to keep up. And then, suddenly, Pendergast stopped. Ahead, the rows of corn had been broken and swept aside, forming a small clearing. Corey froze at the agent's side, the sudden shock rooting her in place. The light was dim, but not dim enough to spare her any of the horror that lay splayed in front of them. The body was naked, splayed on its back, arms thrown wide, legs apart. The skin was an unreal, artificial grayish white. There was a sticky sheen to everything. The corpse looked loose, somehow, as if the skin and flesh were liquefying, coming off the bones. The skin of the face was hanging loose, separating from the jaw and teeth. Flesh was sagging and splitting at the shoulder, and white bone could be seen poking through. An ear lay on the ground, misshapen and slimy, completely detached from the body. The other ear was missing entirely. Corey felt her throat constrict. Her nose filled with the odor of something like spoiled ham. She turned away, closed her eyes briefly, consciously slowed her breathing. Then she turned back. Pendergast had moved ahead and was kneeling in the center of the clearing, completely engrossed. The body was completely hairless. The masculine sexual organs had also fallen off, although it looked as though an effort had been made to reattach them, or at least arrange them in the right place. Corey had seen Stott around town, but if this was the body of the skinny drunk who ran the clean-up detail at Grobane, there was no way to know. It didn't even look human. It was as bloated as a dead pig. As the initial shock and horror began to ebb, she noticed other things about the site. Here and there, ears of corn had been arranged into strange geometrical shapes. There were a couple of objects fashioned in an extremely crude way out of corn husks. They might be bowls, or cups, or something else entirely. Corey could not be sure. All of a sudden she became aware of a loud droning sound directly overhead. She looked up. A small plane was circling the site, flying low. "The search plane from Dodge," Pendergast said. "The sheriff will be here in 10 minutes, and the state police shortly thereafter." "Oh." She could hardly work her mouth. Pendergast was holding his small flashlight in one hand. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Can you hold this light?"
"I think so."
"Excellent." Corey held her nose, took in a deep breath. Then she took the light, directed the beam as Pendergast indicated. A test tube had appeared out of Pendergast's suit coat, and now the agent was kneeling, putting invisible things into it with a pair of tweezers. Then another test tube appeared, and another, specimens going deftly into each one. He worked swiftly, moving around the body in ever narrower circles, every now and then murmuring low instructions about the placement of the light. She could already hear the faint siren of the sheriff's car drifting over the corn. More quickly now, Pendergast was going over the body bit by bit, his face inches from the skin, plucking off something here, something there. The siren got louder and louder, then finally stopped. From beyond the fastness of the corn, she heard a door slam, then another. Pendergast straightened up. All the paraphernalia had vanished almost miraculously into the folds of his well-pressed black suit. "Step back, please," he said. They withdrew to the edge of the clearing just as the sheriff arrived, followed by his deputy. There were more sirens now, and the sound of radios blaring in the corn.
"So it's you, Pendergast,"
said the sheriff, coming over.
"When'd you get here?"
"I'd like permission to examine the site."
"Huh, as if you haven't already, I'll bet. Permission denied until we've completed our own examination."
Now more men were crashing through the corn, state troopers and grim-looking men in blue suits whom Corey guessed were members of the Dodge City Homicide Squad.
"Set up a perimeter here," bawled the sheriff. "Tad, lay out some tape."
He turned back to Pendergast.
"You can stand behind the tape like the others and wait your turn."
Corey was surprised at Pendergast's reaction. He seemed to have lost all interest, wandering aimlessly off into the corn. Corey followed. She stumbled once, then twice, and realized that the shock was still heavy upon her. Suddenly Pendergast stopped again between two rows of corn. He took his flashlight gently from Corey and pointed it at the ground. Corey peered, but could see nothing. "You see these marks?" Pendergast murmured. Sort of. They're footprints. Bare footprints. They seem to be heading down toward the creek." Pendergast switched off the light. "You've done and seen more than enough for one day, Miss Swanson. I'm very grateful for your help." He glanced at his watch. "It's 8:30. Still early enough for you to get home without danger. Go back to your car, go straight home, and get a good rest. I'll continue here on my own." "But what about driving you?" "I'll get a ride back with one of those fine, eager young policemen over there." As she turned to go, he spoke again. "One last thing, Miss Swanson." "Yes?" "When you get home, be sure to lock your house up tight. Agreed?" She nodded, then turned again, making her way quickly through the corn. Shading his light carefully, Pendergast followed the bare prints into the darkness of the cornfield. The tracks were now quite distinct in the dry dirt between the rows of corn. As he walked, the field began to slope ever so slightly down toward the creek, and the noise of the crime scene fell away. Pendergast slipped his hand into his jacket and removed his less bare custom .45. Carefully hooding his light, he examined the footprints again. They led straight toward Gasparilla's camp, no more than a few hundred yards away. The agent crept forward with excruciating slowness. Ahead all was dark. There was no fire, no light. When he was within 100 yards of the camp, he turned off the tiny ray of light and approached blindly. The camp was silent. And then he heard it, a faint, almost indiscernible sound. He froze. A minute passed. There it was again, louder now, a long, drawn-out sigh. Pendergast left the trail and circled around to the right of the camp. As he approached the downwind sector, he smelled no smoke or food. There wasn't even a glow from a dying pile of coals. and yet there was definitely someone or something in the camp. The sound of exhaled air again, wet, labored, almost a wheeze, yet there was something strange about it, crude, animalistic, not quite human. Careful to make no sound, Pendergast raised his gun. Gasparilla, or whatever was making the noise, was no more than 50 feet away. The darkness was absolute. Pendergast could see nothing. All his senses were on the highest alert, straining to determine whether or not anything was moving toward him. Pendergast snapped on the light and squeezed the grip of his pistol simultaneously, activating the laser sight. The beam of the flashlight illuminated a human being lying on his back in the dirt, staring upward with huge bloodshot eyes. His face and head were completely covered in blood. The red dot of the laser jitterbugged across the hideous face for a moment. Then Pendergast holstered the gun and took a step forward. Gasparilla? The face jerked back and forth, the mouth opened, blowing a bloody bubble of saliva. In a moment Pendergast was kneeling over the man. It was unquestionably Gasparilla. Pendergast moved the flashlight across his face. All of the man's glossy black hair and heavy beard were gone. Ripped out along with the scalp, the margins of flesh showed the cut marks of some crude implement, perhaps a stone knife. Pendergast quickly examined the rest of his body. It seemed intact. Gasparilla grunted, heaving upward. The eyes were wild, insane. He blew a spray of bloody saliva. Pendergast bent closer. "It's all right now." The eyes roved wildly, unable to fix on Pendergast or anything else. Pendergast took his hand. "I'm going to take care of you. We'll get you out of here." He leaned back, flashed the light around. There was the place of attack, 40 feet away to the north of the camp. There was the scuffle, the riot of footprints mingling with Gasparilla's own. Pendergast stood now and approached the spot, licking the flashlight across the ground. There was the spot where Gasparilla had fallen, and from where he had dragged himself, in rolling fits across the dirt. And there, on the far side of camp, were the footprints of the killer in the wet sand, well defined, heading into the creek. The killer carrying away his trophies. The sand told the story. Pendergast turned back and looked deeply into the wildly roving eyes, which revealed nothing but the sheerest terror. There would be no answers from Gasparilla. Not now, and maybe not ever. Sheriff Hazen moved toward the bright end of the lab, scrubs rustling. The medical examiner was there, and standing beside him was Pendergast. The FBI agent had been right. It was a serial killer. And he was probably right that the killer was local. Hazen couldn't believe it, hadn't wanted to believe it. But now, in the wake of this new killing, he was forced to admit things did point to a local killer. "Ah, Sheriff Hazen, good to see you." The M.E. McHyde nodded politely. "Sheriff Hazen?" said Pendergast, giving a little nod of recognition. "Morning, Pendergast." The body lay covered on the gurney. They went through the preliminaries, each one giving their names and titles for the video recorder. The M.E. grasped the cloth and slowly, carefully, raised the sheet. And there was Stott, bloated, the flesh literally falling off the bones. Hazen had seen dead bodies in his time, but they sure as hell hadn't looked like this. The skin had split across the breastbone and drawn back from the fatty flesh, as if it had shrunk. It had also split on the hips and across the face. Melted fat had dripped out in several places and run into little pools in the gurney, where it had congealed white and hard under refrigeration. There seemed to be a piece missing from the body. Yes, a ragged chunk torn away from the left thigh, the teeth marks still visible. The M.E. began to speak. "We have here the body identified as that of William LaRue Stott, a white male, 32 years old." He droned on for the benefit of the camera, detailing his findings from a preliminary examination done that morning. Then he moved on to note what he termed several important anomalies. "The first thing I noticed was the lack of insect activity on the body,
and the fact that decomposition had barely initiated, despite the fact that the victim has been deceased for at least 18 hours in temperatures not less than 95 degrees and in full sun for no less than 12 hours. The second anomaly is more obvious. As can be seen, the flesh at the extremities has begun to separate from the bone. It is most pronounced here, around the face, hands, and feet. The nose and lips almost appear to have melted. Both ears were missing. One was recovered at the scene. There is a preponderance of a sebaceous, tallow-like substance consistent with melting and subsequent cooling. The hair and scalp are gone, evidently removed post-mortem and post-processing, and the fatty tissue appears to have partially liquefied. All these and a whole suite of other anomalous characteristics can be explained by one simple fact only. He paused and drew in some air. The body was boiled. For a minute Hazen couldn't quite grasp it. Boiled? The body was apparently immersed in water, brought to a boil, and left in that state for at least 3 hours, probably more. The autopsy and some biochemical workups will pin down the duration a little more precisely. Suffice to say, the boiling was long enough to cause the separations you see here at the maxilla and mandible. And here, on the foot, you will note that most of the toenails are actually missing, and on the hand here, the fingernails are likewise all missing, and the left, second, and third digits missing down to the medial metacarpals. Hazen looked on with increasing disbelief. But, look, to boil a body like that would take days. Wrong, Sheriff. Once the temperature overall reaches 100 degrees centigrade, an elephant will cook just as fast as a chicken. Cooking, you see, is essentially a process of breaking down the quaternary structure of the protein molecule through the application of heat.
I get the picture,
Hazen said. The missing digits were not recovered at the scene of the crime, said Pendergast. Therefore one must assume they became separated at the time of boiling.
That is a reasonable assumption. In addition, you will note what appear to be severe rope burns on the wrists and ankles. It suggests to me that the, boiling might have started pre-mortem.
This was too frigging much. Hazen felt his little world spinning out of control. Upstairs in the hospital lay Gasparilla, an eccentric but harmless old coot, with all the hair scalped from his head, his chin, and his upper lip. And here downstairs lay the second victim, boiled alive, no less. And he was looking at a hometown mass murderer who went around in bare feet, hacked and scalped his victims, and arranged them like a creche.
"Where is someone going to get a pot big enough to boil a body in?" he asked. "And wouldn't someone have smelled it cooking?"
He found Pendergast's cool grey eyes settling on him. 2 excellent questions, Sheriff, suggesting 2 fruitful routes of inquiry.
And now, the M.E. went on, I direct your attention to the 8-centimeter diagonal tear on the left thigh. A gross examination of this spot clearly reveals teeth marks. This body has been partially eaten.
Dogs? Hazen could barely get the question out.
I don't believe so, no. The dentition pattern is definitely human.
Hazen looked away again. When he finally raised his eyes, he found that Pendergast was now bending over the corpse, his face not 3 inches from the bloated, mottled skin. "May I palpate?" Pendergast asked, holding out a finger. The M.E. nodded. Pendergast began prodding the corpse with his finger, then rubbing his fingertip across the corpse's arm, his face. He then looked at his finger, rubbed it against his thumb, smelled it. This was too much. Hazen looked back down at the tiled floor. "The skin of the body seems to have been coated in some oleaginous substance," Pendergast said, "different from the liquefaction of human fat caused by the boiling. It almost seems as if the body has been coated deliberately. I'd recommend a series of chemical assays to determine the exact type of fats or fatty acids present."
"We will take all that into consideration, Agent Pendergast?"
Pendergast was staring intently at the body. "In addition, I note a second substance on the skin. I would suggest testing for the presence of C12H22O11.
"You can't possibly mean—"
The M.E. stopped abruptly. "I'm afraid so," said Pendergast. The body, it appears, has been buttered and sugared. Corey Swanson stood by the side of the road and watched as Pendergast pulled pieces of an odd-looking machine out of the trunk of her car and began screwing them together. "You really like to keep people in the dark, don't you?" she said. Pendergast screwed the last piece into place, examined the machine, and turned it on. There was a faint rising hum. "I beg your pardon?" "What are you going to do with that thing?" Pendergast switched the machine off. "Today we're going to investigate the so-called Ghost Warrior Massacre up at the Mounds." "Well, that looks more like a metal detector than some kind of ghost-busting machine to me." Pendergast shouldered the machine and began to walk up the dirt track that led through the low scrub toward the creek. He spoke over his shoulder. "Speaking of ghosts, do you?" "Do I what?" "Believe in them?" She snorted. "You don't really think there's some scalped, mutilated corpse wandering around up there looking for his boots or whatever?" She waited for an answer, but none came. Within minutes they entered the shade of the trees. Another few minutes brought them to the mounds themselves. Pendergast paused to turn on the machine. Corey watched as he slipped a wire out of his pocket, a little orange flag attached to one end, and stuck it in the ground at his feet. From another pocket he took a thing that looked like a cell phone and started fiddling with it. "What's that?" "A GPS unit." Pendergast jotted something down in his leather notebook, and then, with the circular magnetic coil of the metal detector inches from the ground, began to slowly walk north, sweeping the coil back and forth. Corey followed him. The metal detector squawked sharply. Pendergast quickly dropped to his knees. He began scraping the soil with a palette knife, and within moments he had uncovered a copper arrow point. "Wow," said Corey. Without even thinking, she knelt by his side and reached down to pull it up, but Pendergast stayed her hand. The notebook and GPS reappeared. Pendergast jotted some more notes. He placed another little flag at the spot, and then continued on. They walked for perhaps 200 yards, Pendergast sweeping as they went. More squawks, more arrow points, a few lead bullets, a rusted knife, pop-tops. It amazed Corey at how much junk there was under the ground. Then they returned to their point of origin and headed in another cardinal direction. Pendergast swept on, frowning, as if disturbed by what he was finding. "Okay," said Corey. "I'm stumped. What does all this have to do with the killings? Unless, of course, you think the killer is the ghost of the 45er who cursed the ground for eternity or whatever." "An excellent question," Pendergast replied. "I can't say at this point if the killings and the massacre are connected, but Sheila Swegg was killed digging in these mounds, and Gasparilla spent a lot of time hunting up at these mounds. And then there's all the gossip in town that the killer is the ghost of Harry Beaumont, come back for revenge. You may recall that they cut off his boots and scalped his feet." "You don't believe that, do you?" "That the killer is the ghost of Beaumont?" Pendergast smiled. "No. But I must admit the presence of antique arrows and other Indian artifacts does suggest a connection, if only in the mind of the killer." He continued sweeping and marking. They were now on their third leg, which took them directly over one of the mounds. "So you don't have any ideas about who the killer might be?" Corey pressed. "It is what the killer is not that I find most intriguing." "I don't get it." "We're dealing with a serial killer, that much is clear. It is also clear he will keep killing until he is stopped. What I find intriguing is that he breaks the pattern. He is unlike any known serial killer." Pendergast moved ahead as he spoke, sweeping back and forth as they advanced, down the far side of the mound and into the trees beyond. "The FBI has classified serial killers into two types, organized and disorganized. Organized offenders are intelligent, socially and sexually competent. They carefully plan their killings. The victim is a stranger selected with care. Mood is controlled before, during, and after the crime. The crime scene, too, is organized, neatly controlled. The corpse of the victim is usually taken away and hidden. This type is often difficult to catch. The disorganized killer, on the other hand, kills spontaneously. He is often inadequate socially and sexually, does menial labor, and has a low IQ. The crime scene is sloppy, even random. The body is left at the crime scene. No attempt is made to conceal it. Frequently the killer lives nearby and knows the victim. The attack is frequently what is known as a blitz attack, violent and sudden, with little advance planning.
"It sounds like our killer is the organized type," said Corey.
In fact, he is not. Superficially, our killer does seem to fit the organized type, but there are some major deviations. First, there is a sexual component to virtually all organized serial killings. Even if it is not overt, it is there. These killings, on the other hand, have no sexual component whatsoever. The organized killer also follows a modus operandi which forensic behavioral scientists call ritual. The killer will often arrange the body in a ritualistic fashion. The ritual may not be obvious, but it is always there. It is part of the killing.
Well, that seems to fit our serial killer.
On the contrary, it does not. Yes, our killer performs a ritual, but here's the catch. It's a totally different ritual each time. And this killer doesn't just kill people. He kills animals. The killing of the dog is completely mystifying. There was no ritual at all involved there. It has all the earmarks of the disorganized type. He simply killed the dog and ripped off its tail. Why? And the opportunistic attack on John Gasparilla was similar. No ritual, not even an effort to kill. He just, seems to have taken what he needed, the man's hair, and gone away. In other words, these killings share elements of both organized and disorganized serial killers. This has never been seen before. He was interrupted by an explosive squawk from the metal detector. Pendergast knelt and began to scrape away the dirt. This time he did not uncover anything. He placed the metal detector directly on the spot and adjusted some dials while the machine continued shrieking in protest. "It's at least 2 feet down," he said. A trowel appeared in his hand, and he began to dig until his trowel touched something solid. A very small brush appeared in his hand, and he began to sweep dirt from the object. Corey watched over his shoulder. Something began emerging into view, old, twisted, curled up. A few more sweeps revealed it. A single cowboy boot with a hobnail sole. Pendergast lifted it out of the hole and turned it around in his hand. It had been neatly sliced down the back, as if with a knife. He looked at Corey and said, "It appears Harry Beaumont wore a size 11, does it not?" There was a shout from behind. A figure was huffing his way out of the mounds toward them, waving his hands. It was Tad, the deputy sheriff. "Mr. Pendergast!" he was calling. "Mr. Pendergast!" Pendergast rose as the lanky figure came up to them, sweating and blowing. Gasparilla, in the hospital. He's regained consciousness and... Tad paused, heaving. "And he's asking for you." Gasparilla lay in the bed, swathed like a mummy, only his black eyes and a slit for a mouth relieving the massive white swaddle of bandages. He had wires and tubes out the wazoo. All around, banks of machines ticked and blinked and chirped and buzzed like a high-tech orchestra. Pendergast strode quickly across the room and bent over the prostrate form. A bony hand shot out from underneath the covers and clutched at Pendergast's jacket. "You!" Gasparilla cried. Pendergast knelt closer. "What is it? What did you see?"
"Oh, God! That face! That face! Remember what I said about the devil?"
"Yes?" Gasparilla began thrashing, his voice gargling.
"I was wrong. None of you are safe. None of you. Now that he is here."
"What did you see?" All of a sudden, Gasparilla sat up in bed. The nasogastric tubing ripped out of position with a small spray of blood. The clawed hand went around Pendergast's neck.
"The devil! He's come! He's here! He does exist! I saw him that night, and he's a child! A child!"
Suddenly, Pendergast felt Gasparilla's arms go slack. Another alarm went off on the rack of machinery, this one a steady, loud tone. "Code!" cried the attending physician. "We've got a code here! Bring the cart!" More nurses and doctors burst into the room all at once. Pendergast stood up, disentangling himself from the now limp arms. In a moment he had been sent outside by the nurses. He waited in the hall for perhaps 15 minutes. There was the sound of furious activity within Gasparilla's room, and then he heard the machines being shut down, the alarms stopping one by one, and then blessed silence. The attending physician came up to Pendergast.
"We just couldn't stabilize the heart. A massive cardiac infarction after a long period of fibrillation."
"Any idea what caused the fibrillations to begin with?" The doctor shook his head wearily.
"It was the initial shock of whatever happened to him, not the wounds themselves, but the profound psychological shock that came with the injury, which he was unable to shake off."
"In other words, he died of fright," Pendergast said.
"That's a rather melodramatic way of putting it," the doctor said. "But yes, that's about it."
Corey Swanson pulled into the big parking lot of the bowling alley. Pendergast motioned her to precede him, and they entered the alley and made their way past the lanes to the Castle Club. Within, Chauncey, Ritter, and Hazen were seated at Ritter's usual table. The rest of the place was deserted. All three stared as they entered. Hazen rose and quickly moved forward, intercepting them in the middle of the dining room.
"Pendergast, what is it?" he said in a low voice. "We're in the middle of an important business meeting."
"Sheriff, I'm very sorry to interrupt your luncheon," the agent replied mildly. "I have a few questions for Dr. Chauncey."
"Now is not the time."
"Once again, I'm very sorry." Pendergast brushed past the sheriff, Corey following. As they approached the table, Corey noticed that Art Ritter too had risen, an angry smile frozen on his smooth, plump face.
"Ah, Special Agent Pendergast, good to see you. We'll be with you shortly. We were just finishing here with Dr. Chauncey."
"But it is Dr. Chauncey I've come to see." Pendergast held out his hand. "My name is Pendergast." He flashed his credentials. "I believe you will be leaving us tomorrow?"
"Today, actually," said Chauncey. "The announcement will be made at KSU."
"In that case, I have a few questions."
"Sorry, but I'm running late as it is. We'll have to have our chat some other time."
He stood, shrugged into his jacket. "I'm afraid that won't be possible, Dr. Chauncey." Chauncey turned and raked him with arrogant eyes.
"If this is about the killings, naturally I know nothing. If this is about the experimental field, then you are out of your jurisdiction, officer. You and your, sidekick. Now, if you'll excuse me."
When Pendergast spoke again, his voice was even milder than usual. "I determine whether or not questioning a person is relevant."
"For your information, Agent Pendergast, I am engaged in a confidential business of great importance to the agricultural extension at KSU, to Kansas, and indeed to the hungry people of the world. I will not be sucked into a local investigation of a couple of sordid murders."
He took a deep breath.
"I'll give you 10 minutes, that's all."
"Thank you, but I'll take as long as I need. My very capable sidekick will take notes. Miss Swanson?"
"What? Yeah, sure."
Corey was alarmed. Pendergast knew the only notebook she kept was the one in the car in which she kept track of her mileage. But almost as if by magic, a notebook and pen appeared in Pendergast's hand. She took them and flipped the pages, trying to look as if this was something she did every day. Ritter spoke again.
"Hazen, are you just going to stand there and let this happen? Stop this farce. This FBI agent is going to ruin everything."
Hazen's reply was quiet.
"You know very well I can't do that."
Pendergast spoke cheerfully to Chauncey. "Tell me, Dr. Chauncey, when did Medicine Creek first come up as a suggested host for the experimental field?"
"A computer analysis produced the name last year, in April."
"When did you first visit the town?"
"June."
"Did you make contact with anyone here at that time?"
"No, it was just a preliminary trip."
"What exactly did you do?"
"I had lunch at Maisie's Diner."
"And after?"
"I inspected a field owned by Buswell Agricon, the agricultural combine, who are our partners in this venture."
"Where?"
"Down by the creek."
"Where exactly by the creek?" Township 5, Range 1, the northwest quadrant of Section 9. What was involved in the inspection of these fields? How did you proceed? On foot. I took samples of earth, corn, other samples. Such as? Water, botanicals, insects, scientific samples, things you wouldn't understand, Mr. Pendergast. What day exactly was this? Scowling, Dr. Chauncey fished into his pocket, pulled out a diary, flipped the pages. June 11. And did you see anything unusual, out of the ordinary? As I've said, I saw nothing. Tell me, what exactly is this experimental field going to experiment with? We're trying to develop a strain of corn for gasohol production. We need a strain that has high starch content and that produces a natural pesticide which eliminates the need for external pesticides. Dr. Chauncey, how do you plan to prevent cross-pollination? If your genetic strain escaped into this sea of corn around us, there would be no way of putting the genie back into the bottle, so to speak. Chauncey looked disconcerted. We'll create a buffer zone. We'll plow 100-foot strip around the field and plant alfalfa. And yet, Pendergast said, Addison and Markham, in a paper published in the April 2002 issue of the Journal of Biomechanics, stated that cross-pollination by genetically modified corn had been shown to extend several miles beyond the target field. Surely you recall that paper, Dr. Chauncey? Addison and Markham, April—
I know the bloody paper. You don't have to cite it to me.
Well then, Dr. Chauncey, I ask again, how are you going to prevent cross-pollination?
That's what this whole experiment is about, Pendergast. That's the very problem we're trying to solve.
So Medicine Creek will be, in effect, a guinea pig location to test possible solutions to this problem? Chauncey looked apoplectic.
Why should I have to justify my important work to a fucking cop?
Pendergast turned to Corey. I think we're done here. Did you get it all down, Miss Swanson?
Everything, sir, right down to the fucking cop.
She slapped the notebook shut with a satisfying crack and jammed the pen into one of her leather pockets, then gave the group at the table a broad smile. Pendergast nodded, turned to go.
Pendergast,
Ritter said. Pendergast stopped. Yes?
You've disturbed our lunch and agitated our guest. Isn't there something you ought to say to him before you leave?
I don't believe so. Pendergast seemed to consider a moment. Unless, perhaps, it is a quotation from Einstein. The only thing more dangerous than ignorance is arrogance. I would suggest to Dr. Chauncey that in combination the two qualities are even more alarming. Although the sun had yet to rise, a crowd from the nearby trailer park had gathered, clad mostly in bathrobes and flip-flops. They were strangely silent. Hazen was there in the middle of the street, setting up crime scene tape, and there too was Pendergast standing off to one side. Tad had just arrived. He looked around, an uneasy feeling growing in the pit of his stomach. But there was no body, no new victim, just a lumpy, irregular splotch in the middle of the street. Sitting next to it was a canvas bag full of something.
"Get back, all of you!" Hazen shouted. "Tad, take over with this tape and get these people back."
Tad moved forward quickly, grabbing the end of the tape. As he did so, he got a much closer glance at the pile on the street. It glistened redly, pearlescent, steaming in the pre-dawn light. He looked away quickly, swallowing hard.
"All right, folks,"
Tad began, but his voice didn't sound quite right, and he stopped, swallowing once more.
"All right, folks, back up. More, please."
The crowd huddled back, silent, their faces pale in the gloom. He strung the plastic tape across the road and tied it to a tree, wrapping it several times, completing the square that Hazen had begun. He saw that Hazen was now talking to the goth, Corey Swanson. Pendergast stood beside her. She lived in the trailer park with her mother, Tad remembered.
"You heard something?"
Hazen was repeating. His voice was skeptical, but he was taking notes nevertheless. Corey was trembling, but her mouth was set in a hard line, and her eyes were bright. "It was just before 2. Something woke me up. I wasn't sure what. I went to the window, and that's when I heard the sound."
"What sound?"
"Like snuffling."
Dog?
No, more like someone with a bad cold. Hazen jotted notes.
Go on.
I had this sense there was something moving out there, right beneath my window, but I couldn't really see it. It was too dark. I turned on the light, and then I heard a different sound, like a groan.
Human?
Corey blinked. Hard to tell.
Then?
I shut my window and went back to sleep. Hazen lowered his notebook and stared at her.
You didn't think to call me or your boss?
He nodded at Pendergast. I figured it was just the sprinkler system, which goes on every night around 2. It makes weird noises. Hazen put away his notebook. He turned to Pendergast.
Some assistant you got there.
Then he turned to Tad.
All right, this is what we've got. Somebody dumped a pile of guts on the road. Looks like cow to me. There's too much there for a dog or sheep. And that sack sitting next to it is full of ears of corn, freshly picked. I want you to check around all the local stock farms, see if anyone's missing a cow, pig, any large livestock.
His eyes flitted back toward Corey before returning to Tad. He lowered his voice.
This whole thing is starting to look more and more like a cult of some kind.
Over Hazen's shoulder, Tad watched Pendergast step forward and kneel before the pile of offal. He reached forward, actually prodded at something with his finger. Then he reached over and with one finger lifted the mouth of the canvas bag. "Sheriff Hazen?" Pendergast asked without rising. Hazen was on his cell phone.
"What?"
"I would suggest looking for a missing person instead." There was a shocked silence as the implication sunk in. Hazen lowered the cell phone.
"How do you know these are—"
He couldn't quite bring himself to finish the sentence. "Cows don't normally eat what appears to be Maisie's meatloaf, washed down with a glass of beer." Hazen took a step forward and shined his light into the glistening pile.
"But why would the killer—"
He paused.
"I mean, why take a body and leave the guts behind?"
Pendergast rose, wiping his finger with a handkerchief of white silk. "Perhaps," he said grimly, "to lighten his load." It was 11 o'clock before Tad finally returned to the sheriff's office. The state troopers and Hazen, who had also been conducting searches, were there before him.
"Any luck?"
Hazen said immediately as Tad came through the door. "No."
"Damn!"
The sheriff pounded his fist on the desk.
"Yours was the last quadrant."
He shook his head.
325 people live in this town, and every damn one of them accounted for. They're canvassing deeper and the surrounding farms, but nobody's come up missing."
"Maybe it was someone passing through," Tad said weakly. "What local person would be out alone at that time of night anyway?"
"I thought of that too. But where's the car?"
"Hidden, like Sheila Swegg's?"
"We've checked everywhere. We've had a spotter plane up since 8. No hidden car, no circle, no dumped body, nothing. No footprints this time either."
"Could it have been a traveling salesman?" Tad asked.
"The Stadies are checking all the area motels."
"What about the sack of corn?"
"We're working on it. Christ, we don't know if it was left by the killer or if the victim was carrying it. But why the hell would someone be carrying a sack full of corn in the middle of the night, and each ear was tagged and numbered in some kind of weird code to boot?"
Tad sat down beside him. Hazen's square face had a gray sheen to it, like a dead piece of fish. A vein pulsed in his right temple. Suddenly, the sheriff's eyes popped wide open. It happened so fast that Tad jumped. Hazen muttered just one word.
"Chauncey!"
Around noon, in the cornfields, Hazen could see the state police teams moving. Farther down, the SOC teams were on their hands and knees, combing the sand beds along the creek for something, anything. The sheriff's radio crackled. He hoisted it.
"Hazen here. Chauncey's been missing from his hotel since yesterday."
It was Hal Brenning, state police liaison officer, down in Deeper.
"Didn't return last night. Bed wasn't slept in. He didn't tell anyone what he was doing, where he was going. Nobody up here knows anything about his itinerary." "We checked into that," Hazen replied. "Seems he had car problems, left his Saturn over at Ernie's Exxon. Insisted it be fixed that day, even though Ernie told him it was a 2-day job. Chauncey was last seen eating a late dinner at Maisie's. Never picked up the car, though. Looks like he went into the cornfields and was doing a little last-minute research on the sly, collecting and labeling ears of corn. Collecting corn? I know, insane, with a killer running loose. But this Chauncey liked to play his cards close to his vest. Probably didn't want anybody prying, asking awkward questions. Well, anyway, we're looking through Dr. Chauncey's papers now with some of Sheriff Larson's boys. Looks like he was going to make some kind of announcement today at noon. Yeah, the experimental field project which Medicine Creek wasn't going to get. Anything else? Some dean from KSU's coming down with their head of campus security. Should be here in half an hour. Hazen groaned. On top of that, we got a dust storm brewing. There's a weather advisory out for Cry County and the eastern Colorado Plains. When? Well, the leading edge could come as early as tonight. They say it might be upgraded to a tornado watch. Great. The sheriff punched the radio off, holstered it, and stalked off. It was a 10-minute walk to the spot where his cruiser and a dozen other vehicles, marked and unmarked, glittered alongside the road. And there on the gravel shoulder was Art Ritter, getting out of his idling vehicle, standing and waving. "Sheriff!" The sheriff walked over. "Hazen, I've been looking all over creation for you. I just got a call from a guy named Dean Harris up at the Agricultural Extension, KSU. He's on his way down with an entourage." "I heard." Ritter looked surprised. "You did? Well, here's something I'll bet you don't know. Chauncey was going to announce today that Medicine Creek had been awarded the experimental field." "Medicine Creek? Not deeper?" "It was going to be us all along." Hazen just stared, stupid with heat and surprise. I can't believe it." "He may have hated the town, but that didn't change the fact that it's a perfect place for their field." Ritter wiped his sweaty brow. "We're a dying town, Sheriff. My house is worth 60% what it was 20 years ago. Sooner or later the turkey plant's going to lose a shift, maybe even close down. Do you know what this field would have meant for us? Genetic engineering, Hazen. One field would have just been the beginning. There'd have been more fields, a computer center, accommodations for visiting scientists and faculty, maybe a weather station. There would have been construction opportunities, real estate opportunities, more business for everyone, work for our children. That field would have saved our town." "Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Art." "You're a fool if you don't see it. But do you think we're going to get it now? Now that their man just had his guts ripped out in the center of our town, huh?" Hazen began to walk past Ritter. "I don't have time for this, Art. I've got a body to find." But Ritter blocked him. "Look, Sheriff, I've been thinking." He lowered his voice. "Have you looked into this guy Pendergast? Think about it. He showed up in town awfully goddamn fast after that first killing. We only have his word that he's FBI. How do you know he isn't involved? That he isn't the psycho? He's at every killing, poking his albino nose everywhere." But Hazen barely heard. Suddenly Ritter's voice seemed to have gone far away. Hazen had an idea. Ritter was right. Deeper would get the experimental field now by default, but by rights it should have gone to Medicine Creek. Right on the eve of Chauncey's announcement, the very eve, he comes up murdered, and now Deeper would get the field. Deeper would get the field. It was suddenly coming together. He tuned out Ritter's droning voice, trying hard to think. The first killing, Sheila Swegg, had occurred 3 days before Chauncey's arrival. The killer struck again the day after he arrived. In both cases, the killer had left all kinds of clues and bizarre shit behind, arrows and bare footprints and whatnot, as if he were trying to capitalize on the legend of the ghost warriors, the curse of the 45s. But the strategy didn't work. Chauncey didn't pay a lot of attention to the murders, and he could care less about legends and curses. He wasn't even reading the papers. He was a scientific man, looking at things long-term. Ghosts and murders might scare the residents of Medicine Creek, but they just didn't register with Chauncey. And then, the night before Chauncey was to announce Medicine Creek got the field, he himself comes up dead. Could it be any clearer? This wasn't a serial killer, and it wasn't someone local like Pendergast believed. It was someone who had a lot to lose if the experimental field went to Medicine Creek. Someone from Deeper. Art was right.
There was a shitload of money at stake here, maybe even the future of the town. Either town. Deeper was hurting, too. Christ, in the last 30 years they were down 50% in population, worse than Medicine Creek. They were bigger, they had farther to fall, and they didn't even have the turkey plant. It was kill or be killed. Deeper.
"You following me?"
Ritter was shouting. Hazen looked at him.
"Art,"
he said abruptly,
"I've got some important business to take care of."
You haven't heard a goddamn word I've said.
Hazen placed a hand on his shoulder.
"I'm going to solve these murders and maybe even get that field back for Medicine Creek. You just wait."
And how the hell do you plan to do that?
But Hazen was already walking back to his car. Ritter followed, waiting for an answer. Hazen paused, his hand on the door handle.
"And another thing, you're right about that FBI agent. He's the source of the whole problem."
He's the killer, you mean?
The sheriff opened the door.
"Art, don't be an idiot. He's no killer, but he is the one who screwed everything up. He's the one who came roaring in here, insisting it was a serial killer, insisting it was someone local. He got the investigation off on the wrong foot right from the get-go. I can't believe I didn't see it before."
See what?
Hazen grinned, gave Art's shoulder an affectionate squeeze.
"Let me take care of this, Art. Trust me."
Hazen swung into his cruiser, unhooked the radio. Pendergast had shown up without a car and driver, no backup, and he hadn't liaised with the local Dodge office. The son of a bitch was freelancing. It was time to put an end to that, once and for all. Hazen punched the radio, spoke into it.
"Harry, Sheriff Hazen here from Medicine Creek. Listen, this is important. It's about the killings. You know anyone in the FBI field office in Dodge who's in a position to do me a favor? Yeah, I need to call in a big one."
He listened for a moment, nodded.
"Thanks a lot, Harry."
As he hung up the radio, Hazen grinned. He gunned the engine and pointed the big cruiser toward Deeper. Corey sat on a rock near the mounds and watched Pendergast. He walked about the area, stopping to stare for minutes at a time in seemingly random directions. 45 minutes passed. Corey was mystified, as usual. Finally, Pendergast was finished. "I believe I'm ready." He knelt on the ground among his maps and documents. "Have you ever heard of a memory palace?" he asked her. "No? It is a mental exercise, a kind of memory training, that goes back at least as far as the ancient Greek poet Simonides. I perform a similar form of mental concentration, one of my own devising, which combines the memory palace with elements of Chong Ran, an ancient Bhutanese form of meditation. I call my technique a memory crossing." "You've totally lost me." "Here's a simplified explanation. Through intense research, followed by intense concentration, I attempt to recreate in my mind a particular place at a particular time in the past." "You mean like time travel?" "I do not actually travel in time, of course. Instead, I attempt to reconstruct a finite location in time and space within my mind, to place myself within that location, and to then proceed to make observations that could not otherwise be made. It gives me a perspective obtainable in no other way. It fills in gaps, missing bits of data that otherwise would not even be perceived as gaps, and it is frequently in these very gaps that the crucial information lies." He removed his suit coat and laid down on the ground, like a corpse, very still. He folded his hands on his chest. But what am I supposed to do?" Corey asked. "You are here to watch over me. If I do not come back in 1 hour, you must wake me. Do you understand?" "It's simple enough. So, what time are you going back to?" "I am going back to the evening of August 21st, 1865. "The Ghost Massacre?" "Precisely." But why? What does this have to do with the serial murders?" "The two are connected, that much I know. How they are connected is what I hope to discover. If there is no key to these new killings in the present, then that key must lie in the past, and the past is where I intend to go." "But you're not really going anywhere, are you?" "I assure you, Miss Swanson, the journey I make is strictly within my own mind. But even so, it is a long and dangerous interior journey to terra incognita, perhaps even more dangerous than a physical journey would be. I shall now ask for your absolute silence." Pendergast lay on the ground, maintaining acute awareness of his surroundings, the smell of dry weeds, the feeling of sticky heat, the pebbles pressing into his back. He isolated every individual sound, down to the faint breathing of his assistant sitting some yards away. With his eyes closed, he proceeded to visualize the surrounding scene exactly as if he were seeing it with his own eyes. Sight without seeing. Piece by piece, he assembled it. The trees, the 3 mounds, the cornfields stretching out below, the air, the sky, the living earth. Now the real concentration began. One by one, Pendergast removed each object in the landscape. He stripped it away, in the reverse order of its arrival. First the road disappeared, then the corn, then the trees, the town, the grass, the rocks, then the very light itself. A mathematically pure landscape was left, bare, empty, dark as night, existing only in form. He waited 5 minutes, then 10, holding this empty fractal perfection in his head, preparing himself. And then, slowly, he began to put the landscape back together, but it would not be the same landscape he had just stripped away. It was the landscape as it existed on August 21st, 1865. Corey jumped as Pendergast's eyes flew open, silvery and luminous in the twilight. She stood unsure for a moment what to say. "Are you all right?" she finally asked. Pendergast rose, brushing the leaves, dust and grass off his coat and pants. His face looked drawn, almost as if he was ill. "I am fine, thank you," he answered. His voice was toneless. "Well?" she asked. "How'd it go?" Pendergast's eyes turned to her, glistening strangely in the night. "I saw the impossible," was all he said. Sheriff Hazen felt a twinge of envy as he walked through the hushed outer office of the deeper sheriff's headquarters, with its humming computers and pretty secretaries. Christ, in Medicine Creek they couldn't even afford to recharge the AC in the squad cars. Where did these guys get the money? Hazen knew the deeper sheriff, Hank Larson, well. He was a regular guy, decent, if a little slow on the uptake. Larson was sitting in his wooden swivel chair, listening to 2 guys in suits who were both talking at once. They broke off when he appeared in the doorway. "Perfect timing, Dent," Larson said with a quick smile. "This is Seymour Fisk, Dean of Faculty at KSU, and Chester Raskovich, Head of Campus Security. This is Sheriff Dent Hazen, Medicine Creek." Hazen took a seat, giving the 2 KSU people a nod. "I don't have to tell you why they're here," Larson went on. "No. We were just talking about the ramifications for Medicine Creek and deeper," Larson said. "Regarding the experimental field, I mean." Hazen nodded. He was in no rush. Perfect timing indeed. It was a major stroke of luck the KSU people were there to hear what he had to say. Fisk leaned forward, resuming what he had been saying before Hazen entered. "The fact is, Sheriff, this tragic killing changes everything. I just don't see how we can proceed with Medicine Creek now as the site for the field. That leaves deeper by default. What I must have from you, Sheriff, are assurances that the negative effects won't spill over here." Sheriff Larson nodded sagely, his face a mask of seriousness. "Medicine Creek is 20 miles away, and the crimes are strictly confined to that town. The authorities and Sheriff Hazen will confirm this. Believe the killer is local to Medicine Creek. I can assure you in the strongest terms that there will be no spillover to deeper. We haven't had a homicide here since 1911. "Good," said Fisk. "Mr. Raskovich is here to assist the police," he nodded toward Sheriff Hazen, "in finding the psychopath who committed this horrendous crime, and also in finding Dr. Chauncey's body, which we understand is still missing." "That is correct." "He is also going to interface with you, Mr. Larson, in making sure the publicity and security environment of Deeper is appropriately maintained. Of course, any announcement of the new location of the field has been put off until this situation settles down, but just among us I can say it will be Deeper. Any questions?" Silence.
Sheriff Hazen, any news on the investigation at your end?"
This was what Hazen had been waiting for.
"Yes,"
he said mildly.
"As a matter of fact, there is."
They all leaned toward him. Hazen settled back in his chair, letting the moment build. Finally he spoke.
"It appears that Chauncey went down near the creek and collected some last-minute corn samples, which he tagged and labeled."
All three of them nodded.
"The other news is the killer isn't local. Local to Medicine Creek, that is."
Hazen said this as casually as possible. This perked everybody up.
"It also appears that these killings aren't the work of some psychopathic serial killer either. That's what they were meant to look like. The scalping, the bare feet, the hint of a connection to the old ghost massacre and the curse of the 45s. All that's just window dressing. No, these killings are the work of someone with a motive as old as the hills. Money."
Now he really had their attention.
"How so?"
Fisk asked.
"The killer struck first 3 days before Dr. Chauncey's scheduled arrival. Then he struck again the day after Chauncey arrived. Coincidence?"
He let the word hang in the air a moment.
"What do you mean?"
Larson was getting worried.
"The first 2 killings didn't have the desired effect, and that is why Chauncey had to be killed." "I'm not following you," Larson said. "What desired effect are you talking about?" "To persuade Chauncey that Medicine Creek wasn't the right place for the experimental field."
He had dropped his bombshell. There was a stunned silence. He continued,
"The first 2 killings were an attempt to persuade KSU to forego Medicine Creek and site the field in deeper. But it didn't work. So the killer had no choice but to kill Chauncey himself, right on the eve of his big announcement." "Now, hold on here," the Deeper sheriff said, rising in his chair. "You're not suggesting that the killer is from Deeper, I hope?" "That's exactly what I'm suggesting." "You haven't a shred of proof. What you've got is nothing more than a theory. Where's the evidence? I'm not going to open an investigation on the basis of a crackpot theory."
Hazen smiled.
"You don't have to, Hank. I'm in charge of the case. I'll open the investigation. All I ask is your cooperation."
Fisk turned to Larson.
"Frankly, what Sheriff Hazen is saying makes sense to me."
He turned to Raskovich.
"What do you think, Chester?"
"I'd say it's definitely worth looking into,"
Raskovich said. Larson looked from one to the other. "We'll look into it, of course, but I sincerely doubt the killer is going to turn up here. This is premature." Hazen broke in smoothly.
"Dr. Fisk, with all due respect, I think you should keep your options open as to where the field should be sited. If the killer's been trying to influence your decision—"
"I certainly see your point, Sheriff."
"But the decision's already been made," Larson said.
"Nothing is engraved in stone," said Fisk. "If the killer's from Deeper, and I have to say the theory stacks up nicely, then, frankly, this is the last place we'd want to site the field."
Hazen rose.
"I have to get back to Medicine Creek. We've still got a body to find. But I'm coming back first thing tomorrow to start my investigation. Hank, I hope we can work together in a friendly way."
"Sure we can, Dent." Hank had to choke out the words. Hazen turned to the KSU men.
"Nice to meet you. I'll keep you posted."
From his suite of rooms on the second floor of the old Kraus place, Pendergast watched a dirty red dawn break along the eastern horizon. Distant lightning had flickered and rumbled all night, and the wind was still rising, rippling the fields of corn, causing the Krause's Caverns sign to swivel and shiver on its weather-beaten post. The trees along the creek half a mile away were tossing in the gusts, and dusty sheets rose from the dry fields, carried aloft in rolling folds before disappearing into the dirty sky. There was a faint droning sound to the southeast. Raising his head, Pendergast saw the dot of a plane coming in high over the corn. It grew in size, flying across his field of vision. As it receded again toward the opposite horizon, it banked and came back. The spotter plane, still looking for Chauncey's body. A second drone came from out of the lightening horizon, and Pendergast saw a second plane arrive to work the cornfields, flying back and forth at the other end of the landscape. Pendergast watched the 2 planes move back and forth, and then rather suddenly one began to circle. just like the vultures had done not so many days before. Pendergast slipped his cell phone out of his coat pocket and dialed. A voice answered, thick with sleep. "Miss Swanson, I will expect you here in 10 minutes, if you please. It would appear we've found the body of Dr. Chauncey." Corey tried not to look, but somehow not looking seemed even more terrible than the real thing. And yet every time she looked, it was worse. The sight was simple, a clearing carved in the corn, with the body and paraphernalia carefully arranged. The earth around the body had been painstakingly smoothed and patted down, and a many-spoked wheel had been drawn in the dirt around the corpse. Chauncey lay on his back at the center of the wheel, naked, arms carefully folded across his chest, legs arranged. His eyes were wide open, filmed over, pointed at unnervingly different angles toward the sky. His skin was the color of a rotten banana. A ragged incision ran from his chest to the base of his gut, and his stomach bulged obscenely where it had been crudely sewn up again with heavy twine. Something, it seemed, had been stuffed inside. Why the huge wheel? Corey stared at the body, unable to take her eyes off it. And was it her imagination, or was something actually moving inside the sewn-up belly, causing the skin to bulge and subside slightly? There was something alive inside him. Sheriff Hazen had gotten there first and was bending over Chauncey's body with the medical examiner who'd arrived by helicopter. It was odd. Hazen had actually smiled at Corey when they arrived, and had greeted Pendergast with a hearty hello. He seemed a lot surer of himself all of a sudden. She glanced at him sidelong, chatting confidentially with the ME and the SOC crew, who were combing the dirt for clues. Pendergast, on the other hand, hardly seemed to be there at all. He had barely spoken a word since she'd picked him up, and now he was gazing off into the distance, toward the mounds, as if his thoughts were far away. As she stared, he seemed at last to rouse himself. He stepped closer.
"Come, come," said the sheriff in a hearty voice. "Have a look, Special Agent Pendergast, if you're interested. You too, Corey."
Pendergast stepped closer, Corey trailing behind.
"The ME's about to open him up."
"I would advise waiting until the laboratory."
"Nonsense."
The photographer took some photos, the flashes blinding in the dim light of dawn, and then stepped back.
"Go ahead,"
Hazen said to the ME. The ME removed a pair of scissors and carefully worked one point under the twine. Snip. The belly bulged, and the twine began to unravel from the pressure. "If you're not careful," Pendergast cautioned, "some of the evidence might, abscond."
"What's inside," said the sheriff cheerfully, "is irrelevant."
"I should say it's most relevant."
"You can say it all you like,"
said the sheriff, his good humor adding insolence to the comment.
"Cut the other end."
Snip. The whole belly flopped open, and a collection of things came tumbling out, spilling across the ground. A foul stink rose up. Corey gasped and backed away, holding her hand over her mouth. It took her a moment to take in what it was that had slid steaming into the dirt. A crazy quilt assortment of leaves, twigs, slugs, salamanders, frogs, mice, stones. And there among the offal, a slimy circlet that appeared to be a dog's collar. A wounded but still living snake uncoiled from the mass and side-winded painfully into the grass.
"Son of a bitch,"
said Hazen, backing up, his face slack with disgust. "Sheriff?"
"What?"
"There's your tail." Pendergast was pointing at something protruding from the mess.
"Tail? What are you talking about?"
"The tail ripped from the dog."
"Oh, that tail. Yeah, we'll be sure to bag and analyze that one."
Hazen had recovered quickly, and Corey caught him winking at the ME. "And the dog collar?"
"Yep,"
Hazen said. "May I point out," Pendergast continued, "that the abdomen was cut open with the same crude implement we noted previously had been used for the sweg amputations, the cutting off of the dog's tail, and the scalping of Gasparilla?"
Right,
said the sheriff, not listening. "And if I'm not mistaken," Pendergast said, "there is the crude implement itself, broken and tossed aside." He indicated something in the dirt to one side. The sheriff glanced over, frowned, and nodded to the SOC man, who photographed it in situ, then picked the two pieces up with rubber tweezers and put them in evidence bags. It was an Indian knife lashed to a wooden handle. "A find of particular importance, I'd say," Pendergast noted. Hazen grinned. "Yeah, important, as another prop in this whole bullshit drama." "I beg your pardon?" There was a rustle behind them, and Corey turned. A pair of glossy-booted state troopers were pushing their way out of the corn and into the clearing. One was carrying a fax. The sheriff turned toward the newcomers with a big smile.
"Ah, just what I've been waiting for."
He held out his hand, snatched the fax, and glanced at it, his smile broadening. Then he handed it to Pendergast.
"It's a cease and desist, Pendergast, straight from the FBI's Midwestern Divisional Office. You're off the case."
"Indeed." Pendergast read the document carefully. Then he looked up. "May I keep this, Sheriff?"
"Oh, by all means," Hazen said. "Keep it, frame it, hang it in your den." All of a sudden his voice grew less affable. "And now, Mr. Pendergast, with all due respect, this is a crime scene, and unauthorized personnel are not allowed." His red eyes swiveled toward Corey. "That means you and your sidekick." Corey stared back at him. Pendergast folded the sheet carefully and slipped it into his suit coat. He turned to Corey. "Shall we?" She stared at him in outrage. "Agent Pendergast," she began, "you aren't just going to let him get away with that?" "Now is not the time, Corey," he said softly. "But you just can't." Pendergast took her arm and steered her gently but firmly away, and before she could recover, they were out of the corn and on the narrow dirt service road beside her gremlin. Wordlessly she slid behind the wheel, Pendergast settling in beside her as she started up the engine. "Where are we going?" she asked. "You are going to drop me at the Kraus place, and then I suggest you return to your trailer and seal all the windows. I understand that a dust storm is coming." Corey snorted. "I've seen dust storms before." "Not one of this magnitude," he said. Corey accelerated onto the paved road with a screech of rubber. A minute ticked away, then 2. At last she couldn't take the silence any longer. "Look," she blurted indignantly. I can't believe you just let that sack of shit sheriff kick you off the site." Pendergast smiled. "Nisi paret imperat. If he does not obey, he commands." "You mean you're not going to obey the order?" "Miss Swanson, what I do with regard to, as you so colorfully put it, that sack of shit sheriff, can no longer be your concern. The important thing is I cannot have you defying the sheriff on my account. Ah, here we are. Pull up to the garages behind the house, if you please." Corey pulled behind the Kraus mansion, where a rickety row of old wooden garages stood. Pendergast went to one that sported a fresh padlock and chain, unlocked it, and flung open the doors. Inside, Corey could see the gleam of a car. Pendergast disappeared into the gloom, and she soon heard the roar of an engine, followed by a low purring. Slowly the car nosed out of the garage. Corey could hardly believe her eyes, as a gleaming, polished vision of elegance emerged into the grey dust of Medicine Creek. She had never seen a car like it before, except maybe in the movies. It came to an idling stop, and Pendergast got out. "Where'd this come from?" "I always knew there was a chance I might lose your services, and so I had my own car brought out." "This is yours? What is it?" "A '59 Rolls-Royce Silver Wraith." It was only then that the full meaning of his prior sentence sunk in. "What do you mean, lose my services?" Pendergast handed her an envelope. "Inside is your pay up to the end of the week." "What's this for? Aren't I going to stay on as your assistant?" "Not after the cease and desist. I can't protect you from it, and I could not ask you to put yourself in legal jeopardy. Regrettably, as of this moment, you are discharged. I would suggest you go home and resume your normal life." "What normal life? My normal life sucks. There must be something I can do." She felt a rising tide of fury and helplessness. Now that she was finally interested in the case, now that she felt she had finally met a person she could respect and trust, now that she finally had a reason to wake up in the morning, he was firing her. Despite her best efforts, she felt a tear escape. She angrily wiped it away.
Pendergast bowed. "You could help me one last time by satisfying my curiosity on the source of Medicine Creek's excellent water. My special green tea has never tasted as good as it does when I make it here." She stared in disbelief. He really was impossible. "It comes from wells that supposedly tap into some underground river," she said, trying to make her voice as stony as possible. "Underground river," Pendergast repeated, his eyes blank, as if his gaze had turned inward with a sudden revelation. Then he smiled, bowed, took her hand, raised it to within an inch of his lips, and then he got into his car and glided off in a swirl of dust, leaving her standing in the parking lot beside her own junk heap. At 2:30 that afternoon, Corey lounged restlessly on her bed. It had to be at least 100 degrees in her room, but after the events of the other night, she didn't have the guts to open her window. Her eyes strayed to it now. Outside, huge thunderheads were spreading their anvil-shaped tops across the sky, and a premature darkness was falling. Corey found her thoughts drifting toward Pendergast. It wasn't fair, the way he'd just dumped her like that and driven off in his fancy car. She burned with resentment at the way the sheriff had come in and just laid those papers on him. But he wasn't the kind to roll over and play dead, and hadn't he hinted he was going to continue working on the case? He had to take her off the case, she told herself. It wasn't anything she'd done. He said it himself. "I cannot have you defying the sheriff on my account." Her mind drifted toward the case itself. It was still so weird to think of someone in Medicine Creek doing those killings. If it really was someone local, it meant it was someone she knew. But she knew everyone in Shit Creek, and she couldn't imagine any of them being a serial killer. She shuddered, thinking back over the crime scenes she'd witnessed firsthand. The dog, its tail hacked off, Chauncey sewn up like some overdone turkey. The weirdest of all was Stott, boiled like that. Why had the killer done that? And how did you boil someone whole, anyway? They'd have to have lit a fire, put on a big pot. It seemed impossible. Where could you get a pot like that? Maisie's? No, of course not. The biggest pot she had was the one she used for Wednesday night chili, and you couldn't even fit an arm in that. The Castle Club also had a kitchen. Could it have happened there? Corey snorted to herself. The idea was nuts. Even the Castle Club couldn't have a pot big enough to boil an entire person. No, there was nowhere in Medicine Creek the body could have been cooked. Abruptly, she sat up. Krause's Caverns. It was crazy, but then again, maybe it wasn't. Everyone knew that during Prohibition, Old Man Krause had run a moonshine operation in the back of that cave of his. She felt a crawling sensation along her back, a mixture of excitement, curiosity, fear. Maybe the old still was still in there. Stills had big pots, didn't they? And would that pot be big enough to boil a person? Maybe, just maybe. She lay back in bed, her heart beating fast. Prohibition had ended 70 years ago, and the old still would be long gone. And how would the killer sneak in and out of the cave? That prying old woman, Winifred Krause, kept it locked up tight and watched over it like a hawk. She tossed restlessly. Locks could be picked. She herself had downloaded the MIT Guide to Lock-Picking while surfing the web on the school computers, and she'd even made a small pick of her own and experimented on the padlocks of school lockers. If the killer was local, he'd know about Old Man Krause's moonshine operation and the still. The killer might have brought the body in some night, boiled it, and been gone by morning. Old Winifred would never have been the wiser. Fact is, she hardly ever gave tours anymore. Corey wondered if she should call Pendergast. Did he know about the still? She doubted it. The bootlegging was just some ancient bit of Medicine Creek lore nobody would have thought to tell him about. That was why he'd hired her, to tell him just this kind of stuff. She should call him now and let him know. She felt in her pocket for the cell phone he'd given her, pulled it out, started dialing. Then she stopped. The whole idea was absurd, stupid. It was just a wild guess. Pendergast would laugh at her. He might even be angry. She wasn't supposed to be on the case at all. She dropped the phone and turned toward the wall again. Maybe she should check it out first, just in case, just to see if the still was there. If it was, then she'd tell Pendergast. If it wasn't, she wouldn't make a fool of herself. She sat up, put her feet on the floor. Everybody knew the cave only had 1 or 2 small rooms beyond the tourist area. The still would be in one of those. It wouldn't be hard to find. She would duck in there, check it out, leave. Pendergast strolled out of the Federal Express office in Topeka to his Rolls-Royce, the long mailing tube under one arm. He unlocked the door, placed the tube on the passenger seat, and slid into the hot interior. Starting the engine, he let the compartment cool off while he slipped the survey out of the tube and gave it a quick overview just to make sure it was what he needed. The seismic exploration survey of Cry County, Kansas, that Wren, his research assistant in New York, had managed to obtain for him was all that and more. It tied everything together: the mounds, the legend of the ghost warriors, the massacre of the 45s, and the inexplicable movements of the serial killer. It even explained Medicine Creek's excellent water, which had proven to be the connection he had needed. As he'd hoped, it was all here on the Oil Exploration Survey, printed in crisp blue and white. Corey drove past the Krause place slowly, giving the ugly old house a good once-over. Overhead, the great anvil-shaped wedge of the storm was creeping farther across the sun. There were now tornado warnings on the radio from Dodge City to the Colorado border. When she looked to the west, the sky was so black and solid it seemed to be made of slate. No matter. She'd be in and out of the cave in 15 minutes. A quick check, that was all. About a quarter-mile beyond the Krause place, she parked her car in a turnaround where it couldn't be seen from the road. Over the tops of the corn to the east, she could just make out the widow's walk of the Krause place. If she took a shortcut through the corn, nobody would see her. Pocketing her flashlight, she got out of the car and closed the door. Then she pushed into the corn and hurried down the rows in the direction of the cave until she reached the broken-down picket fence that separated the Krause place from the surrounding fields. She followed the line of the fence until she was behind the house. She glanced back quickly, just in case the old lady had appeared in one of the windows, but they all remained dark and empty. She turned and skirted the path to the cave. In a moment she was descending the cut in the earth and had arrived at the iron door. She looked carefully at the ground before the door, but the dust was undisturbed. Nobody had been through here in at least a couple of days. She felt both relief and disappointment. The killer, if he'd been here at all, was obviously long gone, but the lack of prints made it all the more likely that her theory was just so much bullshit. Still, she'd come this far, might as well check the place out. She glanced over her shoulder again, then leaned forward to inspect the padlock on the iron door. Perfect. An old pin tumbler lock, the same kind as in the padlocks on the school lockers. Here we go, she thought. She pulled an envelope of green felt out of her pocket and unfolded it carefully. Inside was her small set of tension wrenches and the lifter picks she'd surreptitiously made in shop class. She selected the wrench that seemed the right size and inserted it in the keyway, applying tension in the unlocking direction. In about 2 minutes, the lock popped open. Corey stood back, unable to suppress a small smile of pride. Putting the lock-picking tools back in her pocket, she removed the padlock and placed it to one side. The door squeaked open on rusty hinges. She moved through the entrance, then stood in the darkness a moment. She felt along the damp stone wall, found the light switch, flicked it on. It had been years since she'd been in the cave. She looked down into the yawning tunnel, then began to descend the limestone steps. After a long descent, the staircase gave onto a wooden boardwalk that disappeared between stalagmites and stalactites. Bare bulbs hanging from the uneven ceiling far overhead threw spectral shadows against the walls. There was no sound in the vast empty space but her footsteps and the distant drip of water. She shook off a sudden feeling of dread and hastened through the first cavern. She ducked under a narrow opening and entered the second cavern. Immediately she remembered what it was called, the Giant's Library. The silence felt watchful somehow, and the dim light oppressive, and she hurried on. She passed the bottomless pit and reached the infinity pool, which glowed a strange green in the light. This was the farthest point of the tour. Here the walkway looped back toward the crystal cathedral. Corey turned on her flashlight and probed the darkness beyond the boardwalk, but could see nothing. She climbed over the wooden rail and stood at the edge of the pool. The walls of the caverns she'd passed through had been devoid of any passageway or portal. If anything lay beyond, she'd have to go through the pool to find it. She sat on the rail and unlaced her shoes, took them off, pulled off the socks and stuffed them into her shoes, and tied the laces together. Holding the shoes in one hand, she stuck a toe in the pool. The water was shockingly cold and deeper than it looked. She waded across as quickly as she could and pulled herself out the other side. Barefooted she clambered down the far side of the pool and shone her light into the darkness at its base. Here she could see a low tunnel going off to the right. The ground was soft limestone, well worn down by old comings and goings. She was on the right track. She sat on a hump of limestone and pulled her socks over her wet feet, then laced up her shoes. She stood up and approached the tunnel. She had to duck. It was about 5 feet high, and as she progressed the ceiling got lower. Water trickled along the bottom. Then the ceiling rose again, and the tunnel bent sharply to the right. Her light shone on an iron door, padlocked just like the one at the front of the cave. This is it, then. This must lead to the old still. Once again she took out her lock-picking tools and went to work. For some reason this lock took much longer, but after several minutes she felt the unmistakable give as the driver pin set. Silently she placed the lock to one side and swung the door open. She paused in the entranceway, shining her light around cautiously. Ahead, a dark passageway cored through the living rock of the cave, its walls smooth and faintly phosphorescent. She started forward, following it for perhaps 100 feet until it suddenly widened into a chamber. But this space had none of the vastness or majesty of the earlier caverns, just a few stubbly stalagmites rising from the rough, uneven floor. The air was chill and close, and there was an unusual smell. Smoke. Old smoke, and something else. Something foul. She advanced into the gloom, and as she did so, her flashlight picked up a dull gleam of metal at the far end. She took another step, then another. There it was, an old pot still, an almost cartoon-like relic from a vanished era, with an enormous copper cauldron sitting on a tripod stand and the ashes of an old fire underneath. Stacked on a shelf above the floor were some split logs. The top of the cauldron, with its long coil of copper tubing, had been removed and now lay on the floor, partially crushed. She paused to sweep the room with her light. Off to one side was a table with a couple of glasses on it. Pieces of a chair lay on the floor beside a rotting playing card. In one corner stood a pile of broken bottles and jugs amidst mouldy trash. Now she shone her light upward. At first she could see nothing. The ceiling was so black. But then she was able to make out some broken stalactites and a honeycomb of cracks that, apparently, had drawn off the smoke. She approached the cauldron. It was certainly big enough to boil a human being. It was hard to tell with all the dampness if it had been used recently. Would the place still smell of smoke from the long-ago days of the still? She wasn't sure. And then there was that other smell, the bad one. Not rotten, exactly. It was even worse than rot. It was that same smell of spoiled ham as at the crime scene. Corey stopped, feeling suddenly frightened. She'd come to see if the still was there. Well, it was there. She should turn around and get out. She swallowed. Once again she reminded herself that she'd already come this far. Might as well take 5 more seconds to finish the reconnoiter. She tiptoed up and looked inside the cauldron. A smell of rancid grease hit her as she shone her light inside. At the bottom was something pale, almost transparent, like a pearly seashell. A human ear. She gagged and staggered back, dropping her flashlight. It struck the hard limestone floor and rolled away toward a dark corner, finally coming to rest against a far wall with a heavy thud. A second later, It went out, and the cavern was thrown into utter blackness. Shit, Corey thought. Shit, shit. She got down on her hands and knees, and moving slowly, feeling along the ground with her hands, she began crawling. The floor of the cave was cold, rough, uneven, covered with greasy pebbles and puddles of water. It was absolutely terrifying, the pitch blackness. She felt her heart begin to beat even faster than before. Then her head bumped painfully into something. She reached up, felt. The iron cauldron. Okay, so she'd gone in precisely the opposite direction. But at least now she had her bearings. Forcing herself to relax, she began crawling forward, sliding her left hand along the floor in front of her. Slide, stop, slide, stop again. 3, 4, 5. So far, so good. 6, 7, 8. In the dark, her hand touched something warm. She instinctively snatched back her hand. The rush of fear and surprise came a moment later. Was it some cave-dwelling creature? Her imagination, working overtime in the blackness? She waited. There was no sound or movement. Then she carefully reached out. Felt again. It was warm, naked, hairless, and wet. She shrank back, a sob rising involuntarily to her throat. The smell of something indescribably foul seemed to rise and envelop her. The thing she had touched hadn't moved. It was probably just a bump or ridge in the floor. If she stopped in horror at every little thing she touched, she'd never make it out of the cave. She reached out to move forward and brushed against it again. It was warm. There was no imagining that. She felt it again, lightly, letting her hand brush here, there. She realized she was touching a naked foot with long, broken toenails. Ever so slowly, she withdrew her hand. It was shaking uncontrollably, and her breath came as a rasp. She tried to swallow, but her mouth had gone dry. And then a coarse, sing-song voice, a caricature lisping of human speech, came from the darkness.
Wanna play with me?
The voice of Hank Larson droned on, but Hazen was barely listening. He glanced surreptitiously at his watch. 7 o'clock. He'd come a long way today, made some great progress. He'd done a great deal of thinking, and in his mind the case was now almost complete. He'd paid a visit to Norris Lavender, the man who owned practically all the land in the town of Deeper, as well as most of the businesses, though a majority of them had fallen on hard times. Lavender's family had run Deeper for almost 100 years, but it looked like the sun might be setting on the Lavender Empire. Lavender owned the Deeper land, chosen as a possible site for KSU's experimental field. He had the most to lose if Chauncey picked Medicine Creek instead of Deeper. When Hazen questioned Lavender, the man, not surprisingly, denied any connection to the killings. Of course, Hazen knew full well that Lavender wouldn't have done the killings himself, but he had a henchman working for him who could have. Hulking, dark-complected, muscle-bound, unsmiling Louis McFelty. Hazen now turned his attention back to Hank Larson. It seemed he was winding down.
It's just way too premature, Sheriff. I haven't heard any hard evidence, just a lot of conjecture and supposition. I'm not going to cast a cloud of suspicion on one of Deeper's leading citizens without firm evidence.
Hazen turned to Raskovich.
Chester, what do you think?
Raskovich glanced at Seymour Fisk, the KSU dean, who had been listening intently in silence.
Well, Raskovich said, I think that what Sheriff Hazen and I found out today is enough to justify continuing the investigation. All you found out, Larson replied, is that Lavender's in financial trouble. A lot of people are in financial trouble these days. It's pretty clear, Raskovich went on, that if Dr. Chauncey had announced on Monday that the field was going to Medicine Creek, Lavender's creditors would have moved in, and he'd have been forced into bankruptcy. That's a powerful motive.
Larson was shaking his head.
All I'm saying is don't focus on a suspect too early. There are plenty of other avenues that should be explored. Look, we all know Lavender's no saint, but he's no killer either, especially not that kind of killer. Even if he hired someone, how in hell did that person get from Deeper to Medicine Creek without being observed? Where'd he hide out? Where's his car? Where'd he spend the night? That whole area's been searched by air and on the ground, and you know it.
Hazen exhaled quietly. This was precisely the point that still bothered him. It was the one weakness in his theory.
"Someone could be hiding in the corn," said Raskovich. "You can see into the corn from above," said Larson. "They've been flying spotter planes for days now. They've searched the creek for 20 miles. They've searched the mounds. They've searched everywhere. There's no sign of anyone hiding, and nobody's been coming or going. I mean, where's this killer supposed to be hiding? In a hole in the ground?"
Listening, Hazen suddenly went rigid. Of course, he told himself. Of course. It was the elusive answer he'd been searching for, the missing link in his theory.
"That's right, Hank. He's been hiding in a hole in the ground." "How's that?" Raskovich asked.
Hazen looked at him.
"Krause's Caverns," he said. "On the Cry Road, that big old house with the gift shop. There's a tourist cave out back of it. Been there forever. Run now by old Winifred Krause."
It was incredible how fast the pieces were coming together in his mind. It had been under his nose all along, and he just hadn't seen it. Larson had turned white. He knew Hazen had nailed it. That's how perfect it was, how well it fit together. Hazen spoke again. "The killer's been hiding in that cave." He looked at Larson and couldn't help but smile. "As you know, Hank, that's the same cave where old man Krause had his moonshine operation, making corn whiskey for King Lavender, Norris Lavender's grandfather."
"Now that's very interesting,"
Fisk said, turning an admiring look on Hazen.
"Isn't it? There's a room back there behind the tourist loop where they boiled up their sour mash, in a big pot still."
He saw Raskovich's eyes suddenly widen.
"In a pot still big enough to boil a human body?"
"Bingo," said Hazen. Larson had begun to sweat now, and Hazen knew it was because even he believed.
"So you see, Mr. Fisk," Hazen continued, "Lavender's man has been holed up in that cave, coming out at night with his bare feet and his other shenanigans, killing people and making it look like the fulfillment of the Ghost Mound's curse. During Prohibition, King Lavender financed that pot still for old man Krause, got him set up in the business."
Hank Larson removed a handkerchief and dabbed at the line of sweat that had formed on his brow.
"Lavender's sidekick McFelty has been in trouble with the law before," Hazen continued. "Small stuff mostly, but a lot of it violent. Petty assault, aggravated assault, drunk driving."
The revelations had been coming fast, one almost piling up upon the other. And now Hazen added the kicker.
"McFelty disappeared 2 days before the Sweg killing. I think he went underground. You can't come and go from Medicine Creek without being noticed, without neighbors noticing, without me noticing. He's been holed up in Krause's Caverns all this time, coming out at night to do his dirty work."
There was a long pause in which nobody spoke. Then Fisk cleared his throat.
"This is first-rate work, Sheriff. What's the next move?"
Hazen stood up, his face set.
"The town's been crawling with law officers and press. You can be sure McFelty's still laying low in those caves, waiting for a lull so's he can escape, now that he's completed his job. And so we go in there and get the son of a bitch. When? Now." He turned to Larson. "Conference us into State Police HQ in Dodge. We need a well-armed team, and we need it now. We need good dogs, too. I'll head over to the courthouse and get a bench warrant from Judge Anderson." "Are you sure McFelty's still there in the caves?" Fisk asked. "No," said Hazen. "I'm not sure, but there's going to be physical evidence in there at the very least. I'm not taking any chances. This guy's dangerous. He may be doing a job for Lavender, but he's been enjoying himself just a little too much, and that scares the piss out of me. Let's not make the mistake of underestimating him." He looked out the window at the blackening horizon, the rising wind. "We've got to move. Our man may use the cover of the storm to make his exit."
He glanced at his watch, then looked once again around the room.
"We're going in tonight at 10, and we're going in big."
The darkness was total, absolute. Corey lay on the wet rock, soaked to the bone, her whole body shivering from terror and cold. Not far away, she could hear it moving around, talking to itself in a sing-song undertone, making horrible little bubbling sounds with its lips, sometimes cooing, sometimes laughing softly as if at some private joke. Her mind had passed through disbelief and stark terror and come out on the other side, numb. The killer had her. It, she supposed it was a he, had tied her up and thrown her over his shoulder, roughly, like a sack of meat, and carried her through a labyrinth of passageways, sometimes climbing, sometimes descending, sometimes splashing across underground streams for what seemed like an eternity. And through darkness, always through darkness. He seemed to move by feel or by memory. His arms had felt slippery and clammy, yet strong as steel cables that threatened always to crush her. She had screamed, begged, pleaded, but her protests had met with obliviousness. And then at last they got to this place with its unutterable stink, and he had dropped her sprawling onto the stone floor. Then the horny foot had kicked her roughly into a corner, where she now lay, dazed, aching, bleeding. She forced herself to think. She was far back in the cave, a cave much bigger than anyone imagined. Nobody was going to find their way back here to save her. She struggled with the panic that rose at this thought. If nobody was going to save her, then she'd have to save herself. She shut her eyes tight against the darkness, listening. He was busying himself in the blackness somewhere nearby, gargling and sing-songing unintelligibly to himself. Was he even human? He had to be human. He had a human foot, though as calloused as a piece of rawhide, and he spoke, or at least vocalized, in a high, baby-like voice. And yet if he was human, he was like none other that had ever walked the earth. Suddenly she felt him near. There was a grunt. She froze in fear, waiting. A hand seized her roughly, dragged her to her feet, shook her.
Ma!
She sobbed. Another shake, more violent this time. Went the voice high and babyish. She tried to wrench free, and with a grunt he flung her down. "Stop! Stop!" A hand seized her ankle and gave a sharp jerk. Corey screamed, feeling pain lance through her hip. And then she felt his arms around her, grabbing her by the shoulders, lifting her bodily. "Please, please stop!"
Please!
Squeaked the voice.
Please! Run!
"No! Let me go!" She was flung down again, and then she felt him leaning over her. A wet hand touched her face, broken nails scratching her skin, the huge fingers calloused and warm. She turned away with a stifled cry. Then she felt a hand squeeze her shoulder, then move down her arm, stopping to feel here and there as it went, then sliding further, horny and rough, the broken nails like splintered ends of wood. The hand slipped up the ridge of her backbone. She tried to twist away, but the hand suddenly gripped her shoulder blade with a horrible strength. Involuntarily she cried out. The hand resumed its crawl. It grasped the nape of her neck, squeezing hard. What do you want?" she choked out. The hand slowly relaxed, then caressed the back of her neck and reached up and rubbed her head. She wanted to twist away, but she forced herself not to. The hand kept rubbing, sliding down now over her forehead. It rubbed her face, stroked her cheek, pulled at her lips, tried to open her mouth. "Please stop it," she sobbed. The hand stopped, and there was a grunt. He raised himself up. She heard a sniffing noise, then another, and another. He seemed to be sniffing the air. She noticed then that the faintest of breezes was moving through this section of the cave. She could smell the outside world, the ozone and moisture from the storm, the earth, the cool nocturnal smells, pushed aside, if only a little, the stench of this nightmarish place. The smell seemed to beckon him, call him away. and he was gone. Regional offices of the National Weather Service began advising local authorities of the need for emergency action. There was the very real threat that the approaching storm front could develop into the rarest and worst type of storm, the supercell thunderstorm, in which the main updraft reaches speeds of close to 200 miles per hour. It is such storms that create 3-inch hail, 80-mile-per-hour downbursts of wind, and tornadoes. Many thousands of feet below this cell, a lone Rolls-Royce hurtled along at 100 miles an hour. Pendergast was now passing the outskirts of Great Bend. From here on, the road to Medicine Creek would become far more local. That and the approaching storm would force him to slow dramatically. And yet time was of the essence. The killer would soon kill again. In all likelihood, he would be attracted to the storm, the violence and darkness of it, and he was almost certain to kill again that night. He picked up his cell phone and dialed. Once again a recorded voice told him that the party he was trying to reach was out of range. He pondered that phrase, out of range, and he pushed the rolls ahead even faster. Tad was alone in the sheriff's office at 8:11 p.m. when the news came. The whole of Cry County had just been placed under a tornado warning until midnight. 10 seconds later, Sheriff Hazen was on the radio.
"Tad," he was saying, "I'm in deeper, about to head back. I don't have a lot of time. Listen to me. We made a lot of progress on the case. We believe the killer is hiding in Krause's caverns. It's most likely McFelty, Norris Lavender's henchman. But we've got to move fast in case he decides to pull out under cover of the storm. We're putting together a team to go in at 10 o'clock, but we also just got word about a tornado warning for all of Cry County, and I've got to put you on the tornado side of things. You get the word out. Make sure everything's battened down in Medicine Creek. We'll be arriving around 9, and then all hell's going to break loose, and I don't mean the weather. You're not going in with us, so don't worry. Somebody's got to hold down the fort."
"Right, Sheriff," he said.
"Okay, Tad. I'm relying on you."
"Yes, sir." Tad hung up the radio. He pushed out the back. The wind gusts, full of sand and grit, felt as if they had teeth. He opened the door to his squad car, slipped in, started the engine, and ran the wipers a few times. Then he started the siren and turned on his flashers. He slid out onto Main Street and cruised along slowly, speaking into the horn. "This is the sheriff's office. A tornado warning has been declared for all of Cry County. All citizens should take shelter immediately, below ground or in concrete reinforced buildings. Stay away from windows and doors. I repeat, a tornado warning has been declared for Cry County." He hit the edge of town, drove past the last houses, stopped, and looked down the dust-covered road. It occurred to him that maybe he should go check out the Grobane plant, too. Probably no one there, but he'd better make sure. He pointed the car south, toward the dark, low outline of the plant. When he got there, he parked as close to the building as he could. Pulling his hat down and raising his collar, he ran through the howling wind until he reached the loading dock. He turned on his flashlight and climbed the stairs. His light revealed an open door, swinging and banging on broken hinges. Shit! Somebody had really done a number on it. He pushed through the broken door and shone his light around the receiving area. "This is the police," he called out in his sternest voice. "Please identify yourselves." The only answer was the echo of his own voice coming back at him from the blackness. Moving forward carefully, he walked into the plant proper. He ran the beam of his light along the conveyor belt that snaked through the plant, then shone it back toward the small structure called the blood room. Its door was ajar. He paused, listening, thinking he heard something. There it was again, a kind of giggle. It seemed to come from the blood room. "All right," he said. "Come out of there." Another snicker. "I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't come out, you'll be in serious trouble. 1. No response. 2. He transferred his flashlight to his left hand, unsnapped the leather guard on his service holster, and let his palm rest lightly on the handle of his piece. 3. Tad moved swiftly and purposefully toward the door. He kicked it wide with a hollow boom that echoed crazily around the vast interior of the plant. Feet set apart, he swept the blood room with his light, the beam shining off the polished steel, the circular drain in the middle of the floor, the gleaming tile walls, and the elevated platform that stood high above. There was a rattle overhead, and Tad quickly angled his light upward. A sudden, furious sound. His light just caught a dark shape scuttling along the platform and disappearing behind a thick cluster of hydraulic hoses. "Stop, damn you!" Tad yelled into the darkness. He climbed the ladder, gun now drawn, and charged down the metal catwalk. As he reached the cluster of hoses, something flashed in his field of vision, and he felt a terrific blow to his forearm. He yelled out in surprise and pain. The flashlight flew out of his hand and went crashing to the metal platform, skidding and rolling off until there was a loud clunk as it hit the concrete floor, and then darkness. Tad crouched, service piece pointed into the darkness, a pain shooting up and down his left forearm. The son of a bitch had broken his arm, broken it badly, with a single blow. Tad stifled a sob, clenched his jaw. He rose to his feet, and gun drawn, his broken arm dangling, tried to feel his way with his feet back to the ladder, scarcely daring to breathe, terrified that at any moment another blow might come out of the darkness. In the blackness, his elbow bumped into something. With his gun hand, he reached out gingerly, touched a surface that felt rough and scaly. He bit his lip, suppressed a sob of terror. It was the blackness that was making him act this way. If he fired his gun, maybe he could see long enough to orient himself. One shot toward the roof wouldn't hurt anything. He raised his piece and fired upward. The brief flash revealed a figure standing next to him, looking at him, smiling. The image was so unexpected, so strange and horrifying, that Tad could not even scream. But the figure screamed for him, a hoarse, guttural ululation of surprise and anger at the gunshot. Tad ran. He found the ladder and half fell, half scrambled down it, banging his knees cruelly against the metal rungs. He got tangled near the bottom and fell crashing to the floor on top of his broken arm. And now he found he could scream, in both pain and terror. He realized his piece was still clutched desperately in his hand. He fired, once, twice, blindly, and each time the muzzle flashes revealing that the thing was scuttling toward him, pink mouth yawning wide, arms outstretched. Tad scrambled backward, still screaming, and fired twice more, his hand shaking wildly. Screaming and kicking, he twisted wildly away, sliding on his back, kicking in the direction of the sound. And then the thing caught his flailing leg. Tad felt a terrible pressure on his ankle, then a sudden give, accompanied by the snap of bone. His bone. A moment later, a huge weight pressed down on his chest, and something rough and hard gripped his face and twisted it in the direction of the floor. There was a grinding click, a burst of fire at the base of his neck, and then the terrible darkness became bright. So very, very bright. Corey lay in the putrid dark. In this terrible and disorienting blackness, it was impossible to tell how much time had passed since he had left. An hour? A day? It seemed like forever. Her whole body ached, and her neck was sore from where he had squeezed it. And yet he had not killed her. It was almost as if he was toying with her, playing with her, in some horrible, inexplicable way. But guessing about the killer was pointless. She reminded herself that nobody was going to rescue her way back in this cave system. Nobody knew she was there. If she were to live, she had to do something herself before he came back. She struggled to loosen the cords, succeeding only in chafing and tearing her wrists. She lay still a moment, focusing on her breathing. Then, slowly, with her hands tied behind her, she half crawled, half rolled over the sloping floor of the cave, exploring. The floor was relatively smooth here, but now and then she noticed rough rocks projecting in clusters. She stopped to feel one formation more closely with her fingers. Crystals, maybe. She positioned herself and kicked hard at them with her feet. There was a sharp snapping sound as they broke away. Now she explored with numb fingers until she found a fresh, sharp edge. Positioning herself laboriously over it, she placed her hands against the edge and began rubbing the ropes back and forth, back and forth. God, it hurt. She could feel the blood trickling down the insides of her palms as she worked. There was barely any feeling left in her fingers. But she kept rubbing, pressing harder, jamming the rope against the sharp rock again and again. Finally, her hands were free. She lay back, gasping, sucking in air. Pain rushed in like 1,000 needles pricking at her palms and fingers. She could feel blood flowing more freely now along her skin. Slowly, painfully, she sat up. Propping her legs behind her, she reached down and felt the cords around her ankles. They seemed to be tied in the craziest way, wrapped around and around, with 6 crude but effective knots. She tried to pick at them, gasped at the pain, and let her hands drop away. Maybe she could saw them off on the sharp rock she'd used for her hands. She felt around for the edge. A sound interrupted her. She paused, dread clutching at her. He was coming back. She could hear grunting, huffing noises echoing off the cavern walls not far away. It sounded like he was lugging something heavy. Quickly she hid her hands behind her back, lay down on the cold floor, and fell still. Even though it was pitch black, she wasn't going to take the chance that he could see she was no longer tied. The shuffle of footsteps grew near. She lay perfectly still. It was so dark, maybe he had forgotten about her. There was a dragging sound, and then something heavy hit the floor of the cave next to her. She stifled the scream that rose in her throat. Now he began humming and talking to himself once again. There was a rattle of metal, the scratch of a match, and suddenly there was light, almost indiscernibly faint, but light just the same. It seemed to be coming from between the chinks of a very old, strange-looking lantern. The light was placed in a way that left him in shadow, just a dark shape moving, gray against black. He disappeared around a corner, doing something in an alcove, humming and talking to himself. So he did need light after all, if only a little bit. But if he'd managed to do so much in utter darkness, bring her here, tie her up, what kind of work would he need light for? Corey did not want to follow this train of thought. She waited, motionless, her eyes adjusting to the gloom. She was in a smallish cavern. Her eyes moved to the walls, scanned slowly across them, and then, at last, fell to the surrounding floor. A body lay beside her. There was so much blood on the face that she couldn't make it out at first. And then, slowly, the outlines seemed to resolve themselves. It was the ruined face of Tad Franklin, staring back at her, open-mouthed. She turned her head violently away, heard herself scream, then scream again. There was a grunt, and she now saw him coming around the corner and advancing toward her, a long, bloody knife in one hand, something wet and red in the other. He was smiling and singing to himself. The scream died as her throat closed involuntarily at the sight. That face! Hazen stood before the assembled law enforcement officers. What he had to say wouldn't take long. It was a good crew, and they had a good plan. McFelty wouldn't stand a chance. There was only one problem. Tad hadn't yet returned, and radio communications were down. Hazen would have preferred to hand off control directly before leaving, but he could wait no longer. It was already a few minutes to 10. He didn't want McFelty slipping away under cover of the storm. They had to go. Tad would know what to do. Hazen hiked up his belt and lit a Camel.
"Where's the dogs?"
he asked. Hank Larson spoke up.
"They're bringing them straight to the Kraus place. Meeting us there."
Hazen raked the group with his gaze.
"You all know the drill, so I'll be brief. The dogs go first, then the handler, Lefty, then me and Raskovich."
He pointed at the KSU security chief.
"Raskovich, you know how to use a 12-gauge? "Yes, sir." "Then I'll issue you one. Behind us, as backup, there'll be Cole, Brast, and Sheriff Larson."
He nodded to 2 state troopers dressed in full raid wear. Then he turned to Larson.
"That okay with you, Hank?"
The deeper sheriff nodded.
"The rules of engagement are simple. You've all got riot guns, but don't use them unless your life is directly threatened. Is that absolutely crystal clear?"
Everyone nodded.
"We're taking our man out alive and unhurt. We're going in nice and easy, disarm the guy, bring him out shackled and cuffed, but with kid gloves. He's our star witness. If he panics and starts shooting, you stay back and let the dogs take care of him. And dogs like these can take a major round or two and still work."
Silence. Nods.
"If any of you's thinking of coming out a hero, forget it. I'll arrest you myself. We work together."
He glared at each one in turn.
"Shirt and Williams, you two will stake out the cave entrance. If we flush McFelty and he tries to take off, you need to be ready to take him. You, Rhinebeck, you're going into the Kraus mansion to serve the warrant and drink tea with Winifred. Be prepared to back up Shirt and Williams if they need it."
Rhinebeck nodded.
"Remember, we'll have no communication to the outside world down there, and if we get separated, there won't be any communication between us either, so we stay together. Got it?"
He looked around. They got it. Hazen went to the weapons locker, removed a shotgun, broke it open, loaded it, slapped it closed with a flick of his wrist, and handed it to Raskovich.
"You've all checked your weapons?"
There was a general shuffling, a murmur of assent. Hazen did a final check of his service belt, counterclockwise. Extra magazines, asp, baton, cuffs, pepper spray, sidearm, all in place. He took a breath, snugged his armored vest up tight beneath his chin. At that moment, the lights in the office flickered, brightened, and went out. A chorus of groans and murmurs went up. Hazen glanced out the window. No lights on the main drag, or anywhere else for that matter. Medicine Creek was blacked out from front to back. No surprise, really.
"This doesn't change a thing," he said. "We've got the night vision goggles. Let's go."
He opened the door, and they stepped out into the howling night. As he pulled into Medicine Creek, Special Agent Pendergast slowed the big rolls, then pulled to the side of the road. Plucking his cell phone from his pocket, he made another attempt to call Corey Swanson. The only reply was a steady beeping, no longer even a recorded message. The relay stations were down. He replaced the phone and pulled back onto the road. The police radio was also down, and the lights of the town were out. Medicine Creek was effectively cut off from the outside world. He continued on, turning into the gates of the trailer park. He looked for Corey's car, but it was nowhere to be seen. He headed back toward Main Street, and within 5 minutes he pulled into the parking lot of the Kraus mansion. Inside, Winifred sat in her usual chair, doing a cross-stitch by candlelight. She looked up as he came in, and a wan smile creased her papery face. "I was worried about you, Mr. Pendergast, out in that storm. It's a doozy, it really is. I'm glad you're back safely." "Has Miss Swanson been by today?" "Why, no." "Thank you." Pendergast bowed and turned back to the door. "Don't tell me you're going out again." "I'm afraid so." Pendergast walked back across the parking lot, his face grave. If he was aware of the storm that lashed and tore the landscape on all sides, he gave no sign. He reached his car, grabbed the door handle. Then he stopped and turned, thinking. Beyond the house, with its dimly lit windows, the dark sea of corn swayed violently. The signboard advertising Kraus's Caverns banged repeatedly in the wind. Pendergast released the handle and walked quickly past the house, along the road. Within 100 yards he came to a dirt road leading into the corn. 2 minutes later he was standing beside Corey's car. Now he turned and strode briskly back toward the road. But even as he did so, a row of headlights appeared in the distance, approaching through the murk at high speed. As the cars blasted past and their brake lights went on as they turned into the cavern's parking lot, growing concern became conviction, and he realized that the unthinkable had happened. By a terrible, ironic twist of fate, it seemed that all of them, first he, then Corey, and now Hazen, had come to the same conclusion, that the killer was hiding in the cave. Pendergast quickly cut back through the corn, making directly for the opening to the cave. If he could manage to get inside before... He was 1 minute too late. As he emerged from the corn, Hazen, standing before the cut leading down into the cave, saw him and turned back, a dark expression on his face.
Well, well, if it isn't Special Agent Pendergast. And here I thought you'd left town.
The agent halted. What are you doing here, Sheriff?
It's my recollection you were served with a C&D. You are in violation. I could have you arrested.
You're going in after the killer, said Pendergast. You've deduced he's in the cave. You have absolutely no idea of what you're getting into, Sheriff, neither in terms of the adversary you're facing, nor the setting. This was too much.
Pendergast, that's it.
You're at the edge of the abyss, Sheriff.
You're the one on the edge.
The killer's got a hostage. If you blunder in there, Sheriff, you're going to cause the death of that hostage.
Yeah? And just who is this hostage?
Corey Swanson.
How do you know?
She's been missing all day, and I just found her car hidden in the corn 100 yards to the west. Hazen shook his head in disgust.
Right from the beginning, Pendergast, you've done nothing but throw the investigation off track with your theories. We would already have this man in the bag if it weren't for you. So Swanson's car is parked in the corn. She's probably out in the cornfield with some guy.
She went into the cave.
Now, there's a brilliant deduction for you. The cave door is solid iron. How did she get in? Pick the lock?
Take a look for yourself. Hazen looked in the direction Pendergast was indicating, down along the cut in the ground. The iron door wasn't locked after all. A padlock lay at the bottom of the door frame.
If you think Corey Swanson sprung that lock, Pendergast, you're an even bigger fool than I thought. That's not the work of a kid. It's the work of a hardened felon. The man we're after, in fact. And that's more than you need to know about it. In fact, Pendergast, I've listened enough. Turn over your piece. You're under arrest. Cole, cuff him.
Cole stepped forward.
Sheriff, he's willfully disobeyed a standing cease and desist. He's hindering a police investigation. He's trespassing on private property. I'll take full responsibility. Just get him the hell out of my face.
Cole advanced toward Pendergast. In the next instant, it seemed, Cole was lying on the ground, desperately trying to breathe, and Pendergast had vanished. Hazen stared.
Oof!
Cole said, rolling into a sitting position and cradling his gut.
Son of a bitch sucker-punched me.
Christ! Hazen muttered, shining his light around. But Pendergast was gone. Moments later he heard the roar of a big engine, the sound of tires pulling rapidly away from gravel. Pendergast's rolls. Cole got up, his face red, and dusted himself off. There was the distant slamming of a door, and Hazen could hear a shrill voice rising and falling on the wind. A moment later, the pallid form of Winifred Krause came running down the path from the old mansion. The fierce gusts whipped and tugged at her white nightgown, and to Hazen it almost seemed as if a ghost was flying through the night. Rhinebeck was following in her tracks, protesting loudly.
"What are you doing?" shrieked the old woman. "What's this? What are you doing on my property?"
Hazen turned to Rhinebeck.
For Christ's sake, you were supposed to— I've been trying to explain to her, Sheriff. She's hysterical.
Winifred was looking around at the troopers, her eyes rolling wildly.
"Sheriff Hazen, I demand an explanation."
Hazen heaved a sigh and turned to her.
Look, Winifred, we believe the killer's holed up in your cave.
"Impossible!" the woman shrieked.
We're going in there to bring him out. I want you to stay in your house with Officer Rhinebeck here, nice and peaceable. He'll take care of you.
"I will not! Don't you dare go into my cave! You have no right! There's no killer in there!"
Miss Krause, I'm sorry, we've got a warrant. Rhinebeck? I already showed her the warrant, Sheriff. Show it to her again and get her the hell out of here. But she won't listen. Pick her up if you have to. Can't you see we're wasting time?
"Yes, sir. I'm sorry, ma'am." "Don't you dare touch me!"
Winifred took a swipe at Rhinebeck, who fell back. She turned and advanced on Hazen, her fists balled up.
"You get off my property! You've always been a bully! Get out of here!"
He grabbed her wrists, and she writhed and spat at him. Hazen was amazed at the old lady's strength and ferocity.
"How about a little help here?"
he roared. Rhinebeck grabbed her by the waist while Cole managed to snag one of her flailing arms. Her shrieks became hysterical. The three men held her immobile for a moment, struggling, and then Hazen finally extricated himself. Rhinebeck, with Cole's help, picked her up off the ground. Her legs kicked and flailed.
"Devils!" she shrieked. "You have no right!"
Her shrieks died as Rhinebeck disappeared into the storm, carrying his thrashing burden.
"Let's get into the cave before someone else pops up to spoil our party,"
Hazen said. He led the way to the dark slot in the ground. The men followed. As they descended the stairs, the sounds of the storm became muffled. They opened the unlocked door, switched on their infrared lights and night vision goggles, and within moments the silence became complete, broken only by the sound of dripping water. They were entering another world. The rolls scraped and bumped up the dirt track, the headlights barely penetrating the screaming murk. When the vehicle could go no farther, Pendergast stopped, turned off the engine, tucked the rolled map inside his suit jacket, and stepped out into the storm. Turning his head and leaning into the wind, Pendergast made his way along the track to the mounds. This was neither the time nor the manner in which he'd intended to confront the killer, but there was no longer any choice. Pendergast switched on his flashlight and moved forward as quickly as he could, eyes averted, until he reached the far side of the second mound. He stopped before a large limestone outcrop. He moved slowly around it, oblivious to the wind and pelting rain, inspecting rocks with great care, until he found what he was looking for, a half-dozen small, loose boulders lying caught in a crack of the rock. He rolled the smaller boulders aside, one by one, exposing an opening, then rapidly shifted more rocks. The ragged opening exhaled cool, damp air. The route through which the ghost warriors had first appeared then vanished, and, unless he was sadly mistaken, the back door to Krause's caverns. Pendergast slipped through the hole, flicking his beam back around to the inside face of rock fall, behind and above him. It was as he suspected. The smaller opening was inside what had once been a much larger natural opening. He turned away, raking his light into the passageway that sloped downward. As he started descending, the appalling fury of the storm faded away with remarkable quickness. Time, the storm, and the outside world all ceased to exist in the changeless environment of the cave. The passageway broadened as it descended, leveled out, then turned abruptly. Pendergast moved carefully up to the turn and waited, listening, gun drawn. Total silence. Quick as a ferret, he spun around the corner, illuminating the space ahead with his flashlight. It was a giant cavern, at least 100 feet across. An astonishing but not unexpected sight met his view. 30 dead horses, in full Indian battle dress, were arranged in a kneeling position in a ring at the center of the cavern. They had shriveled and mummified in the air of the cave. Their bones stuck out of their hides. Their dried lips were drawn back from their yellow teeth. Some carried beaded, high-cantled Cheyenne rawhide saddles on their backs. Others had a blanket merely, or nothing at all. Most had been sacrificed by a massive blow to the head with a studded club, leaving a neat hole punched directly between each pair of eyes. Arranged in a second circle, inside the first, were 30 Cheyenne braves, the ghost warriors. They had laid themselves out like the spokes of a wheel, the sacred wheel of the sun, each one touching his dead horse with his left hand, weapon in his right. They were all there, those who were killed in the raid as well as those who had survived. These latter had been sacrificed like the horses, a single blow to the forehead with a spiked club. The last one to die, the one who had sacrificed the rest, lay on his back, one mummified hand still clutching the stone knife that stuck from his heart. The knife was identical to the broken knife found with Chauncey's body, and each brave had a quiver of arrows exactly like the arrows found near the body of Sheila Sweg. They had been here, bearing witness beneath the earth of Medicine Creek, since the evening of August 14th, 1865. Those warriors who survived the raid had sacrificed themselves and their horses here, in the darkness of the cave, choosing to die with dignity on their own land. Never would the white men herd them off to a reservation. Never would they be forced to sign a treaty, board railroad cars, send their children to distant schools, to be beaten for speaking their own language, to be robbed of their dignity and culture. These ghost warriors had seen the inexorable roll of the white men across their land. They knew what the future looked like. Here, in this great cavern, was where they had hidden in ambush. From here they had issued forth during the dust storm, as if out of nowhere, to wreak havoc and destruction on the 45s. And here was where they had returned to seek eternal peace and honor. Brushy Jim's grandfather had said the ghost warriors seemed to rise up out of the ground. He had been exactly right. And though in 1865 the mounds would have been covered in dense brush, Harry Beaumont, in the moments before his death, must have realized where the warriors came from. He had cursed the ground for a very specific reason. Pendergast paused only long enough to examine his map. Then he hurried past the silent tableau toward the dark tunnel that led deeper into the cave system. There was very little time left, if there was any time at all. Hazen followed Lefty Weeks and the dogs as they proceeded along the wooden walkway of Krause's caverns. The beasts were hot on the trail, presa canarios, dogs bred to kill dogs, or anything else on 2 or 4 legs for that matter. Hazen wouldn't want to face them, not even with a brace of Winchesters loaded with double-aught buck. He noticed that the troopers seemed to be hanging back too. If he had any sense, McFelty would fall to his knees and pray for mercy the moment these ugly mutts turned the corner. With the overhead lights off, the night vision goggles illuminated the cave in a flat red wash. The wooden boardwalk ahead swam in the crimson light like the pathway to hell. They passed by the Crystal Cathedral, the Giant's Library, the crystal chimes. When they reached the far end of the tourist loop, Lefty, with a great deal of trouble, reined in the dogs. Hazen stopped well short, keeping a good 10 feet between himself and the animals. The dogs were looking intently into the darkness, past the infinity pool, growling, their tongues hanging out of their mouths. Dripping saliva showed red in the goggles, like blood. Hazen waited for the troopers to assemble behind him. Then he spoke in a low tone.
"I've never been beyond this point. From now on, silence."
He signaled Lefty forward. He followed with Raskovich. Cole and Brast came next. Larson brought up the rear. They splashed through the pool, climbed down the far end, and then followed Lefty along a tunnel that narrowed, then rose again, and took a sharp turn to the right. On the far side of the bend was a second iron door. It was ajar, the iron padlock lying nearby on the ground. Hazen gave them a thumbs up, signaled Lefty on. The dogs were growling even more insistently now. There would be no taking McFelty by complete surprise, but the growling was enough to inspire even Rambo to throw down his weapons. On the far side of the door, the tunnel widened into a cavern. The dogs sniffed ahead eagerly, dragging Lefty along. Hazen gestured for the group behind him to wait. Then he and Raskovich fanned out to the left and right, shotguns at the ready, scanning the room in infrared. Bingo! The bootlegger's nest. An old table, candle stubs, battered lanterns, broken crockery and bottles. At the far end, the still itself rose out of the reddish murk, a cauldron big enough to boil a horse. Hazen waved the rest forward and approached the still. He leaned over the cauldron and looked inside. There was something in the bottom, small and vague in the night vision goggles. It was a human ear. He turned, feeling a thrill of vindication mingling with disgust. "Don't anybody touch anything." The others nodded. Hazen continued examining the cavern. He made out a low archway in the side wall, a patch of gray leading to deeper darkness.
"It looks like there's another room that way," he said, pointing. "Let's go. Lefty, Lead with the dogs."
They passed through the low archway into the next cavern. He paused. Along one wall he could see a stock of recent food supplies, a larder of sorts. He shined his light in to reveal sacks of sugar, cereal, beans, bags of potato chips and other snacks, packages of beef jerky. There was also a stack of candles, boxes of kitchen matches, a broken lantern. Continuing to pan with his night vision goggles, Hazen saw that the passageway continued, leading to another cavern beyond. McFelty, if he was in here at all, would have heard them by now and would be in that room, maybe with a gun drawn, waiting to surprise them. He put a hand on Lefty's shoulder and spoke low into his ear.
"Unleash the dogs and tell them to flush out the next room. Can they do that?"
Of course.
Sheriff Hazen positioned his men around the mouth of the passage, ready to collar anyone who came out. Then he nodded to Lefty. Lefty unhooked the bull snaps from the collars and stepped back. The animals took off instantly, disappearing into the darkness. Hazen crouched by the opening, shotgun at the ready. He could hear the dogs in the next room, growling, snuffling, licking their wet chops. A few moments passed. The sounds grew fainter.
"Call them back,"
said Hazen. Lefty gave a low whistle. The dogs came back, reluctantly.
"All right,"
Hazen said.
"Let's go see what's in there."
They entered the third cavern. It was smaller than the others. Hazen stopped in surprise. It looked like it had been used as some kind of living quarters, but as his eye traveled around the room, he wondered just who it was who'd been living there. There was a bed against the wall, rotting and broken, the mattress ticking, spilling out, but it was very small, a kid's bed. Above the bed was a broken picture of an apple tree, and another of a clown. A few broken wooden toys, rotting and furred with mold, sat in the corner. There was a wooden bureau, once painted fire engine red, buckling and listing to one side, the drawers sprung. Some rotten clothing could be seen inside. At the far end, the cavern narrowed to a crack. Lefty had leashed the dogs up again, and they were straining toward the crack, deep growls rumbling in their chests.
"For Christ's sakes, let 'em check it out,"
said Hazen. Lefty walked them over. With a yelp, the dogs suddenly piled into the crack, jerking the protesting Lefty along behind them. In another moment, they were gone. Hazen stepped over and peered in. He saw the crack made a 90-degree turn and ran sharply downhill for a few feet before coming to what looked like a dead end. And yet it went on. It had to. He could hear Lefty's voice echoing back from the unknown darkness beyond, calling uselessly for the dogs to heel.
"The dogs have a trail," Hazen said over his shoulder, "and it looks like a hot one."
Corey lay still, her hands behind her back. He had laughed when she screamed, a horrible, high-pitched laugh that sounded like the squeal of a guinea pig. Now he was doing something to the corpse of Tad. She kept her head turned, eyes closed. She could hear the sound of rending cloth, then a horrible, wet, tearing sound. She scrunched her eyes tight shut and tried to mentally block out the sound. He was only a few feet from her, humming and talking nonsensically to himself in a sing-song while he worked. Every time he moved, a terrible reek washed toward her. The horror, the sheer unreality, was so intense that she found herself shutting down. A sob escaped her lips, but still the horrible thing paid no attention. He had his back turned. Thank God. Thank God. She opened one eye and let it fall on the lantern. Its ancient metal shutters were closed, letting out only the barest slivers of light. He didn't like light, it seemed. God, he was so white, so pasty white he was almost gray. And that face, the wispy little beard. A wave of terror washed over her. He was truly a monster. If she didn't get out, what had happened to Tad Franklin was going to happen to her. She felt her breath coming faster as the desperate need to take action returned. Her hands were already free. There was a lantern here. She had light, and at the far end of the little cavern she could see a well-worn trail leading into the darkness. It just might lead out of the cave. By inches, she began shifting her body around, searching for the sharp outcropping of rock, careful to keep her hands behind her back. Locating it, she raised her tied ankles and began rubbing them slowly back and forth across the edge, trying to be as quiet and inconspicuous as possible. She scraped and at last felt the rope give. She twisted her feet back and forth, loosening it further. One foot slipped free, then the other. She lay there, breathing deeply, her heart pounding with fear at what she was about to do. She glanced around once more, orienting herself. She took a deep breath, let it out, took another, held it. And then she counted to 3, leapt up, grabbed the lantern, and ran. A loud, inarticulate bellow sounded behind her. She skidded on the wet stone, almost fell, found her feet again, and ran headlong into the dark vertical maw at the far end of the cavern. The slot led to a long crack that opened into a strange gallery of thin, dripping cave straws and evil-looking ribbons of hanging limestone. Beyond was a shallow pool where the ceiling dropped precipitously. She splashed across the water and scrambled through the low place, holding the lantern high. Then she emerged into a larger cavern, filled from floor to ceiling with thickly tiered stalagmites. Was he following? Was he right behind, about to clutch at her again? She caromed between the pale, glistening pillars, gasping with terror and exertion. She had reached the far end of the cavern. Here, a rubble-strewn trail led upward. She scrambled up the slope, slipping and falling as the loose rocks gave way. Her raw wrists were bleeding afresh. The trail grew steeper, and as she again lifted the lantern over her head, she could make out a sill of rock at what appeared to be its upper edge. She grabbed it with her free hand, hoisted herself up, and there he was, waiting for her. His monstrous body covered with flecks of blood and flesh, the nightmarish, impossible face fixed in a broken smile. She screamed, and the pallid features broke out into a high-pitched, squeal-like laugh, a laugh of childlike delight. Corey tried to wriggle past, but a great hand swept down and clubbed her to the ground. She fell on her back, stunned. His laughter echoed hysterically. The dark lantern went rolling across the floor, candle guttering. He stood above her, clapping his hands and laughing, face distorted with merriment. He reached down, grabbed her shoulders, jerked her to her feet. The breath streamed from his rotten mouth like an abattoir. Corey screamed, and he squealed again. She twisted, trying to break out of his grip, but he held her with steel arms, laughing, squeezing. "Don't hurt me," she cried. "You're hurting me."
Who?
He said, his strange high voice sending out a spray of fetid-smelling spittle. He suddenly dropped her, scurried away, disappeared. She tried to get up, picked up the lantern, looking around wildly. She was surrounded by a forest of stalactites. Where was he? Why had he run away? She started down the trail, and suddenly with a huge bellow he leapt from behind a stalagmite and swung at her, knocking her down, his laughter filling the cave, and then he was gone again. She rose to her knees, panting hard, feeling stupid with terror and incomprehension, waiting for the pain to clear from her head.
Here!
Came the voice from behind a pillar, and then the sound of clapping. And that's when Corey finally understood. He was playing hide and seek. She swallowed, trembling, tried to find her voice. "You want to play with me?" He came forward, squalling a laugh, his thick lips wet and red, the 2-inch nails flashing as his hands alternately opened and clenched.
Play!
He cried, advancing toward her. And then, suddenly, the thing turned his head. His grotesque eyes swiveled wetly in their orbits, long brown lashes blinking. He seemed to be listening. Then he picked her up, slung her over his shoulder, and once again began moving with fearsome speed. Corey was only dimly aware of the confusing procession of galleries and chambers. She closed her eyes. And then she felt him stop. She opened her eyes to a small hole, a mere black tube at the base of a limestone wall. She felt herself sliding off his shoulder, felt him pushing her feet into the hole. He placed his hands on her shoulders, gave a brutal thrust, and she slid downward, falling the last few feet and landing hard on the stone floor. She sat up, dazed and bruised. He leaned in from above, holding the lantern, and for an instant she had a glimpse of the smooth, glassy sides of the pit that surrounded her.
Who?
He called down and puckered his lips grotesquely at her. Then his head vanished with the light, and Corey was left at the bottom of the pit in utter darkness. Pendergast slipped silently through the dark galleries of stone, moving as quickly as possible, following the faint, worn marks of a trail. The cave system was enormous, and his map showed only a sketchy outline of its true complexity. The map was wrong in many particulars, and there were entire levels of the cave not shown on it at all. The cave system was folded in over itself in exceedingly complex ways, making it possible for someone familiar with its secrets, the killer, to move in mere minutes between locations that on the map appeared to be 1,000 linear yards apart. Still, despite its drawbacks, the map was a remarkable piece of work. Ahead, Pendergast could hear the sound of water. Another minute brought him to the spot. Here, a phreatic passage cut laterally through the limestone cavern he was following. Along its floor ran a swift-moving underground stream, remaining vestige of the forces that had originally sculpted these strange, deep corridors. Pendergast paused at the water, knelt, scooped up a handful, and tasted it. It was the same water he'd drunk at the Kraus mansion, the water the town tapped into. He tasted again. It was, as he'd expected, the very water Lu Yu's Cha Ching, the Book of Tea, considered perfect for brewing green tea, oxygenated, mineral-laden water from a free-flowing underground limestone stream. It was that tea and the water that had triggered the revelation that Kraus's caverns must be more extensive than the small portion open to the public. He rose from the stream and followed the small river along the smooth curves of the phreatic passage. Within a few hundred yards, the river dropped away into a deep hole, filling the cave with a wash of mist. Here, Pendergast went upward, through the narrow tubes and pipes. Now the faint marks made by the long-term passage of feet were becoming stronger. He was approaching the inhabited region of the cave. Pendergast had believed from the beginning that the killer was local. His mistake had been in assuming the killer was a citizen. But no, he was not somebody to be found on Medicine Creek's tax rolls. He lived with them, yet not among them. From this realization, it was a relatively simple matter to determine the identity of the killer. But along with that determination came an understanding, or the beginnings of an understanding, of just how malformed and amoral a creature they were dealing with. He was a killer of extraordinary dangerousness, whose actions even Pendergast, with his long study of the criminal mind, could not predict. Here, in this cave, he now knew he would confront the most profound forensic mystery of his career. Pendergast paused and consulted his map. He found his approximate location. He was in the middle of a particularly labyrinthine section of the cave system, riddled with multi-leveled cracks, passageways, and blind holes. He went on, through galleries and tunnels, following the map toward what appeared to be the central part of the cave system. At the end of a particularly narrow gallery, he stopped, shining his light upon a far wall. There was one narrow vertical crack here, not on the map, that looked like it might give way onto another cavern on the far side. If so, it would cut off a considerable distance. He went to the crack and listened. He heard faint sounds, the rush of water overlaid by a human voice. At least it appeared to be human, and yet it was so distorted that it was impossible to make out any words. Shining his light on the ground before his feet, He noticed that he was not the first person to have taken this shortcut. He edged into the crack, which soon widened enough for him to walk normally. Ahead, the crack opened into the blackness of space. He was standing on a narrow ledge almost 100 feet up the wall of a dome-like cavity. Pendergast's flashlight beam could only barely reach the bottom. There had been footprints at the entrance to the crack. That meant there must be a way down. Below the lip of rock on which he stood, his light caught a series of hand and footholds. Pendergast took off his shoes and socks, tied the laces together, and draped them around his neck. He turned off his flashlight and slipped it into a pocket. It would be of no help now. Then, reaching down into the darkness, he grabbed the first handhold and swung out into space, his bare feet finding slippery purchase. 5 minutes of cautious climbing brought him to the bottom. He put on his shoes in complete darkness, listening. The noise was coming from the blackness at the far end of the cavern. Turning on the flashlight again and pulling out his handgun, Pendergast moved forward swiftly. He swung the beam around and saw something yellow on the ground behind a fractured boulder. He leapt onto the rock, gun and light pointing downward together. He peered into the cavity beneath the boulder, and then he holstered the gun, dropped down the far side, and laid a hand on the man who was curled in a fetal position in the lee of the rock. He was a small man, soaking wet, gibbering to himself. Lying next to him was a regulation-issue set of night vision goggles. At the touch of Pendergast's hand, the man crouched farther, covered his head, and squealed. "FBI," said Pendergast quietly. The man looked up. 2 red eyes peered uncomprehendingly out of a face completely covered with blood. The man's black jacket sported the yellow insignia of the Kansas State Police K-9 Squad. His lips trembled, but the only sound that emerged was incoherent sobbing. "What's your name, officer?"
"Weeks," the man spluttered. "Lefty Weeks."
"Officer," Pendergast said, "I don't have a lot of time. There's a killer in here who's kidnapped a girl. It is vital that I find her."
"My God, no, don't go that way. Please, sir, it's there."
Pendergast looked carefully into the man's face. He was traumatized, ruined. "It?"
That man."
"Describe him." Weeks buried his face in his hands, as if to blot out the image.
"White, huge, all bunched up like cloudy eyes, big feet and hands, and the face."
"What about the face?"
"Oh, Lord Jesus, the face of oh, God, of a baby. So...
Pendergast turned and played his flashlight around the cavern walls. His light finally came to rest on the giant forelimb of what could only be a dog, lodged in a crack about halfway up the wall. A piece of a lower jaw was wedged nearby, and something that might have been part of a muzzle had struck the sloping wall with enough violence to stick. "One of yours?" Pendergast asked. The man nodded dumbly. "Did you see this happen?" The man nodded again. Pendergast turned, raising his light to the man's face. "What precisely did you see?" Officer Weeks choked, stammered, and finally got the words out.
He did it. He did it with his bare hands."
At a nexus of branching tunnels, Hazen waited for the state troopers and Larson to catch up. 5 minutes passed, then 10, as his labored breathing returned to normal. It seemed that either they hadn't followed the sound of his voice, or they'd taken a wrong turn somewhere. Hazen swore, spat. Raskovich was gone, bolted like a rabbit when they had heard Lefty's terrified screams and the sound of the dogs engaged in what could only be a fight to the death. Although Hazen had briefly given chase, he'd been unable to find the guy. The way the man had been running, he was probably halfway back to KSU already. Hell, if he couldn't regroup with Larson and the troopers, he'd have to go after Lefty and the dogs alone. But now, looking around, he wasn't sure just which of the branching tunnels he'd come out of. He thought it was the one on the right, but he wasn't sure. Hazen swallowed, cleared his throat.
Lefty?
Silence.
Larson?
He cupped his hands and bellowed.
Hey! Anybody? If you can hear me, sing out.
Silence.
Anybody there? Respond!
The whole operation was fucked up. The thing to do was to get everyone back together, get a situation report, take stock. Shit, it was hard to remember which of these holes he had come out of. He examined the cave floor for footprints or marks, but it seemed as if each of the tunnels had been heavily trafficked. On balance, it seemed to him that he'd most likely come from that passage on the right. He walked down it about 50 feet, but nothing looked familiar. With a curse, he returned and took one of the other tunnels. He proceeded slowly, straining to remember, feeling his heart starting to beat a little fast. And then he heard a sound. Someone up ahead, humming.
Hey!
He broke into a trot, turned a corner, paused at a fork in the passage. The humming had stopped. Hazen spun around, calling out,
Larson? Cole?
Still no sound.
Answer me, goddammit!
More humming, high-pitched and farther away, coming out of the left tunnel. He unshouldered his shotgun and walked down the left tunnel. The sound was louder, higher, closer. He moved more cautiously now, his senses on alert, trying to control his heart, which seemed to be pounding way too hard in his chest. There was a flash of something at the periphery of his vision, and he stopped and spun around.
Hey!
He got just the briefest look before it darted away into the blackness. Brief as the glance was, it was enough to leave no doubt at all that it wasn't one of his team. And the horrible figure, grotesque, misshapen, hideous, it sure as hell wasn't McFelty. For a long time Corey lay in the wet dark, confused and dreamy, wondering where she was, what happened to her room, her bed, her window. And then she sat up, her head suddenly pounding, and with the return of the pain came the memory of the cave, the monster, and the pit. She listened. All was silent save the dripping of water. She finally stood, swaying slightly, the pounding in her head subsiding. She reached out, and her hands encountered the slick, smooth wall of the pit. She made a circuit, running her hands up and down the wet wall, seeking handholds, cracks, anything she might use to climb out. But the walls were of the slickest stone, smoothed by water, impossible to climb. And what would she do once she got out? Without a light she was as good as trapped. It was hopeless. There was no way out. All she could do was wait. Wait for the monster to come back, ready to play. She sobbed at the thought. It would be the end of her miserable, useless life. They'd never find her body. There'd be a half-hearted search, and then everyone would forget about her. She thought of Pendergast, the only person who had ever treated her like an adult, and now she'd failed him, too, stupidly going into the cave without telling anyone. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Weeks struggled to keep up with Pendergast as the FBI agent hurried through the cave, stopping infrequently to check the map he was carrying. The air of purpose that radiated from the agent had helped steady Weeks's shattered nerves, and yet he could not get out of his mind the image of the dog being ripped limb from limb by that... Pendergast halted suddenly. His light disclosed a body lying on the cave floor. The figure lay on its back, eyes wide open, arms and legs flung wide. The head was strangely elongated, like it had expanded and flattened, and the back of the skull had burst open like an overripe pumpkin. The eyes were bugged out, looking in two different directions. The mouth was wide open, too wide. Weeks looked away.
"What happened?"
he managed to say, struggling to hold back the terror. Pendergast raised his light toward the ceiling. There was a dark hole in the roof of the cavern. Then he let it fall once again to the body. "Can you identify him, officer?"
"Raskovich, the campus security guy from Kansas State."
Pendergast nodded and looked back up into the narrow hole overhead. "It would seem Mr. Raskovich had a great fall," he murmured almost to himself. Weeks shut his eyes.
"Oh, my God!"
Pendergast motioned him forward. "We must go on." But Weeks had had enough.
"I'm not going one step more. Just what do you think you're doing anyway?"
The panic elevated his voice louder and louder.
"The dog's dead. Raskovich is dead. You seen them both. There's a monster down here. What more do you want? I'm the one that's still alive. I'm the one you should be worrying about right now. What makes you so sure this girl is still alive, anyway?"
As if in answer, he heard a response, faint, distorted, and yet unmistakable. It was the sound of someone crying for help. Rhinebeck sat in the darkened parlor, rocking back and forth in the old straight-back chair. He was almost glad the house was so dark, because he felt ridiculous, sitting here in his blacked-out raid wear and Kevlar vest, surrounded by crochet work and frilly doilies. Assignment, little old lady. Shit. The big old house still groaned and creaked under the howling of the storm outside, but at least the shrieks of the old lady from the basement tornado shelter had subsided. He had double-locked the massive storm door, and it was pretty clear she wasn't going anywhere. She'd be safe down there. A lot safer than him if a tornado came along. It was well past midnight. What the hell were they doing down there? He watched the feeble glow of the propane lantern, turning over various scenarios in his mind. They probably had the guy trapped and were negotiating him out. Rhinebeck felt a little sorry for the old lady. It was tough having to lock her in the basement, but there was a major tornado warning out, and she'd been uncooperative to say the least. It couldn't be easy for an old woman, having a bunch of strangers with guns and dogs descending on your property in the middle of the night in a terrible storm. It would be a shock for anybody, especially a shut-in like old Miss Krause. It occurred to him that the old lady had been down in the cellar for almost 3 hours without any kind of nourishment. Now that she'd calmed down, he should bring her something. He could make a pot of tea on the gas stove. He roused himself from the chair, turned on his flashlight, and went into the kitchen. It was the work of a few minutes to arrange a little tray with cream and sugar, tea cakes, and jam. As soon as the tea was ready, he put everything on a tray and started down the stairs. He paused at the storm door and, balancing the tea tray on one hand, tapped lightly. He heard a stir within.
"Miss Krause, I have some tea and cakes here for you. It'll do you good."
He heard another rustle, and then her voice came through the door.
"Just a minute, please. I need to arrange my hair."
He waited, relieved by how calm she sounded. A minute passed, and then the old lady spoke again.
"I'm ready for you now,"
came the prim voice. Smiling, he slipped the big iron key out of his pocket, inserted it in the lock, and eased open the door. In the sandy floor, Sheriff Hazen could now make out footprints, the misshapen bare ones he'd seen before. He straightened. The bare feet, he was sure, belonged to the killer. He realized he'd been wrong about McFelty. The glance he'd had of the killer, brief as it was, had assured him of that. And maybe he was even wrong about Lavender's connection. But he was right about the most important thing. The killer was holed up in the cave. This was his base of operations. Hazen had made the connection, and he was determined to follow through and bring the son of a bitch out. Hazen followed the footprints in the sand. Who could he be? A question to be answered later. Find the guy, get him out. It was as simple as that. Once they had him, all else would become clear. Whether he was connected to Lavender, the experimental field, whatever. All would become clear.
"What was that?"
Weeks asked, screwing up his face, blinking rapidly against the dark. Pendergast remained still, listening. Another faint cry, high, thin, clearly female, echoed faintly through the caverns. In a flash, Pendergast was off again, moving down the tunnel. Weeks scrambled to follow, fumbling with his shotgun. The crying seemed to rise and fall as they moved on, becoming fainter from time to time, before growing louder again. They had entered a section of the cave that was drier and more spacious. The level floor was partially covered by large patches of sand, riddled with bare footprints. Here and there, odd-looking little arrangements had been pressed into the sand. Some were made of old Indian bones, while others were artifacts bound up with bits of mummified flesh.
"Do you know who the killer is?"
Weeks asked, unable to completely hide his querulous tone. A man, but a man in form only.
"What's that supposed to mean?"
Pendergast bent briefly to examine the footprints. All you need to know is this. Identify your target. If it is the killer, then shoot to kill. Do not trouble yourself with any niceties beyond that. Pendergast squeezed through a crack along the edge of one wall, then dropped into a narrow space that descended steeply. Scrambling after Pendergast down the sharply descending passage, Weeks half jumped, half tumbled into a tunnel so heavily used that a trail had been worn in the soft limestone of its bed. He clambered to his feet, brushing the mud from his clothes and checking his shotgun.
"How long has the killer been living down here?"
he asked, staring at the track in disbelief. 51 years this September, said Pendergast. Already he was moving again, following the trail down the narrow corridor.
"So you know who it is?"
"Yes."
"And just how the heck did you figure that out?"
"Officer Weeks, shall we save the colloquy for later?" Pendergast flew down the passageway. The crying had stopped, but now the FBI agent seemed sure of the way. And then, quite suddenly, they came to a standstill. Ahead, a huge curtain of crystallized gypsum flowed from a rend in the ceiling, completely blocking the passageway. Pendergast shone his light onto the floor of the passage, and Weeks noticed that the heavy track had disappeared. Pendergast moved his head close to the wall and called out, "Miss Swanson?" To Weeks' surprise, there was a faint gasp, a sob, and then a muffled shout.
"Pendergast! Agent Pendergast! Oh, God!"
"Be calm. We're coming to get you. Is he around?"
"No, he left. I don't know how long ago."
Pendergast turned to Weeks. "Now's your chance to be useful." He moved back to the curtain of gypsum, pointed. "Direct a shotgun blast at this spot, please."
"Won't he hear?"
said Weeks. "He's already close. Follow my orders, officer." Pendergast spoke with such command that Weeks jumped. "Yes, sir." He crouched, aimed, and pulled both triggers. The blast was deafening in the enclosed space. Pendergast's light exposed a pall of glittering gypsum dust, and beyond, a great hole in the diaphanous stone. For a moment, nothing further happened. And then the curtain broke apart with a great crack, dropping to the floor and sending glittering crystal shards skidding everywhere. Beyond was another passageway, and beside it the narrow dark mouth of a pit. Pendergast rushed to the edge and shone his light within. Weeks came up behind and peered cautiously over his shoulder. There at the bottom he saw a filthy girl with purple hair staring up with a muddy, blood-smeared, terrified face. Pendergast turned to look at him. "You're the dog handler? You must have a spare leash in your pack."
"Yes."
He found himself in one swift movement, relieved of his pack. Pendergast reached inside and pulled out the spare, a length of chain with a leather strap. Then he fixed the chain end around the base of a limestone column and threw the other end into the pit. From below came the clank of the chain, the sobbing of the girl. Weeks peered over again.
"It doesn't reach,"
he said. Pendergast ignored this. "Cover us. If he comes, shoot to kill."
"Now wait just a minute."
But Pendergast had already disappeared over the edge. Weeks hovered at the top, one eye on the passageway and the other on the pit. The FBI agent clambered down the chain with remarkable agility, and when he reached the end, he hung from it, free arm down, offering the girl his hand. She reached for it, swiped, missed. She tried again. Now Pendergast was able to grab her hand. He hoisted her upward, planted his free arm beneath her shoulders, brought the hand back to the chain, and slowly climbed up the stone face. Pendergast looked scrawny enough, but the strength it took to climb up that chain while carrying another person was remarkable. They emerged from the pit, and the girl immediately fell to her knees, clinging to Pendergast, sobbing violently. Pendergast knelt beside her. Taking a handkerchief from his pocket, he gently wiped the blood and dirt from the girl's face. He took her hands. "Corey, you've been very brave, but it's not over yet, and I need your help. Can you walk?" She nodded.
"He was playing with me," she cried. "He was going to keep playing with me until until I died.
He stood up and helped her get to her feet. I know it's difficult, but you're going to need to be strong until we get out of here. He briefly examined his map. There might be a quicker way out. We're going to have to risk it. Follow me. Then he turned to Weeks. I'll go first, then Miss Swanson. You cover us from the back. And I mean cover, officer. He could come from anywhere, above, below, beside, behind. He will be silent, and he will be fast.
How can you be so sure the killer will be coming after us?
Pendergast's pale eyes were luminous in the darkness. Because he won't willingly give up his only friend. Hazen moved fast, pausing only briefly to reconnoiter at the twists and intersections of the cavern, not bothering to conceal the noisy sounds of his passage. He gripped his 12-gauge with white knuckles, fingers resting against the dual triggers. He saw movement ahead, heard a faint sound. He moved forward more carefully now, gun at the ready. He swung around a rocky corner, dropped to his knee, and covered the empty tunnel ahead. And in doing so, he never did see the dark shape that approached swiftly out of the shadows behind him until he felt the sudden blow to the side of his head, the brutal wrenching twist. But by then it was too late, and Black Night was already rushing forward to embrace him, and he didn't have enough air left in his lungs to make any sound at all. Perhaps, Corey thought, it was all just a dream. This breathless, desperate dash through an endless gallery of caverns. Perhaps Agent Pendergast had never arrived, and she hadn't been rescued after all. Perhaps she was still down at the bottom of the pit, in a nightmarish half-doze, waiting to be awakened by the return. But then the ache in her wrists and ankles, the throbbing pain in her temple, would remind her that this was, in fact, no dream. Agent Pendergast raised his arm, signaling for them to stop. His flashlight bobbled as he consulted the strange, soiled map. "This way," Pendergast whispered. They passed through a low, chilly cavity that took a series of turns, first to the left, then to the right, and then, quite suddenly, the ceiling rose into blackness. Corey sensed, more than saw, that a large chamber lay ahead. Pendergast hesitated once again at its mouth, listening. When he had satisfied himself that there was no noise beside their own, he said, "We are no more than 100 yards from the public area of Krause's caverns. But a portion of that will be along the Z-axis."
"The Z-axis?" Weeks said. "What are you talking about?"
"Our route lies up there." Pendergast pointed to a small arched opening that Corey had not noticed before, situated about 40 feet up one of the curtains of stone. A stream of water poured from it, splashing down the huge masses of flowstone and disappearing into a yawning crack at the cavern's base.
"Just how are we supposed to get up there?"
Weeks asked. "It's the only choice left us," Pendergast said, then turned to Corey. "How are your wrists and ankles?"
"I can make it."
"I know you can. You go first. I'll follow and tell you what to do. Officer Weeks will come last." Quickly, Pendergast glided toward the cave wall, Corey following close behind. She felt her heart begin to beat hard and fast again, and she tried to keep her eyes off the rock face above them. Without allowing her time for second thoughts, Pendergast gave her a boost, directing his light toward the initial footholds. "I'm right behind you, Miss Swanson," he murmured. "Take your time." Corey clung to the rock, trying to suppress the pain in her hands and the still greater burden of her fear. To reach the opening overhead, they had to climb diagonally out over the yawning fissure. The ribbed limestone offered plenty of good hand and footholds, but the rock was wet and smooth. She tried to think of nothing except raising first a hand, then a foot, and then pulling herself up another 6 inches. From the noises below, she could tell that both men were now on the rock face and climbing as well. Pendergast murmured directions, once in a while using his hand to direct her foot to one ledge or another. One foot, one hand, the other foot, the other hand. Slowly, Corey crept up the rock. Now blackness yawned both above and below, barely pierced by the glow of Pendergast's flashlight.
There's something down here.
Weeks suddenly shouted from below, his voice pitched high.
Something moving.
Officer Weeks, brace yourself against the rock and provide cover, Pendergast said. Then he turned back to Corey. Corey, just another 10 feet. Pretend you're climbing a ladder. Ignoring the pain that shot through her wrists and fingers, Corey grabbed the next handhold, found another foothold, pulled herself up.
It's him!
She heard Weeks shout.
Oh, my God! He's here!
Use your weapon, officer, Pendergast said calmly. Desperately, Corey grabbed a fresh handhold, found a higher ledge for her foot. It slipped, and her heart almost froze with terror as she lurched away from the wall. But Pendergast was there once more, his hand bracing her, steadying her, guiding her foot to a better hold.
He's gone,
Weeks said in a tight voice.
At least I can't see him.
He's still there, said Pendergast. Climb, Corey, climb. Corey, gasping with the effort and pain, pulled herself up. Peripherally she was aware that Pendergast, with a lithe maneuver, had turned himself around on the ledge to face outward. His flashlight was in one hand, and his gun in the other, its laser sight scanning the cavern below.
There!
Cried Weeks. Corey heard the deafening blast of his shotgun, followed by another.
He's fast!
Weeks screamed.
Too fast!
I'm covering you from above, Pendergast said. Just hold your position and fire with care. There was another blast from the shotgun, then another. Corey ventured a glance overhead. In the dim glow of Pendergast's flashlight, she could see that she was now just 5 feet below the lip of the archway. But there did not seem to be any more handholds. She felt around, first with one hand and then with the other, but the stone was smooth. Another scream, another wild shotgun blast. Weeks, Pendergast rapped out. You're firing wild. Aim your weapon.
No! No! No!
The shotgun went off yet again. And then Corey heard the clatter as Weeks threw his empty gun down in a panic and began climbing furiously. Officer Weeks! Pendergast shouted. Once again Corey reached out with her hands, fingertips splayed, looking for a purchase. She could find none. With a sob of terror, she looked down toward Pendergast, appealing for help. And then she froze. A shape had flashed out of the darkness below, leaping upon the rock wall like a spider. Pendergast's gun cracked, but the shape kept coming, scrambling up after them. For a moment, Pendergast's light fell directly on it, but it gave a grunt of rage and ducked away from the beam. And yet it was enough for Corey to see. Once again that great moon-like face, inhumanly white, the wispy trailing beard, the little blue eyes flecked with blood, staring out from below long, effeminate lashes, that same strange, intent, fixed smile, a face that seemed as ingenuous as a baby's, and yet so very alien, rent by thoughts and emotions so bizarre as to scarcely seem human. Even as she watched, the figure ascended the rock with terrible speed. Pendergast's gun cracked again, but Corey saw that Weeks, climbing desperately, had come directly between him and the monster, and the FBI agent no longer had a shot. She lay against the rock face, her heart like a hammer in her chest, unable to move, unable to look away, unable to do anything. The killer reached the frantically climbing Weeks, brought his piston-like arm back, and smashed the man in the back, cracking him like a bug. With a scream of pain, Weeks peeled off the rock and began to slide. The massive arm cocked back again, and this time struck a sideways blow that rammed Weeks's head against the rock. Corey watched in frozen horror as Weeks simply dropped, down the wall, and into the great fissure below, his body making no sound as it plunged out of sight through the veil of mist into the unguessable depths beneath. Then, immediately, there came another shot from Pendergast's gun, but the man, with a great ape-like leap, dodged sideways and once again began scuttling up the rock face with almost unbelievable agility. Before she could even draw a breath, he was on top of Pendergast. There was a blow, and the agent's gun fell away, clattering onto the cavern floor below. Then the thing's hammer-like fist drew back to deliver another fatal blow, and Corey, finding her breath, screamed, "No!" But when the fist came down, Pendergast was no longer there, having jumped sideways himself. Now the agent raised his hand, fingertips curled tightly in against themselves, and thrust the meat of his palm violently up into the man's nose. There was a cracking sound, and a jet of crimson blood. The man grunted in pain, and lashed out again, knocking Pendergast roughly from the wall. The agent teetered, slid, then managed to halt his fall, re-establishing a grip on the stone several feet below. But it was too late. The thing, bloodied and frothing, had gotten past Pendergast and was now scrambling up the rock face toward Corey. She was helpless. She could not even release a hand to defend herself, and it was all she could do to cling to the cliff. He was on top of her in a heartbeat, and the great calloused hands closed once again around her throat, with no hesitation now, no humanity in his dead eyes, nothing but a sense of anger and the desire to kill. And the sound of her gagging was drowned out by his own brutal roar. Shirt and Williams had been standing in the cold and rain outside the cave entrance for over 3 hours without seeing or hearing from any of their team.
"Fuck this," Williams said finally. "I'm going up to the house to relieve Rhinebeck. I'll take a turn watching the old lady and send him on down here." "That wasn't our assignment." "Screw the assignment. They were supposed to be in and out of the cave in half an hour. I'm tired and I'm soaked to the skin. You can stay out here if you want, but I'm going up to the house."
The roar of the monster was suddenly drowned out by a second roar, sharp and deafening in the confines of the cavern. Corey felt the horrible weight of the brute suddenly slam against her, pressing her cruelly into the rock face. He was roaring violently in her ear, as if in pain. The great paw around her neck loosened, then released, allowing her to turn her head and gasp for air. There was another blast, and this time she heard the slap of buckshot against the rock face nearby. Corey gulped in air, clinging hard at the slippery purchase. Someone was firing a shotgun at him from below. The monster slid away from the rock, then regained his hold, scrabbling frantically and roaring like a bear in the direction of the blast. Vaguely she heard Pendergast's voice from below. "Corey, now!" Corey struggled to clear her head. She released one hand, gave a desperate reach upward, and found the handhold that had been eluding her. Crying and gasping, she pulled herself up by her arms, moved her foot, and felt a vice-like grip close around her ankle. She screamed, trying to shake her leg free, but the brute tugged fiercely at her, trying to peel her away bodily from the rock face. There was another shotgun blast, and the terrible grip abruptly relaxed. Corey felt a sharp sting in her calf, and realized that one or more of the shotgun pellets had hit her. "Hold your fire!" Pendergast shouted down. But the monster had fallen abruptly silent. The roar of the shotgun, the shrieks of pain and rage, echoed and fell away. Corey waited, frozen in terror against the rock face. Almost against her will, she found herself looking slowly downward. He was there, the broad moon face now a mask of blood. He stared up at her a moment, his face horribly twisted, grimacing, his eyes blinking rapidly. Then his hands spasmodically released their holds. His eyes remained on hers as he swayed back, as if in slow motion from the rock face. Then he gradually fell backward, his countenance serene as his huge body dropped away into space. Corey watched in sickened horror as he hit the rock wall a dozen feet below, bouncing with a great smack and a spray of blood, then turning once and landing heavily at the mouth of the fissure. He lay still for a moment, and then another shotgun blast roared out, catching him in one shoulder and turning him over violently, swinging his body part-way over the abyss. A man holding a shotgun stepped forward. Sheriff Hazen. He aimed it point-blank at the man's head. For a moment, one of the monster's great hands clung to the edge, and then it relaxed, and the thing slid down out of sight, dropping like a stone into the void. Corey waited, listening, but there was nothing more. No splash, no cry of ultimate pain to mark the thing's final passing. He had disappeared, claimed by the dark bowels of the earth. The sheriff stood there, not having fired the final shot. The first to speak was Pendergast. "Easy does it," he said to Corey, his voice low and firm. "Let one hand follow the other. I can see the rest of the path from here. The handholds are good, and the top is only a few feet away." Corey gasped, sobbed, her entire body shaking. "You may cry when you reach the top, Miss Swanson. Now you must climb." The businesslike tone broke the spell of terror that froze her against the rock. She swallowed, moved a hand, found another handhold, secured it, moved a foot, and when she reached up again, her hand found the lip of the precipice. She had made it to the top. In another moment, she had pulled herself up and over. She stretched out on the cold floor of the passageway, face down, and gave herself over to sobbing. She was alive. For a minute, maybe two, she remained alone, and then Pendergast was kneeling over her, his arm around her, his voice low and reassuring. "Miss Swanson, you're fine. He's gone now, and you're safe." She couldn't speak. All she could do was cry with relief. Pendergast's cool white hand stroked her forehead for a moment. "I have to go down for Sheriff Hazen. He's badly hurt. We'll be right back."
"He,"
Corey managed to say. "Yes, he saved your life, and mine." Pendergast nodded, then was gone. Corey leaned back against the stone floor. A breeze came wafting down from out of the darkness, stirring her hair. It carried with it a familiar, horrible smell, the smell of that cauldron in the room where the killer had first grabbed her, but along with it was the faint smell of something else, something almost forgotten, fresh air. Perhaps she fell asleep then, or perhaps she simply shut down. But the next thing she remembered was opening her eyes and seeing Agent Pendergast looking down at her. Beside him, leaning heavily against the FBI agent, was the sheriff, bloody, clothes ripped, nothing but a knot of bloody gristle where one of his ears had once been. Corey blinked, stared. He looked as tired and battered as a human being could be, and still remained standing. Pendergast spoke. "Come, we're not far now. The sheriff needs both our help." Corey staggered to her feet. Then they began moving slowly down the tunnel. And as the smell of fresh, sweet air began growing stronger, Corey knew for sure that they were finally on their way out. Williams gave the knocker a few raps.
"Rhinebeck, it's me, Williams."
No response.
"Rhinebeck?"
He waited 1 minute, then another. Still no response. He tried the handle, found it locked. He went around the flank of the house to the side door. It was unlocked. He let himself in.
"Rhinebeck!"
Williams looked around uneasily. The door from the parlor to the dining room was half closed. He pushed through, looked around. No one there. He shone his light into the kitchen. It was dark. Maybe Rhinebeck had left with the old woman, Williams figured. Just then he heard a muffled thump, down below in the basement. And then he suddenly understood. Naturally, Rhinebeck and the old lady were down in the cellar because of the tornado warnings. That was why the house seemed deserted. He found the cellar stairs and began to descend. Halfway down he paused, craned his neck to see into the pool of darkness.
"Rhinebeck?"
There was that thump again, followed by a sigh. He shone his light down and around as he made his way to the bottom. In the far corner of the basement, a candle guttered on a small work table where tea for two had been set. Rhinebeck was sitting in a chair facing the table, slumped over, hands hanging at his sides, blood pouring into his mouth from a terrible gash in his skull. A broken porcelain statue lay in pieces on the ground around him. Williams stared, uncomprehending. A muffled boom of thunder shook the foundations of the house. Then another thump sounded behind him. He turned, the flashlight beam spinning across the walls as he groped for his gun, and as he did so, a figure seemed to come out of nowhere, rushing toward him, a wild, ghostly woman in white, her arms upraised, her tattered nightgown streaming behind her, her gray hair wild, Rhinebeck's commando knife in one of her upraised fists. Her mouth was open, a pink, toothless hole, and from it issued a shriek. "Devils!" At first, Shirt could hardly believe his eyes at the bloody spectacle that greeted him. Sheriff Hazen, barely distinguishable under all the blood, a young girl bruised and mud-spattered, and the FBI agent who had sucker-punched Cole, all materializing out of the gloom of the cave. "We need to get Sheriff Hazen to a hospital," the FBI agent said. "The girl also needs medical attention."
"All communications are down," Shirt said. "The roads are impassable."
"Where's Williams?"
Hazen slurred.
"He went up to the house to relieve Rhinebeck."
Shirt paused, almost afraid to ask the question.
"What about the others?"
Hazen merely shook his head.
"We'll send down a search and rescue team as soon as communications are restored," Pendergast said wearily. "Help me get these two into the house, if you please."
"Yes, sir."
Shirt put an arm around Hazen and gently guided him up the last of the steps. Pendergast came behind, helping the girl. They exited the cave mouth and bent into the fury of the elements, the rain coming horizontally down the cut, lashing and whipping against them. The Kraus mansion loomed ahead, dark and silent, just a faint light flickering in the parlor windows. They moved slowly up the walk and mounted the steps to the porch. He watched Pendergast try the front door, find it locked, and then Shirt heard it, a muffled crash from inside, followed by a scream and the sound of a gunshot. In one smooth motion, Pendergast's gun was in his hand. A second later, he had kicked in the door. Gesturing for Shirt to stay with Hazen and the girl, he darted inside. Shirt peered around the doorframe, shotgun at the ready. He could see two figures struggling in the hall at the top of the basement stairs, Williams and somebody else, a hideous figure in a bloody white nightgown, long grey hair wild. Shirt could hardly believe it. Old Lady Kraus. There was another scream, this one shrill and almost incoherent.
"Baby killers!"
Simultaneously, there was a flash and the roar of a gun. In 3 leaps, Pendergast had reached and tackled the woman in white. There was a brief struggle, a muffled shriek. The gun skittered across the floor. The two rolled out of Shirt's view, and Williams darted down the stairs. Perhaps 30 seconds ticked by, and then Pendergast reappeared, carrying the old woman in his arms, murmuring something in her ear. Moments later, Williams came up the basement steps, his arm around Rhinebeck, who was staggering and holding his bloodied head. Shirt entered with Corey and the sheriff, passing through the front hall into the parlor. There, Pendergast arranged the old lady in a wing chair, still murmuring soothing, indistinct words, cuffing her loosely. He rose and helped Shirt lay the sheriff down on the sofa in front of the fireplace. Williams took a seat on a sofa as far from the woman as possible, shivering. The girl had fallen in the chair on the other side of the fire. Pendergast's gaze darted about the room. "Officer Shirt?" "Yes, sir." "Get a first aid kit from one of the cruisers and see to Sheriff Hazen." When Shirt returned a few minutes later with the medical kit, he found that the room had been lit with candles and new logs laid on the fire. Pendergast had draped an afghan around the old woman, and she peered out at them balefully through a tangle of iron-grey hair. Pendergast went over to the girl and spoke to her softly. Then, taking supplies from the first aid kit, he bandaged her wrists and doctored the cuts on her arms, neck, and face. Shirt worked on Hazen, who grunted stoically. 15 minutes later, all had been done that could be done. Now, Shirt realized, they just had to wait for emergency help to arrive. The FBI agent, however, appeared to be restless. He paced the room, his silver eyes moving among its occupants. And yet again and again, as the storm shook the old house, his gaze came back to rest on the bloodied old woman who sat motionless, her head bowed, handcuffed to the wing chair. At last Pendergast broke the long silence that had settled over the parlor. His eyes remained on the old woman as he spoke. "I am sorry to tell you, Miss Kraus, that your son is dead." She jerked and moaned, as if the announcement was a physical blow. "He was killed in the cave," Pendergast went on quietly. "It was unavoidable. He didn't understand. He attacked us. There were a number of casualties. It was a matter of self-defense." The woman was now rocking and moaning, repeating over and over again, "Murderers! Murderers!" But the accusatory tone seemed almost to drain from her voice. All that remained was sorrow. Corey stared at Pendergast, struggling to understand.
Her son?
Pendergast turned to her. You gave me the crucial hint yourself. How Miss Krause, when she was young, was known for her, free ways. She became pregnant, of course. Normally, she would have been sent away to have the baby. He turned back to Winifred Krause, speaking very gently. But your father didn't send you away, did he? He had a different way of dealing with the problem. With the shame. Tears now welled out of the old woman's eyes, and she bowed her head. Yes, Pendergast said. Your father, with his fanatical, hypocritical piety, locked you and your sin away in the cave. After a time you were let out to rejoin the world, but not your baby. He, the sinful issue, had to remain in the cave, and that's where you were forced to raise him. He stopped briefly. Winifred remained silent. And yet, after a time, it didn't seem like such a bad idea, did it? Completely sheltered from the wicked world like that? In a way, it was a mother's dream come true. You would always have your little boy with you. Never would he leave home or fall into the ways of the world. Never would he leave you for another woman. Never would he abandon you. He would always need you, depend on you, love you. He would be yours, forever. The tears were now flowing freely down the old lady's cheeks. Her head was swaying sadly. May I ask what his name was, Miss Krause? Job, she murmured. A biblical name, of course, and an appropriate one as it turned out. There in the cave you raised him. He grew to be a big man, a strong man, enormously strong, because the only way to move about in his world was by climbing. Job never had a chance to play with children his own age. He never went to school. He barely learned how to talk. In fact, he never even met another human being for the first 51 years of his life, except for you. No doubt he was a boy with above-average intelligence and strong creative impulses, but he grew up virtually unsocialized as a human being. You visited him from time to time when it was safe. You read to him, but not enough for him to learn more than rudimentary speech. And yet, in some respects, he was a quick boy, a desperately creative boy. Look what he was able to learn by himself. Lighting a fire, making clever things with his hands, tying knots, creating whole worlds out of little things he found in the cave around him. Perhaps at some point you realized you were doing wrong by keeping him in the cave, away from sunlight, civilization, human contact, social interaction. But by then, of course, it would have seemed too late. The old lady remained bowed, weeping silently. Hazen exhaled again, a long, pent-up breath.
But he got out, he said hoarsely. The son of a bitch got out. And that's when the murders began.
Exactly, said Pendergast. Sheila Sweg, digging at the mounds, uncovered the ancient Indian entrance to the cave, the back door, which also happened to be used by the ghost warriors when they ambushed the 45s. It had been blocked off from the inside when the warriors went back into the cave and committed ritual suicide after the attack. But Sweg, digging in the mounds, found it, to her sorrow. It must have been a monumental shock for Job when Sweg wandered into his cave. He had never met another human being besides his mother. He had no idea they even existed. He killed her in fear, no doubt unintentionally, and then he found the freshly cut opening Sweg had made, and for the first time he climbed out into a vast and wondrous new world. What a moment that must have been! Because you never told him about the world above, did you, Miss Krause? She slowly shook her head. So Job emerged from the cave. It would have been night. He looked up and saw the stars for the first time. He looked around and saw the dark trees along the creek, heard the wind moving through the endless fields of corn, smelled the thick, humid air of the Kansas summer. How different from the enclosing darkness in which he had spent half a century. And then, perhaps, far away, across the dark fields, he saw the lights of Medicine Creek itself. In that moment, Miss Krause, you lost all control of him, just as happens to every mother. But in your case, Job was over 50 years old. He had grown into a powerful and transcendentally warped human being, and the genie could not be put back in the bottle. Job had to come out again and again and explore this new world. A small sob escaped from the old lady. The room fell silent. Finally, she spoke.
When the first lady was killed, I had no idea it was my Job. But then he told me. He was so excited, so happy. He told me about the world he'd found, as if he didn't know I already knew of it. Oh, Mr. Pendergast, he didn't mean to kill anyone. He really didn't. He was just trying to play. I tried to explain to him, but he just didn't understand.
Pendergast waited a moment and then continued. As he grew, you didn't need to visit him as often. You brought him his food and supplies in bulk once or twice a week, I imagine, which would explain where he got the butter and sugar. By that time, he was almost self-sufficient. The cave system was his home. He had taught himself a great deal over the years, skills that he needed to survive in the cave. But where he was most damaged was in the area of human morals. He didn't know right from wrong.
I tried, oh, how I tried to explain those things to him,
Winifred Krause burst out, rocking back and forth. There are some things that cannot be explained, Miss Krause, Pendergast said. They must be observed. They must be lived. Hazen suddenly spoke, his voice harsh with disgust, anger, disbelief, pain.
But why the scenes in the cornfields? What was that all about?
Winifred only shook her head wonderingly.
I don't know.
Pendergast spoke again. We may never know what was in his mind when he fashioned those tableaux. It was a form of self-expression, a strange and perhaps unfathomable notion of creative play. This was why he never fit the pattern of a serial killer, because he wasn't a serial killer. He had no concept of killing. He was completely amoral, the purest sociopath imaginable. Winifred abruptly put her face in her hands and rocked.
Oh, my poor little boy, she cried. My poor little Joby.
Corey heard a siren sound in the distance, and then through the front windows the lights of an ambulance striped their way across the walls and floor. There was a squealing of brakes as a squad car pulled up alongside. Then came the slamming of vehicle doors, heavy footsteps on the porch. The door opened, and a burly fireman walked in.
"You folks all right here?"
he asked in a hearty voice.
"We finally got the roads cleared and—"
He fell silent as he saw Hazen, covered with blood, the weeping old woman handcuffed to the chair, the others in shell-shocked stupor. "No," said Pendergast, speaking quietly. "No, we are not all right." The setting sun lay over Medicine Creek, Kansas, like a benediction. The storm had broken the heat wave. The sky was fresh, with the faintest hint of autumn in the air. The cornfields that had survived the storm had been cut, and the town felt freed of its claustrophobic burden. Migrating crows by the hundreds were passing over town, landing in the fields, gleaning the last kernels from among the stubble. Corey lay on her rumpled bed. Her windows were open, letting in a pleasant flow of air. She stared out at the puffy, cumulus clouds passing overhead, dragging their shadows across the shaved fields. The town was doing its best to return to normal. There was a rumor that KSU had decided to site the experimental field somewhere in Iowa, but that was no loss. Good riddance, in fact. Pendergast seemed to feel Dale Estrom and the Farmers' Co-op had a point about the perils of genetic modification. Anyway, people could hardly care less now that the town was alive with national park people, cave experts, a team of National Geographic photographers, and hardcore spelunkers, all of whom were anxious to get a glimpse of what was being called the greatest cave system to be discovered in America since Carlsbad Caverns. It seemed the town was standing at the edge of a new dawn that would bring wealth, or at least prosperity, to all. Time would tell. Corey sighed. None of it would make the slightest difference to her. One more year, and then, for better or for worse, Medicine Creek would become ancient history for her. At least there wouldn't be any more trouble from Sheriff Hazen. Funny, he'd saved her life, and now he seemed to have taken some kind of almost paternal interest in her. She had to admit he had been pretty cool when she visited him that day she left the hospital. She had thanked him for saving her life. He'd shed a few tears at that, said he hadn't done nearly enough, that he'd done nothing. The poor man. He was really broken up about Tad's death. Pendergast had stayed in town the last week, working with Hazen and the state police to wrap up the evidentiary phase of the case. He had called to say he was leaving tomorrow, early, and said he wanted to say goodbye before he left. He'd already been by the hospital several times to see her. He had been very solicitous and kind, and yet somehow she'd hoped for more. She shook her head. What did she expect? That he'd take her with him? Make her his permanent assistant? Ridiculous. Besides, he seemed increasingly eager to leave, citing some pressing matter waiting for him back in New York. Anyway, it didn't really matter. He was going away, and in 2 more weeks high school would begin again. Senior year, her last in Medicine Creek. One last year of hell. Corey awoke in the stillness of night. All was dark. From directly outside her window came a gurgle, a chattering noise, a soft thump. Instantly the grogginess went away, replaced by terror. And then there was a splutter and a hiss, and a patter of drops began falling lightly against the side of the trailer. She glanced at the clock. 2 a.m. She sank back on the bed, almost laughing out loud with relief. This time it really was Mr. Dade's sprinkler system. She rose to shut the window. She paused for a moment, drinking in the cool flow of air, the fresh smell of wet grass. Then she went to slide the window shut. A hand suddenly reached in from the darkness and caught the window's edge, stopping it from closing. It was bloody, with broken nails. Corey dropped her hands from the window and backed away wordlessly. A white, moon-like face now appeared in the window, bruised, cut, streaked with filth and blood, with a wispy beard and a strange childlike puffiness. Slowly the terrible hand pulled the window open until it would go no more. Corey backed toward the door, numb fingers feeling in her pocket for the cell phone. She found it, hit the send button twice, directing the phone to call the most recently dialed number, Pendergast's number. With a jerk, the huge hand ripped out the cheap aluminum window frame, shattering the glass. Corey turned and ran from her room, tearing down the hall in her bare feet, racing across the living room toward... With a crash, the front door was flung open, and there stood Job. Job, still alive, one eye ruptured and weeping yellow liquid, his oversized child's clothing torn and filthy, crusted with blood, hair matted, skin sallow. One arm hung useless and broken, but the other was reaching toward her. She turned and raced back down the hall to her room. He was after her, blundering down the hall. Without pausing to think, she dove out the window head first, rolled over the broken glass and wet grass, stood up and began sprinting toward town. If she could get to the main road, she might have a chance. She raced through the trailer park. The gate was just a few hundred yards ahead. She heard a roar and glanced sideways to see the bent and wounded figure running crab-like across the grass with horrible speed, cutting off her route into town. She could hear feet pounding like a frenzied accompaniment to his agonized cries. He couldn't be more than 10 yards behind. She called up every ounce of energy but could already feel herself faltering, her legs weakening, her lungs almost bursting from the effort. And still he kept coming, closing the gap. In a second he would be on her. She had to do something. There had to be some way to reach him, to make him understand, to make him stop. She turned back. "Job!" she yelled. He came on, roaring, oblivious. "Job, wait!" In another instant she felt the blow, the terrible blow that threw her backwards into the soft dirt. And then he was on top of her, roaring, spittle spraying into her face, his great fist raised to smash in her skull. "Friend!" she cried. "I want to be your friend!" She choked, sobbed, repeating it over and over.
Your friend! Your friend! Your friend!
Nothing happened. The fist was there, still raised, but the face looking down at her was completely different. Gone was the rage, the fury. The face was twisted into some new, powerful, and unfathomable emotion.
Friend?
Job asked in his high voice.
Yes, friends,
she gasped.
Play with Job?
Yes, I'll play with you, Job. We're friends. We'll play together.
The arm dropped. The mouth was stretched in a horrible grimace that Corey realized must be a smile of hope. Job lumbered off her awkwardly, managed to stand unsteadily, grimacing with pain, but still smiling that grotesque smile.
Play? Job, play?
Corey gasped and sat up, moving slowly, trying not to frighten him.
Yes, we're friends now. Corey and Job, friends.
Friends?
Repeated Job, slowly, as if recalling a long-forgotten word. She heard the screech of brakes, the slamming of car doors. Corey tried to stand, found her legs collapsing underneath her.
That's right. I won't run away. You don't need to hurt me. I'll stay here and play with you.
We play?
And Job squealed with happiness in the dark of the empty field. The Rolls-Royce stood in the parking lot beside Maisie's diner, covered with dust, its once glossy surface sand-blasted to dullness by the storm. Pendergast was leaning against it, dressed in a fresh black suit, his hands in his pockets, motionless in the crisp morning light. Corey turned off the road, eased her gremlin to a stop beside him, and threw it into park. The engine died with a belch of black exhaust, and she stepped out. He took a step closer, withdrew an envelope from his pocket, and handed it to her. "What's this?" she asked. "Consider it an early graduation present." Corey opened it, and a savings account passbook came sliding out. The sum of $25,000 had been deposited in an educational trust account in her name. "No," she said immediately. "No, I can't." Pendergast smiled. "Not only can you, but you must." "Sorry, I just can't accept it." Pendergast seemed to hesitate a moment. Then he spoke again. "Then let me explain why you must," he said. "By chance, under circumstances I'd rather not go into, last fall I came into a considerable inheritance from a distant and wealthy relation. Suffice to say, he did not make his money via good works. I am trying to rectify, if only partially, the blot he left on the Pendergast family escutcheon by giving his money away to worthy causes. Quietly, you understand. You, Corey, are just such a cause, a most excellent cause, in fact." Corey lowered her eyes for a moment. She could make no answer. Nobody her whole life long had ever given her anything. It felt strange to be cared about, especially by someone as remote, as aloof, as unlike her as Pendergast was. And yet the passbook was there, in her hand, as physical proof. "What does it mean, educational trust?" she asked. "You have another year of high school to get through." She nodded. A twinkle appeared in Pendergast's eye. "Have you ever heard of Phillips Exeter Academy?" "No." "It's a private boarding school in New Hampshire. They're holding a place at my request." Corey stared at him. "You mean the money isn't for college?" "The important thing is to get you out of here now. This town is killing you." "But a boarding school? In New England? I won't fit in." "My dear Corey, what's so important about fitting in? I never did. I'm certain you'll do well there. You'll find other misfits like yourself, intelligent, curious, creative, skeptical misfits. I'll be passing through in early November on my way to Maine. I'll drop in to see how you're getting on." To her own surprise, Corey took an impulsive step forward and hugged him. She felt him stiffen, and after a moment relax, and then gently disentangle himself from her embrace. She looked curiously at him. He seemed distinctly embarrassed. He cleared his throat.
"Forgive me for being unused to physical displays of affection," he said. "I was not raised in a family that—"
His voice stopped, and he colored faintly. Then a faint, cryptic smile slowly gathered on his face. He bowed, took her hand, brought her fingers close to his lips, and quickly turned and got into his car. In another moment the Rolls had turned onto the road and was accelerating toward the rising sun. Sheriff Dent Hazen, head still heavily bandaged and one arm in a cast, was standing at the end of the short corridor, talking to two policemen when Pendergast arrived. He broke away and came over to the FBI agent, offering his left hand to shake. "How's the arm mending, Sheriff?" Pendergast asked.
"Won't be able to fish again until after the season ends. You heading out now?"
"Yes. I wanted to stop by one last time to thank you for helping to make this a most, interesting vacation." Hazen nodded abstractedly. His face was deeply lined and full of bitterness and anguish.
"You're just in time to see the old lady say goodbye to her bundle of joy."
Pendergast nodded. He had come to see that as well. Although he did not expect anything from the visit, he hated to leave a loose end, any loose end, behind him. And this case still had one remarkably large loose end.
"You can view the tender parting through the one-way glass. All the shrinks are there already clustered like flies. It's this way."
Hazen led Pendergast through an unmarked door and into a darkened room. A lone window was set into the far wall. It looked down into the quiet room of the locked unit of the hospital's psychiatric wing. A group of psychiatrists and medical students were standing before the one-way glass, talking in low voices, notebooks at the ready. The room beyond was empty, its lighting dim. Just as Pendergast and Hazen stepped up to the window, a set of double doors opened, and two uniformed policemen wheeled Job in. He was heavily bandaged over his face and chest, and one arm and shoulder was in a cast. An oversized leather belt was snugged tight around his haunches, and the handcuff for his wrists ran through a ring in its front. Both legs were shackled to the wheelchair with leg irons.
"Look at him, the bastard,"
said Hazen, more to himself than to Pendergast. Pendergast watched intently as the policeman parked Job in the middle of the room, then took up positions on either side. The doors opened again, and Winifred Krauss came in, leaning on the arm of a third policeman. She was in a hospital gown and moved very slowly. A tattered book was tucked beneath one arm. Her face was pale and sunken, but as soon as she saw Job, it brightened, and her whole appearance seemed to transform.
"Joby, dearest, it's Mommy."
Her voice came into the darkened observation room through a loudspeaker above the window. Job raised his head, his face grimacing into a smile.
"Mama!"
"I brought you a present, Joby.
"Look, it's your book."
Job let out an inarticulate sound of joy. She came over and pulled up a chair next to her son. She put one frail arm around his bulk, pulled him close. She began to hum softly, while Job beamed, leaning against her, his calf-like face illuminated with joy and happiness.
"Christ," Hazen muttered. "Look, she's rocking him like a baby."
Winifred Krauss placed the book in his lap and opened to the first page. It was a book of nursery rhymes.
"I'll start at the beginning, shall I, Joby?"
she crooned.
"Just the way you like it."
Slowly, with a sing-song infantile voice, she began to read.
"Sing a song of sixpence, a pocket full of rye, 24 blackbirds baked in a pie. When the pie was opened, the birds began to sing. Wasn't that a dainty dish to set before the king?"
Job beamed, laughed. Winifred Krauss slowly turned the page to the next nursery rhyme, and she began again.
"Davy, Davy, dumpling, boil him in a pot. Sugar him and butter him, and eat him while he's hot."
Hazen turned and grasped Pendergast's hand.
"I'm out of here. See you in purgatory.
Pendergast took the hand without responding, without noticing. His eyes were fixed on the scene in front of him, the mother reading nursery rhymes to her child.
Look at the pretty picture, Joby. Look.
As Winifred Krause held the book up, Pendergast got a glimpse of the illustration. He recognized the image instantly. The revelation hit Pendergast so suddenly that it was like a physical blow, staggering him. He backed away from the glass. Job beamed and went, "Ooh," his head rolling back and forth. Winifred Krause smiled, face serene, and turned another page.
"What are little boys made of? Made of? What are little boys made of? Snakes and snails and puppy dogs' tails. That's what little boys are made of."
But Pendergast had not remained to hear any more. The cluster of psychiatrists and students at the glass did not even notice the dark, slender presence slip away. They were so busy discussing just where the diagnosis would be found in the DSM-4 manual, or if, indeed, it would ever be found there at all.
This has been a Time Warner Audiobooks production of Still Life with Crows, written by Douglas Preston and Lincoln Child, and read by Renee Auberjonois. Executive producer, Maya Thomas. Produced and directed by Bob Walter. Text abridged by Harold Schmidt. Production supervised by Linda Ross. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales is entirely coincidental.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.